Chapter 1 Swordsman Ahead, You're Going Too Fast. Hehuan Realm, Central Continent Jianzhu. Today is an auspicious day for secluded spiritual practice, for emerging from seclusion to engage in worldly affairs, and for refining talismans and practicing magic. In the sky, within the designated flight paths, for Foundation Establishment stage cultivators flying on their swords, streams of light of various colors came and went. Each streak of light represents a cultivator at the mid-foundation establishment stage or above, capable of flying on a magical artifact. In this era, large-scale manned magical artifacts can be mass-produced, but most cultivators still prefer this ancient way of flying by controlling artifacts, and among them, sword cultivators are the most numerous, thus giving birth to this sword-flying route. Originally, this was just an ordinary day. But not long after, a rather inconspicuous grayish-white light suddenly broke in from outside the passageway. Its speed is extremely fast, far exceeding the level of Foundation establishment. The hazy, grayish glow it emitted seemed to have the effect of concealing itself. It traveled against the flow of white light for a long time, yet not a single cultivator noticed it. Until it passed the toll gate of the highway for practitioners. The large psionic detection system suddenly reacted. Beep, beep, beep. The alarming notification, sounding like a sudden madness, instantly jolted the flight path administrator, who was sleeping in a recliner, awake. He jumped up with a start. Holy crap! The technology from Lingyanfeng is so effective that it strikes right at the depths of your soul. It's so invigorating and refreshing that you'll never be unable to wake up. He quickly looked at the screen next to him. Holy crap! Speeding and driving against traffic, who has the audacity to be so arrogant? He immediately grabbed the ID card from the table and pinned it to his chest. Name Xianxia. Cultivation level, mid-stage golden core. Employee ID 9527. Push open the door and make a hand seal with your fingers. A dark red, ancient-looking longsword flew out from its scabbard hanging on the wall. Xianxia stepped onto the sword and closed the door behind him. With the increasing maturity of intelligent repulsion technology, toll booths can now be suspended at a sufficient height for extended periods at a relatively low cost. Buzz tilde. Start in 5th gear. The sudden burst of spiritual pressure created a shockwave on the spot. A red streak of light pierced the sky, chasing after the grayish-white ray of light. Who the hell is driving like that, speeding and going the wrong way? Are they courting death? If I catch him, I'll teach that brat a lesson. Xianxia chased after him while cursing and swearing. However, half a minute later, watching the grayish-white sword light disappear into the psionic detector, Xianxia fell silent. That's the standard speed for a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Logically speaking, he should be a whole realm higher than others, so how come he can't even see their shadows? They chased after them for a while longer, but still didn't see a single hair. Clearly, this person is definitely more than just a golden core cultivator. Which Big Shot didn't keep a close eye on things, and came to mess with the Foundation establishment stage. Aren't you afraid of getting arrested? And of all times, I ran into it. Xianxia stopped chasing and took out his communicator. He reported this message to his superior. The message was answered instantly. His superiors told him to go back first and that they would send people to pursue him again. They also stated that they had already called the police. Few tilde. It's probably none of his business anymore. Xianxia stared at it for a while longer before stepping back on his sword. At this moment, inside that grayish-white beam of light, Xing was maintaining his concealment technique, frowning as he observed the Foundation establishment cultivators flying past him. It feels like the whole world has changed since I went into seclusion. This outfit is more similar to what I looked like before I time-traveled. Xing became increasingly puzzled. Could it be that the two worlds had merged during his seclusion? Or perhaps a technological explosion has occurred. Let's turn our attention away from the sword-wielding girl wearing denim shorts and showing off her long, white legs. Something unexpected has definitely happened in this world. Before he went into seclusion, this kind of attire would never have appeared in broad daylight. Of course, this excludes the Hehuan Sect. Sword Cultivator ahead, you're speeding. Please pull over, cooperate with the investigation, and show your sword-riding permit. A rough voice came from behind. This familiar sense of déjà vu, coupled with the sonic power of Ling Yanfeng. Xing paused, then turned his head to take a look. But then he saw a black flying shuttle magical artifact carrying a middle-aged man with a stubble beard, approaching him. When did Ling Yanfeng start accepting men? But the nascent soul cultivation level. That's not bad for his age. So should we stop? After a slight hesitation, Xing increased his mana output a little. Buzz tilde. The grayish-white sword light suddenly shone brightly, and its speed increased by several orders of magnitude. A surging wave of energy surged, and even the Foundation establishment cultivators nearby could see it. Holy shit! Who is this? The man on the shuttle stopped when he saw the data displayed on the spiritual energy detection instrument. They watched helplessly as the sword light disappeared into the horizon, yet dared not give chase. Advanced cultivation at the returning to the void realm. Who is this old relic who just came out of seclusion, and I just happened to run into him? Only those great cultivators at the void returning realm or above would go into seclusion for hundreds or even thousands of years. Having missed the era of great reforms, they are completely unaware of the rules of this new era. May the Holy Emperor protect us, and please this old relic not be a demonic being. While praying silently, he took out a talisman. Escape transmission talisman. Extremely precious, it should not be used except for major events. He recorded the situation he encountered here with his divine sense, and then released the talisman. In a flash of light, the talisman vanished. Next, we need to appease the Foundation establishment stage cultivators here before arranging their evacuation. If that person had just been a powerful demonic cultivator at the void returning realm, it would be no joke. Meanwhile, Xing had already arrived above a city. Skyscrapers stand side by side. Many vehicles resembling cars travel back and forth on the wide, smooth highways. However, it is powered by a combination of electricity and spiritual energy. What's this? Modernized cultivation of immortality. The familiar yet unfamiliar scene left him somewhat dazed. What exactly happened during the years I was in seclusion? After observing for a while, Xing landed by the roadside, and the gray spiritual light that concealed his aura disappeared. At the same time, his dark, narrow-sleeved robe automatically transformed into an ordinary white shirt and casual pants. Wait, this road surface looks like. He squatted down and reached out to touch it. It was actually made up of spirit stone fragments after the spiritual energy had been drained. Moreover, there is a base array buried deep underground, and the vast spiritual power within the base array is almost equivalent to the total mana of a nascent soul cultivator. Xing raised his head, his divine sense covering the entire city. A total of 365 array bases are interconnected, forming an incredibly vast and exquisite array capable of covering the entire city. When operating at full power, its destructive force can even surpass that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Good. The formation was so ingeniously constructed that even with Xing's discerning eye, he couldn't find many flaws. However, if one encounters a master array maker with profound array skills, withdrawing his divine sense, he stood up and walked directly into the city. New author, new book, please support. End of this chapter. Chapter 2. Has the Hehuan Sect become a righteous immortal sect? Zhang Yunlu is a senior high school student at Xianxia No. 3 Middle School. Influenced by her deceased parents, she enjoys studying the history of the ancient cultivation world. He also represented the school in related competitions. With his cultivation at the 8th level of qi refining, he was considered a minor genius and thus had quite a reputation at school. It was a rare Friday, and she planned to relax for a while, even though she had to make up for missed classes the next day. I walked into a beverage shop outside the school. A glass of dragon scale juice, less sugar and less ice. Dragon scale fruit sounds like a fancy name, but it's actually just a common fruit. Aside from tasting a little better, it has absolutely no spirit. Simulated paint job, look for Xing flying sword. Xing flying sword's paint job uses third-generation painting technology, resulting in realistic light effects and excellent sound. A 50-year-old brand you can trust. According to statistics, the Hehuan Sect has had the highest number of applicants for 6 consecutive years. Does this signify a change in the prevailing trends in spiritual practice? The third phase of the city's protective defenses has been completed. The mayor stated, "We will do our utmost to ensure the personal safety of all citizens." While she was waiting, several news items and advertisements were broadcast through the mirror hanging above her. Just as she took the juice and found a seat, the mirror played a few more. The communicator in my pocket started buzzing. I took it out and looked at it. "Brother." I walked to the table, sat down, took a sip through the straw, and then slowly answered the call. "Hey, bro." Because her parents perished while exploring the secret realm, this older brother, who is nearly 30 years her senior, is her true guardian. "Xiao Lu, are you still at school?" "I just got out of school, what's wrong?" Zhang Yunlu bit the straw, her voice somewhat muffled. "You should go back to school immediately and not come out. There is a powerful cultivator at the void returning realm or above who has emerged from seclusion nearby. It is not yet certain whether he is a powerful cultivator of the demonic path. Returning to the void realm, a major cultivation." The serious tone made her heart tighten. Overhauling and getting out of quarantine is no joke. 3 years ago, the great demonic cultivator, Kang Jizi, emerged from seclusion and entered the world of demons at the void returning realm. With just one demonic array, they slaughtered half the population of the neighboring Hengjian city to refine sword techniques. Although they were eventually killed by the righteous cultivators who arrived, those who died were truly dead. Those ancient demonic cultivators will not abide by the rules of the new era. Knowing the seriousness of the situation, he couldn't care less about the juice he had just taken a sip of. He hung up the call and ran outside, but as soon as he got outside, buzz tilde, a surge of spiritual energy, a boundless torrent of spiritual energy. Zhang Yunlu was taken aback. She looked up and saw streaks of crimson array patterns lighting up in the sky, enveloping the entire city. The city's protective formation has been activated. What you said is true. Notify. There are cultivators at the void returning realm or above who have not experienced the period of great change and have emerged from seclusion. It is not yet certain whether they are demonic cultivators. To ensure the safety of all citizens, please immediately go to the nearest school or the Immortal Sect's residence, and do not leave the area protected by the city's protective array. The Ancient Cultivation Response Department has dispatched the void returning realm cultivator Xiao Ning Zhenren, along with 12 nascent soul cultivators and 72 nascent soul cultivators. A familiar voice spread throughout the city under the influence of a magical artifact produced by Ling Yanfeng. He is the principal of Xuanjian Third Middle School, the person with the highest cultivation level in Xuanjian City. In an instant, everyone understood what had happened. Some residents who moved from Hengjian City were filled with uncontrollable panic. As people who had experienced that incident, they understood better than others how cruel the methods of the demonic cultivators were. Zhang Yunlu ran desperately toward the school, her figure leaving a trail of afterimages. In the sky, beneath the great formation, countless beams of spiritual light pierced the heavens. Among them was the owner of the beverage shop. Before he could even close the shop door, a long, icy blue sword appeared beneath his feet, and he instantly overtook her. Besides these, there were also middle-aged women holding kitchen knives and wearing aprons, sanitation workers carrying brooms and wearing orange-yellow work clothes, and even someone putting on clothes while flying on a sword. I don't know what he was doing. There were foundation establishment, golden core, and even nascent soul cultivators. Everyone rushed to the school and the civilian residences of the major sects. Just as Zhang Yunlu was about to reach the school, she saw a person standing in the middle of the road, looking up at the sky. Without thinking twice, she shouted, "Hey, hurry up and get back to school." The man turned around. He looked very young, only a few years older than her. "Good." He nodded and followed her. At the school gate, a large crowd of students, mostly in the qi refining stage, gathered. Zhang Yunlu squeezed through the crowd and successfully entered the school, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Few tilde. The teachers are all highly skilled. The 3 vice principals are nascent soul cultivators, and the principal is just one step away from becoming a void-returning cultivator. With the help of the city's protective array, even if a void-returning realm old demon were to attack, it could be held back for a moment. Oh right, and the person who just followed me in. I'm a student here. If you're not familiar with the area, I can. I turned around. Where are they? Good. At the foot of a teaching building at Xuanjian City No. 3 Middle School, Su Xing walked around, stopping occasionally and glancing up at the sky every now and then. No one noticed him. Even if someone glanced at him, they would simply look past him, as if they couldn't see him at all. This time, the commotion caused by leaving the country was quite significant. He understood when he heard the broadcast outside that the reason for such a grand display was because he had come out of seclusion. As for the reasons behind it, he had a pretty good idea of what was going on from the bits and pieces he overheard. That said, how did the world become so modern? The playground, the school building, students in uniform and teachers in suits. It's obvious that a leader has come to inspect. Everything was both familiar and strange, seemingly overlapping with distant memories. If it were just one place, it wouldn't be so bad, but with so many familiar traces, Su Xing couldn't help but suspect that it was the work of a fellow traveler from the same hometown. After all, there are precedents, so it seems reasonable to have a few more. In any case, let's go to the library first. Having crossed the playground, under the influence of his divine sense, he already knew the location of the library. At the library entrance, a hunched, wrinkled old man with only a few strands of hair lay on a recliner, looking content and completely undisturbed by the commotion outside. Beneath its gaunt body was a blazing aura of blood and energy, as intense as the sun. If released in its entirety, it would cover the entire Xuanjian city, burning even golden core cultivators alive. Pity. Su Xing glanced at him and then ignored him, walking straight inside. There weren't many people inside. The first floor had rows of bookshelves filled with all sorts of books, and any student could enter. The second level is different. Access requires authorization. Inside, thousands of jade slips are neatly arranged, recording basic techniques and qi cultivation spells. The third level consists of foundation building level techniques and secret arts, numbering in the hundreds. The fourth layer contains only a few dozen jade slips, which contain cultivation techniques and supernatural abilities related to the golden core stage. As for the fifth and final level, it contains only 7 radiant jade slips surrounded by Taoist essence. The divine abilities of the 7 great immortal sects are inscribed within them, which can only be cultivated by those who have reached the nascent soul stage. Upon seeing this, Su Xing finally showed some surprise. Putting aside the fact that these secret supernatural abilities appeared in a school library. The 7 great immortal sects. Since ancient times, there have only been 6 major immortal sects. How come there is suddenly an extra one? Aside from the supernatural powers of the 6 major immortal sects, the additional supernatural power is called the Joyful Harmony Qi Gathering Yin-Yang Wonderful Technique. It is a supernatural power of the Hehuan Sect. The Joyful Union Sect has become a righteous immortal sect. End of this chapter. Chapter 3, Holy Emperor Abyss. Hasn't the Hehuan Sect always been a demonic sect? Su Xing went to the bookshelf and took down a copy of A New Compilation of World History. Saint Emperor Yuan first showed his talent 1,000 years ago, and his cultivation level was already no less than that of the sect leaders of the major immortal sects. In just 200 years, his cultivation level rapidly improved, reaching a level comparable to that of a supreme immortal. After that, Saint Emperor Yuan united with some righteous sects that were second only to the major immortal sects and promoted the era's chain to enlighten the people and transmit the magic of immortality. Countless mortals who had not yet found the opportunity to become immortals embarked on the path of cultivation. The number of practitioners in the world has also seen an explosive growth. Moreover, under the guidance of the Holy Emperor Abyss and a host of righteous sects, the number of cultivators increased rapidly, but this did not lead to any riots. The social structure of the entire world is also gradually changing in this process. After 500 years, the social structure of the central continent of the Taixuan realm has finally evolved into the current model. The 7 major immortal sects and the Righteous Alliance jointly govern the world. However, one thing is very strange. For some reason, the major immortal sects and the demonic path watched coldly from the sidelines and did not intervene. The most important figure in this series of events, Emperor Yuan, also mysteriously disappeared 50 years ago, and there has been no news of him since. Some suspect that the culprit behind this is either one of the 7 great immortal sects or an ancestor from the demonic path. Neither the major immortal sects nor the demonic path offered any explanation for these rumors, and in the end, the matter was left unresolved. Xing closed the book and put it back on the bookshelf. This book, a new compilation of world history, and even the contents of all the books in this library are incomplete, containing a great deal of speculation and conjecture, and there is actually not much content that can be used as a reference. There is absolutely no content about how Saint Emperor Yuan persuaded those righteous sects, or why the Joyful Union sect became a righteous immortal sect. Moreover, there is very little biographical information about Saint Emperor Yuan himself. The latter is understandable, as most cultivators try to conceal their origins once they reach a certain level of cultivation. Holy Emperor Abyss. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be a fellow traveler from the same hometown, but further confirmation is still needed. I can ask an old friend for help later, but there's no rush now. Xing walked out of the library, just as he had come, completely unnoticed. Many years ago, he also wanted to change something, so he did a lot of things, but the more he changed, the more chaotic things became, and finally he realized that he was not suitable for doing this kind of thing. Now, after a period of seclusion, someone has actually accomplished what they once wanted to do. We should definitely take a closer look. But before that, we need to calm this farce down. Good. In a classroom, Zhang Yunlu sat in a corner, one hand supporting her chin. He held the phone in his other hand, but the screen kept spinning without displaying any content. Not only her, but everyone else in the classroom felt the same way. The signal is probably weak, because the city's protective formation is activated. With nothing else to do for the time being, the people in the classroom who knew each other gathered together and talked about the incident 3 years ago when Kang Jizi massacred the city to practice magic. I heard my uncle say that although that Kang Jizi is dead, he has an older brother whose cultivation level is even higher than his. In recent years, he has been secretly capturing the great talents of the major sects, trying to revive his younger brother. The one speaking was a gray-eyed boy at the 9th level of Qi refining, whose pale gray pupils occasionally flashed with a spiritual light. This signifies abundant spiritual energy, indicating the foundation for one's path. The teenagers around him, upon hearing the news, all expressed their own opinions. When the city protecting formation was first activated, they were indeed a little nervous, but they were still young and had never personally experienced the methods of a powerful demonic cultivator, so they relaxed a lot. Zhang Yunlu didn't take their conversation seriously. There's a lot of information about Kang Jizi on the Spirit Network, but how many of it is actually true? She pursed her lips and looked back at her phone screen. The screen finally refreshed, but before she could even look at it, someone sat down in the seat in front of her. Little girl, we meet again. Looking up, I saw it was the same person who had been at the school gate earlier. It's you. How come you disappeared as soon as you came in? I've never been here before, so I'm just wandering around and looking at things. Zhang Yunlu was speechless. What kind of time is this? You really have a big heart. You actually dared to stand on the road and look just now. Fortunately, if a cultivator above the void returning realm were to attack, this formation wouldn't hold out for long. Hiding here is just a matter of dying sooner or later. Hey, don't say such unlucky things. She's still young. What's with all this talk about dying? Hee, but it should be fine soon. It's not that simple. She had a deep understanding of the Kang Jizi massacre incident 3 years ago. If it's a cultivator from a righteous sect, his sect will explain it to him. But if it's a rogue cultivator, it will take a lot of time just to find him. As for demonic cultivators, they are even more elusive, often slaughtering entire cities to refine their techniques, regarding all living beings as mere resources. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Yunlu and I'm a student here. You're not, are you? Although she looks young, she doesn't look like someone like me who's only at the qi refining stage. Indeed not. My name is Su Xing and I am a cultivator from the Sword Sect, Su Xing said with a smile. Upon hearing the name, Zhang Yunlu didn't sense anything amiss. Instead, she was more surprised by his identity. The Sword Sect, one of the 7 great immortal sects. Although the world today is very different from the ancient cultivation world, one thing remains unchanged. The 7 great immortal sects remain the world's overlords and the dreamland of countless cultivators. For ordinary cultivators to join, it is extremely difficult. You're really amazing. I wish I could get into the Sword Sect after I graduate. Her tone couldn't help but carry a hint of longing. Unfortunately, there are too many people who want to join the Immortal Sect. If she were only in this school, her talent would be considered quite good. However, in a competition of that scale, she can only be considered average. In the previous college entrance examination, the top scorer was about the same age as her now, but he had the cultivation level of the Golden Core Peak, the kind of person who could knock his older brother to his knees with one punch. It is said that the person had extraordinary signs, being able to walk and speak from birth, and began cultivating in infancy, which was simply terrifying. Her real goal was to get into one of the several prestigious universities founded by the Immortal Sect. She planned to first pass the entrance exam for the university, and then gradually prepare to join the Immortal Sect. You have good potential. With diligent practice, you still have a chance. I look forward to the day when you and I become fellow disciples. I hope so. Sects can choose their disciples, and even prodigies can choose their own sect. Because everyone can cultivate, outstanding cultivators emerge in endless succession. In order to maintain the competitiveness of the new generation, the Immortal Sect has relaxed its recruitment threshold, but the assessment has become more rigorous. Of course, no one had any objections to this, since before the era of great change, many people probably wouldn't even have been qualified to participate in the selection. Su Xing didn't say anything more, but looked out the window. It seems like it's about to end. Zhang Yunlu was taken aback and looked over as well. Above the city, the crimson array patterns began to fade. Su Xing saw even more. As the city's protective array closed, the space slightly distorted, and figures appeared out of thin air. The leader was surrounded by terrifying magical energy fluctuations, and his body was covered in dark red armor made up of 129,600 tiny armor plates. Advanced cultivation at the returning to the Void Realm. Please vote and support me. End of this chapter. Chapter 4. These days, even the 10,000 soul banner needs some packaging. Behind this void returning realm cultivator were 12 nascent soul cultivators and 72 enlightened ones. Click tilde. With a soft click, the visor on the head opened automatically, revealing a handsome and extraordinary face. Supreme Taoist Sect Zio Ning. As a newly promoted cultivator at the returning to the Void Realm, he needs to be stationed at the Sword Sect branch of the ancient cultivation department for 100 years. looking down at the fading crimson array patterns. He was about to search for them with his divine sense when a streak of light appeared out of nowhere, piercing the sky and hovering in front of him. In the hazy white light, there was a palm-sized, sword-shaped jade talisman. Uncle Master, this isn't from the Sword Sect. A nascent soul cultivator behind him hesitated before speaking. Yes, it's a Sword Sect token. The Sword Sect talisman is used by Sword Sect elders and above to communicate with Sword Sect disciples. The people behind him were indignant upon hearing this. The Sword Sect has gone too far. My Supreme Tao Sect is also a celestial sect. It's one thing for them to look down on people all the time, but now they actually dare to treat us as subordinates. Uncle Master, why don't we just crush it and report it to the sect, then let the Sword Sect give us an explanation? Everyone chimed in with their own opinions, seemingly indignant, but no one dared to touch the talisman hovering in midair. Each and every one of them has deeply grasped the essence of the way of prudence. Master Xioning was somewhat speechless. However, in the short time it took to say just a few words, the Sword Sect talisman seemed to have grown impatient. With a flash of white light, it directly rushed into the space between Xioning Zhenren's eyebrows. Everyone was shocked and retreated, leaving Master Xioning standing there alone. The talisman contained only one sentence. The person who emerged from seclusion in Xuanjian City, Jianzhu, is a member of my Sword Sect. There is no need to worry. A tremendous sound echoed as the jade talisman, having fulfilled its mission, exploded, transforming into a flowing, sharp purple aura that swirled within his sea of consciousness. I suppose I sword chi. Only a powerful swordsman who has surpassed the void-returning realm can unleash this technique. It is the kind of material he desperately needs for refining techniques, which he had been seeking but could not obtain before, but now it has been delivered to his doorstep. Was the payment given in advance? But at least tell me what to do. Uncle Master, are you all right? Another nascent soul cultivator asked loudly. Looking at his junior disciple who was far away from him, Master Xioning's eye twitched. In recent years, something has happened within the Taishang Dao sect that has led to a trend of steady cultivation, which has affected many people. Within the sect, the number of cultivators practicing meditation and using clone abilities has increased significantly. Putting aside everything else, there might be a clone among the group of disciples who came with him. The Sword Sect is a righteous immortal sect, and it has always had a good relationship with our Supreme Tao Sect. You don't need to be so cautious. Uncle Master is right. But you never know, there might be imposters, so it's better to be careful. Who would dare to impersonate the Sword Sect's talisman? Xioning Zhenren inwardly grumbled. That's enough. This Sword Sect talisman is a purple sword talisman. The person who came out of seclusion in this area is a Sword Sect cultivator. We just need to inform the mayor later. The purple sword talisman is a high-level talisman that is only slightly inferior to the ancestral sword talisman. It seems that the person who came out of the past this time is of high status. The four elders of the Sword Sect. Or perhaps it's some Sword Sect grandmaster they don't know. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, and then followed Master Xioning down into the city below. Outside Xuanjian City, as the city's protective array was deactivated, a young man dressed in white sportswear strolled in unhurriedly. He had an average appearance but a sunny and easygoing temperament, which made people feel good at first sight. But after walking only a few steps, he suddenly stopped and looked up into the distance. One void returner, 12 divine transformation masters, and 72 nascent soul masters. Not bad, not bad. They are all disciples of the Immortals sect, with pure souls. It was worth it for him 3 years ago to use bloodline as a guide to cast a spell to deceive his foolish younger brother into committing suicide, and to collect all the materials in one fell swoop. Otherwise, in this day and age, it would be extremely difficult to hunt down a top-grade void returning realm soul without any hidden dangers. Not to mention the enormous number of auxiliary souls. With the 7 major immortal sects jointly governing, Even with his current level of cultivation, he wouldn't dare to slaughter mortals on a large scale. Sitilda. With a soft sigh, a small silver-white banner appeared in the young man's hand. Its entire body shimmered with light, and there were phantom images of dragons and phoenixes leaping about, just like a legendary celestial artifact. This is the Banner of 10,000 Souls, a classic magical artifact of the demonic path. However, due to the changing times, powerful figures in the demonic path have also made improvements to it. Otherwise, in that eerie version from the beginning, before you'd even started refining the treasure after collecting the living soul, the powerful figures from the righteous path would have already blocked your door. Refining a magical artifact is truly not an easy task. Actually, now is not the best time. An ancient cultivator has emerged from seclusion, but who knows what realm he is at. If it were an old monster of the level of a grandmaster of an immortal sect, he might have been slapped to death. But this is a rare opportunity. He had been planning this 10,000 souls banner for a long time, and even refined his own younger brother into it. The Supreme Taoist Sect's void returning realm cultivator is right before my eyes. His soul alone is equivalent to that of 2 ordinary void returning realm cultivators. If this myriad soul banner is forged with Master Xioning as the main soul, he is confident that he can advance to the next realm within 100 years. In the blink of an eye, he took out 2 dark purple beads that shimmered with an eerie light. With a burst of magical power, the purple light within the beads faded, leaving them pure white and flawless. As soon as he let go, the pure white bead fell to the ground, but instead of breaking, it melted into the ground. The bead continued to sink and fall, eventually seeping into the base of the city protecting array. Buzztilda. With a soft sound, a beam of ethereal light rose from the base of the array and shot into the sky. There are still 364 places left. As soon as he finished speaking, one after another illusory figure emerged from his body and rushed towards the city, or more precisely, the location of the array base within the city. If the city protecting formation hadn't just been activated, he wouldn't have been able to reverse its nature so easily. At Xianxia City number 3 Middle School, many people who were previously in the classrooms came outside because the city's protective formation was closed. Notification: Master Xioning, a cultivator at the returning to the Void Realm, has arrived in this city with a team of ancient cultivators for negotiations. The city's protective formation has been deactivated. To ensure the safety of all citizens, please do not leave the school and the headquarters of the major sects and wait for further notice. The announcement quickly spread throughout the city. The tense atmosphere in Xianxia City dissipated considerably in an instant. In any case, with a void returning realm cultivator in charge, it will be easier to stop the ancient cultivator who has emerged from seclusion from causing trouble. Zhang Yunlu came outside the classroom, feeling the gradually peaceful spiritual energy, and looked into the distance. Then beams of clear light rose into the sky, transforming into 2 enormous phantoms, a dragon and a phoenix, which hovered above Xianxia City, weaving through the clouds, creating a magnificent spectacle. As expected of a void returning realm cultivator, their entrance is truly impressive. She couldn't help but admire. Impressive. Su Xing walked to her side, looked up at the dragon and phoenix phantoms that covered the entire Xianxia City in the sky. This thing probably wasn't made by that Xioning Zhenren. Not Master Xioning. Who could it be? Among demonic cultivators, there is a type of magical artifact that is extremely vicious but quite easy to forge. It requires the collection of many living souls and the divine souls of 1 or more great cultivators as the main soul. You mean the Banner of 10,000 Souls? This kind of forbidden magical artifact has not been refined by any cultivator for a long time. That's right. Su Xing nodded and continued to explain, but collecting living souls, whether it's a large number of auxiliary souls or hunting down the souls of powerful cultivators, is prone to problems. The powerful figures in the demonic path designed a formation for this purpose. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunlu recalled the ancient history she had seen on the spirit network, and her heart tightened. A soul-sealing array, you don't mean to say? Quickly reacted. Su Xing praised, his gaze still fixed on the dragon and phoenix phantom. What's above our heads is the soul-suppressing array, and it's an improved version. Now even the 10,000 soul banner needs packaging, making it look like a celestial treasure. I need data, I need support. End of this chapter. Chapter 5. The poor guy who can't afford a simulated divine soul. No matter how the outward appearance changes, the core remains unchanged. The current demonic cultivators are truly creative. A single demonic array has actually produced auspicious signs of dragons and phoenixes. Zhang Yunlu, who was standing to the side, looked a little pale. She didn't want to believe it, but she also felt that the person in front of her wasn't lying to her. The soul-capturing array is one of the most infamous arrays in the demonic path, and even those who know little about the ancient cultivation world have heard of it. This is a powerful formation included in textbooks. The power of the soul-suppressing formation is linked to the cultivation level of the person who sets it up. Once the formation is activated, without special protection, any cultivator within the formation who is 2 realms below the formation setter will have their souls directly extracted, and the formation setter will also receive an extremely exaggerated boost. The great master Xiao Ning of the Returning to the Void Realm has now arrived in Xianxia City. The fact that the person behind the scenes dared to set up the formation means that the person who set up the formation must be at least at the Void Returning Realm. Cultivators below the nascent soul stage will have their souls forcibly extracted the instant the formation is fully activated. Not to mention someone like her, who's only at the qi refining stage. But there's no need to worry. Just wait patiently. That Master Zioning should have noticed something's wrong by now. Zhang Yunlu looked at the sky, her eyes filled with worry. Whether it's true or false, what can she at the qi refining stage do? Those around them who were also looking at the sky believed that the dragon and phoenix phantoms were a special effect that came with the appearance of a void returning realm cultivator. Many people took out their phones to take pictures, and some even flew into the air on flying swords to find a good angle, but were quickly chased down by the Golden Core stage security guards. Among them were several young thugs with dyed yellow hair who looked like slackers. The flying swords they rode were made of very ordinary materials and were of poor quality, but they made a sound like thunder and were accompanied by various dazzling light effects. What's with those flying swords? Zhang Yunlu felt a little flustered, but upon hearing the question she subconsciously replied, "That's a flying sword paint job, a sword chi thunder sound simulation board. It's not very useful." Su Xing immediately understood. It was the cultivator's version of Will-o'-the-Wisp. It is said that some flying sword painting masters can also imprint the sword intent of top sword cultivators. Flying swords painted by them can unleash true sword energy thunder and sound, or even more powerful realms, even if the user is a complete novice who has never practiced swordsmanship. However, that price is beyond the reach of most people. By the way, aren't you a sword sect cultivator? How come you haven't heard of these things? I often go into seclusion and haven't paid much attention to the outside world in recent years. Zhang Yunlu didn't suspect anything, simply assuming he was the kind of ascetic who was oblivious to everything else. Ding tilde ding tilde ding tilde. 3 long, ancient chimes rang out in succession. Zhang Yunlu's pupils contracted, and she saw the phantom images of dragons and phoenixes in the sky approaching each other, bathed in a clear, bright light, from which a small silver-white banner appeared. Within Xianxia City, people of all cultivation levels were drawn to it. The small banner glowed with a shimmering light, and where the light shone, countless majestic deities appeared, seated atop the clouds, overlooking the entire city. Every cultivator who met the gaze of the deity felt that the divine light in the deity's eyes was the principle of the great Tao, and felt great freedom and ease from the depths of their soul. Caught off guard, in just an instant, 70% of the cultivators in Xianxia City became engrossed in it, their souls about to leave their bodies. Zhang Yunlu lowered her head, feeling only the chanting of Buddhist scriptures in her ears, but she still suppressed the urge to look up with all her might. Xing stared at her for a few seconds and nodded. Even with his help, she was able to persevere for so long. This little girl, with whom I have a special connection, has a good character. He then looked up to the side, where the municipal building was located. Hasn't that returning to the Void Realm true person Zio? Ning realized that this year's Immortal Sect disciples are all this bad. Good. Inside the mayor's office, Master Zio Ning stood by the window, his expression grave. He had sensed something was wrong as soon as the strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. He was even more certain after that small banner came out. 10,000 soul banners. There are still people who dare to refine such inhuman magical artifacts. The mayor, who was at the nascent soul stage, and the disciples of the Supreme Tao sect who had come with him stood quietly behind him, without saying a word. Suddenly, a cultivator from the Supreme Tao sect at the nascent soul stage stepped forward. Uncle Master, I have reported the situation in Xianxia City to the sect, but a powerful demonic cultivator has sealed off the area, and it will take 3 minutes for reinforcements to arrive. Since everything was blocked, how did you notify the sect? Master Zioning turned around and saw that his junior disciple, who had just spoken, had suddenly fallen to the ground and turned into a bean the size of a thumb. Scatter beans to create soldiers. Grass. It wasn't the real thing after all. Because the powerful demonic cultivator sealed off the void, he also severed his control over his avatar. After several more sounds, some of the remaining cultivators turned into paper figures, some into puppets, and some simply vanished. In the end, only 3 nascent soul cultivators remained, while none of the core formation cultivators were missing, since their avatar techniques could not hide from true person Zio Ning, who was at the void returning realm. The mayor, standing to the side, looked completely bewildered, having no idea what these cultivators from the Supreme Tao sect were up to. Master Zioning's eye twitched slightly. Oh no, I've really lost face this time. Since things have come to this, he can only deal with the immediate problem first. The city's protective formation has been reversed into a soul-suppressing formation. I will go and hold off the weapon refiners while we wait for the sect's support. Having said that, without giving the mayor a chance to ask questions, he transformed into a beam of light and rushed out, heading straight for the myriad souls banner in the sky. Based on a wisp of pure white primordial energy, it gathers boundless magical power and transforms into a giant hand that blots out the sky, grabbing at the small silver banner in the sky. Great supernatural power, the great capture of primordial chi. The residents of Xianxia City are now all at the sect's headquarters or schools, so he can act with complete impunity. Under the immense power of the primordial energy, the banner fluttered like a small boat about to capsize in a raging storm. We have been waiting for you for a long time, Master Zioning. A clear, jade-like voice rang out, and the group of gods sitting atop the clouds simultaneously thrust out a palm, a rolling river of clear light crashing into that giant hand. Boom! A shockwave visible to the naked eye spread out, and below the point of impact, the towering building was torn apart, like a meteorite falling to Earth. The ground caved in, creating a crater tens of meters deep. As the two clashed, the cultivators who had been drawn by the myriad soul banner were suddenly awakened. As the impact struck, many people were knocked to the ground, and apart from a few, the rest were unaware of what had happened. As the chanting in her ears disappeared, Zhang Yunlu felt a sense of relief and collapsed from exhaustion. I forced myself to look up, and the clouds in the sky had already dissipated because of what had just happened. A majestic god sat high on the horizon, the 10,000 souls banner fluttering gently. A sunny and easygoing young man materialized from the void and reached out to grasp the banner pole. Greetings, Master Zioning, the young man said with a smile. You heretics dare to state your name. Master Zioning watched him coldly, secretly activating a powerful divine ability. No, the Supreme Tao sect has extraordinary and mysterious powers. I don't want to be hunted down to death by the Master's teachers. You want to kill me? Master Xioning's eyelids twitched. No, it's just borrowing the soul of a real person for a short time. The two faced off from a distance, the young man waiting for the soul-suppressing array to unleash its full power. Meanwhile, Master Xioning was pondering whether to hold out until reinforcements arrived, or directly use the Take-Supaxi sword chi in his sea of consciousness to kill this guy. To be honest, he couldn't bear to part with it. A divine soul. I thought it was some kind of formidable demon, but it turns out it's just a penniless wretch who can't afford to create a simulated divine soul. The young man's expression froze, and he could no longer laugh. End of this chapter. Chapter 6: The Calamity of Demonic Cultivators, the implicit creation of divine souls. In the early stages of the Great Upheaval, demonic cultivators still acted as they pleased, often massacring entire cities at will. However, as cultivation methods spread throughout the world, when demonic cultivators slaughtered spirits to refine their techniques, there were often a few individuals who were lucky enough to survive. One of them not only joined a sect, but also became a disciple of the sect's founder. After achieving mastery of his cultivation, he would kill any demonic cultivator he encountered. Many of the old demon's descendants were killed and sought revenge, but the ancestor of the Immortal sect was extremely protective of his own and personally took action, resulting in a bloodbath. The founders of the demonic path were also self-centered. Some unrelated demonic cultivators were killed, and that was that. It was just their bad luck. This also led to the gradual decline of the demonic path, since many of the demonic artifacts required the refinement of living souls or the sacrifice of living beings. To improve this situation, some old demons in the demonic path gathered together and, using the cloning technology mentioned by the Holy Emperor Abyss, combined with illusionary creation techniques, actually managed to create divine souls in large quantities. Although this action is still unacceptable to the world, it ultimately targets far fewer people. After that, the demonic path gradually recovered. Alas, what the Master said is true. I am indeed not a remarkable demonic cultivator. The young man sighed, so I had no choice but to resort to this. While creating a simulated divine soul is convenient, it's expensive. He couldn't afford to buy a replica of a divine soul, whose quality was comparable to that of true person Xioning. It's really tough being a demonic cultivator these days. He shook the 10,000 souls banner in his hand once more. Please, real person, embark on your journey. A clear light cascaded down like a waterfall, and the majestic, godlike banner spirits spoke in unison, radiating countless rays of light. Master Xioning was startled. The dark red mask covered his entire head, but it had no effect. The sound of chanting rang in his ears. His cultivation level was already higher than his, and with the added benefit of the soul-seizing array, coupled with the loss of the initiative, in just an instant, boundless exhaustion surged from the depths of his soul, making him want nothing more than to close his eyes and sleep until the end of time. In a single encounter, Xioning, a true person of the returning void realm, was about to be captured. It seemed his soul was about to be absorbed into the 10,000 souls banner, destined to be a miserable Palu for the rest of his life. Don't sleep. The roar was like thunder, and the clear light in the sky rippled. The sky seemed to be ignited in an instant, with surging blood and energy stirring up scorching heat waves. Blood-red light pierced through the clear sky, like a blood-red spear piercing the heavens. The young man, who was about to deal with Master Xioning, raised an eyebrow, dodged to the side, and gently slapped with his left hand. Thump! The blood dissipated, revealing a muscular, nearly 3-meter-tall man with crossed arms, who had blocked the young man's strike. He's a body cultivator, and a body cultivator at the returning to void realm. Isn't that old Jiang? Students from the 3rd Middle School of Xuanjian City quickly recognized the body cultivator's identity. But most people are still confused. Old Jiang? Who is old Jiang? Does our school have such a powerful cultivator? It's that librarian. Huh, wasn't he just at the foundation establishment stage? For a time, there was much discussion. No one expected that the frail old man, who looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind, was actually a hermit. A grand cultivator at the returning to emptiness realm, and a body cultivator at that. Having just recovered and barely managed to stand up, Zhang Yunlu stared blankly at the sky. She liked to go to the library to read, so she had chatted with the librarian a few times, but the scene in front of her was completely unexpected. So it's true that great cultivators all enjoy frolicking in the mortal world, she murmured. It's uncertain whether he's in the mortal world, but his injuries are severe, and he's probably dying soon. How did you figure that out? Zhang Yunlu was taken aback, then suddenly turned to look at Su Xing's back, and an extremely absurd guess came to mind. In the sky, old Jiang's eyes were bloodshot, and the few remaining strands of hair on his head danced in the wind. Because of the hidden injuries in his body, he had already reached his limit to block that palm strike. A dying man dares to ruin my plans. After saying that casually, the young man slapped him away like a fly. This void-returning realm body cultivator was his original choice, but now there's a better one. He'll extract this old thing's soul after dealing with Xiao Ning. At school, Su Xing watched all of this without making a move. In the sky, Master Xiaoning watched as his fellow Taoist who had come to save him was sent flying, his fate unknown, and his heart was filled with even more turmoil. He had just been caught off guard, but having learned his lesson, he was confident that he could hold out for 2 minutes until the sect's reinforcements arrived. This void-slaying evil sword qi is exactly the kind of material I desperately need for my refining technique. That fellow cultivator is a body cultivator. Taking a blow won't hurt him. Grass. Damn it, you penniless wretch. You're so poor, keep refining your myriad soul banner. I'll send you down to meet your maker today. All sorts of vulgar and obscene language poured out of Xiao Ningzhen's mouth, leaving even the demonic cultivator opposite him dumbfounded. To act like this in real life is rather unbecoming, damn it. But then a purple light shone between Master Xiaoning's brows, and a magnificent sword-intent soared into the sky. I suppose I sword chi. Buzz tilde. Everything in the city was frozen in time, turning into a black and white expanse, with only that glimmer of purple light becoming increasingly dazzling. Everyone in the school froze at the moment the sword energy was unleashed. The only ones unaffected were Su Xing and Zhang Yunlu. Don't look at me, look at them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunlu turned her gaze to the sky, her conviction growing stronger. Good. In the black and white world, the purple sword energy, like a swimming dragon, roared and surged, about to tear the demonic cultivator youth to shreds. Click. At the critical moment, something seemed to shatter the sky, and a large hand churning with demonic energy reached out from it, crushing the sword energy and grabbing at true person Xiao Ning. Above the returning to emptiness realm, a powerful figure has made a move. The change happened so fast that Master Xiaoning had no time to react and was about to lose his life. Suddenly, the previously crushed Taixu exercising sword qi reassembled, becoming dozens of times stronger than before. Even the demonic hand slowed down considerably under its influence. The next instant, the sword energy descended. Roar! A roar neither fully beastly nor fully human, filled with pain, rang out, and the shattered sky returned to its original state. The severed demonic hand returned to the size of a normal arm and fell into the deep pit underground. As for the demonic cultivator youth, his body and soul were shredded by the sword energy, and he was beyond dead. Only the myriad soul banner remained, quietly floating in the sky. At school, everyone around him remained frozen in place, but Su Xing turned to look at Zhang Yunlu. How do you feel, little girl? Zhang Yunlu opened her mouth, but said nothing. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, with too many reversals happening too quickly. I thought that Master Xiaoning was already very powerful as a void-returning realm cultivator, but that demonic cultivator was even more powerful than him. The demonic cultivator, who was even more powerful than Master Xiaoning, was powerless to resist the sword energy. The last demonic hand that appeared was clearly on a higher level, perhaps even beyond the void returning stage, but it was still severed by the reassembled sword energy. What will happen to the final demon? I'll probably die. Other immortal sects are fine, but offending the Supreme Tao sect and having an arm cut off, the demonic powerhouse's chances of survival are extremely slim. That sword energy. The Taixu exercising sword chi comes from the hands of a sword cultivator who practices the Taixu sword canon. She had seen the Tai Su sword manual on the Spirit Network. It was the supreme method of the sword sect. So you are, Zhang Yunlu's voice trembled slightly. Just as you thought. Although Su Xing never revealed his identity, he also did not intend to deliberately conceal it. As the purple sword energy dissipated, the world gradually began to regain its color. This is a great era and I love it, so I'll be staying in this city for a while. Su Xing smiled slightly at Zhang Yunlu. If we meet again, I'll give you a nice little gift. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. End of this chapter. Chapter 7. Absorbing vital energy through the internet. Few tilde. In the sky, Master Zioning breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it would be a simple task, but I almost failed here. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved the severed arm of the demonic cultivator in the deep pit below, as well as the unfinished 10,000 soul banner. Damn it! This damned old monster is bullying the weak. Does he really think I have no one backing me up? When I get back, I'll ask my senior uncle to take action and give you a good beating. He cursed under his breath as he approached the unconscious fellow cultivator. Uncle Master. Streaks of light appeared on the horizon, revealing his fellow disciples who had come with him. Perfect, now I don't have to do it myself. I can just have these junior disciples carry this fellow Taoist to the hospital. Uncle Master, that last sword strike was so cool. His sword intent is majestic and righteous, clearly indicating a great master. I never expected my uncle to have such a friend. The power of that sword strike far surpasses that of the void returning realm. Uncle Master, you wouldn't be hiding your cultivation level, would you? Hiding it my ass. You have the nerve to say that. Of the 12 nascent soul cultivators who came with you, 9 are actually incarnations. Thinking about this incident made his heart ache, but what pained him even more was the Taixu Poxy sword chi. In recent years, powerful sword cultivators who had a good relationship with him have left the central continent, making it extremely difficult for them to find a sword aura for refining techniques. Unfortunately, many of the great supernatural powers in his lineage require sword energy as a material for refining techniques. You carry this fellow Taoist on your backs and take him to the hospital first. This time, thanks to Zio Ning Zhenren suddenly stopped mid-sentence. A pure purple sword aura, with the same intensity as before, suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. The great void exercising sword chi has returned. And I didn't even realize it. Such methods, could they truly be those of the 4 elders of the sword sect, or even ancient monsters at the supreme level? In an instant, he understood many things. No wonder the sword energy that had been crushed became even stronger. Then he felt a little scared. All of this proves that the sword sect senior is nearby. If he hadn't used the sword energy brought by the purple sword talisman, that senior from the sword sect who had just emerged from seclusion would probably have watched him get crushed to death by the powerful demonic cultivator who appeared later. On the other side, after leaving Xuanjian No. 3 middle school, Su Xing continued to wander aimlessly. It wasn't until the powerful figure from the Supreme Tao sect arrived in Xuanjian City that he looked up and glanced at it. Before long, a terrifying divine sense, as vast as the ocean, swept across the entire city. Su Xing didn't take it seriously and stopped in front of a flying sword painting shop. The owner must have been busy escaping, because he didn't even close the door, but the sign next to it did say that it could be painted. Sword Chi Thunder Sound Simulation Board 1. After painting, it can simulate the sound of sword chi thunder from a sword cultivator. Custom lighting effects are available for an additional fee. It's the kind of thing I saw at school before, all flashy and useless, a typical cultivation version of Will-o'-the-Wisp. Then came version 2, which added the effect of deterring evil spirits. As for the price, it's also quite shocking, being 10 times more expensive. Of course, there is also a complete version of the Sword Aura Thunder Sound paint job, which can fully unleash the power of Sword Aura Thunder Sound, and the price is several times higher than the second type. There's one last one, and that's where things get interesting. Sword Light Differentiation Paint, Limited Edition. After painting, Sword Light Differentiation can be used 3 times. Sword Control License required. The differentiation of Sword Light is generally a standard skill for Golden Core Sword cultivators of the Sword Sect, but some geniuses also comprehend this realm during the Foundation establishment stage. However, this is a level that requires tremendous effort to reach, but now it can be achieved with just one painting. Good. Apart from the limited edition Sword Light differentiation and the complete Sword Energy Thunder Sound paint job, most of the other paint jobs are pretty much the same, all flashy but impractical things used to satisfy the vanity of young cultivators. After glancing around casually, Xing walked into the store. There were some already painted flying swords hanging on the surrounding walls, and some painting materials were inside the transparent glass cabinet. At the very back was a table with a computer and half a bowl of cold noodles on it. Perhaps I left in a hurry, so the computer was still on, but because the internet was disconnected, the image on the screen froze. The scene depicts a beautiful female cultivator with stunning looks and a captivating figure. She wears a light, flowing red dress, revealing glimpses of her alluring figure and sparking the imagination. There is also a line of small print in the upper left corner, the content of which is very simple. Xianxia is a Dao realm cultivator from the Hehuan Sect. The Dao integration realm is also known as a great power. Even within the Immortal sect, they are pillars of strength, capable of killing hundreds of void return realm cultivators like true person Zio Ning with a single slap. Life is tough, so you can make a living by performing. Xing simply sat down, took out 2 spirit stones and placed them aside as internet fees. He studied them for a while and found that the way to use them was similar to what he remembered. I tapped the screen, the frozen image went black, and then brightened up again after loading for a while. Amidst the melodious music, the powerful figure from the Hehuan Sect was dressed in light clothing, with a zither placed in front of him. It was a piece of music that Xing had never heard before. The melody was peaceful, but the person playing the piano stirred his heart. Feel free to tell us what else you'd like to hear. Her voice was soft and melodious, captivating and enchanting, clearly demonstrating an extremely sophisticated art of seduction. The barrage of comments kept popping up, with thousands of comments appearing in just 1 minute. Just then, he felt a strange suction force coming from the screen, as if trying to suck away a wisp of his essence and desires. However, they ultimately could not find their target and could only disappear helplessly. That's interesting. No wonder the Hehuan Sect was able to be whitewashed and become a righteous sect. It seems to be inseparable from this method of absorbing people's life essence through the internet. After turning off the live stream, Xing directly searched for information about the Hehuan Sect's methods. The relevant information was not concealed. This method of absorbing desires and essence through the internet was developed by a genius of the Hehuan Sect after the emergence of the Spirit Network. The practices of the Hehuan school mostly involve absorbing desires, vital energy, or harmonizing yin and yang. In ancient times, most cultivators of the Hehuan Sect who wanted to reach a higher level of cultivation had to find a suitable vessel for spiritual nourishment. This is also why the Hehuan Sect was labeled as a demonic sect. However, since the emergence of the Spirit Network and the creation of methods to absorb vital energy and desires through the network, the practice of replenishing the furnace has been gradually phased out. This method is not only safe, but also yields far greater spiritual energy and desire than the single method of tonifying the body through tonification. Shortly afterward, The Hehuan Sect consulted with the 6 major immortal sects and killed a group of stubborn and wicked cultivators within the sect, thus officially clearing their name and becoming the 7th major immortal sect in the Taixuan realm. Now it has become the most popular sect among the 7 immortal sects and the most popular sect among the younger generation of cultivators. The reasons are obvious to those who know. Moreover, the cultivators of the Hehuan Sect did not conceal the fact that this method would absorb desires and vital energy. In other words, everyone knows that watching a Hehuan Sect cultivator's live stream will drain a trace of their essence and desires. But who cares? Anyway, it won't harm your health. At most, you'll enter a state of enlightenment for a while. Don't you usually enter a state of enlightenment when you watch unhealthy content? For such a small price, you get to see a high-ranking Dao-merging expert perform. It's an absolute steal. Such chaotic essence and desires certainly can't be used directly. The Joyful Union sect must have a method for purification. But this was not released. After watching all the content, Xing opened the live streaming platform he had just used and returned to the live stream room of the Hehuan Sect female cultivator. He let it continue playing and then got up and walked out. End of this chapter. Chapter 8 Civil Engineering is going crazy late these days. More than half an hour later, the alarm was lifted after the Grand Master of the Supreme Dao Sect completed his inspection. People gradually emerged from the various sect headquarters and schools. The owner of a sword painting shop was delayed for a while, and when he returned, he found a lot of people loitering in front of the shop. Does this mean we've got some business coming in? However, when he saw the situation inside the store, especially when he saw several people standing next to the computer, and some sounds that were inappropriate to be played in a public place were coming from the computer. Who the hell touched the computer? Xing, who caused all of this, has already exchanged some spirit stones for some money in this era, and is preparing to rent a place to stay first. In the city center, a multi-story building has several large characters prominently displayed on its side. Sword Sect Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. Sword State is the largest state under the Sword Sect's rule. The Sword Sect's Miscellaneous Affairs Hall branch is located in Xuanjian City, which is dedicated to handling such matters. The accommodations rented through the Sword Sect's Miscellaneous Affairs Hall are relatively more expensive, but they are simpler and faster. 2 security guards stood at the gate, one carrying a long sword on his back, and the other with a spinning sword pellet floating beside him. Both of them were at the golden core stage, and each had a white jade pendant hanging from their waist, indicating that they were outer disciples of the Sword Sect. It looks rather abstract. There were quite a few people coming and going, but Xing walked in without attracting anyone's attention. As one of the 7 great immortal sects, the Sword Sect has absolute confidence that no one dares to cause trouble in the Sword Sect, not even a branch of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. It was precisely because of the recent battle between true person Xiao Ning and the demonic cultivators that they sent 2 golden core sword cultivators to act as security guards to maintain appearances. The layout of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall was similar to the service hall in Xing's memory, with a huge Xuan Guang mirror hanging above, displaying various information rapidly. Most of the staff behind the service windows were only at the Qi refining or foundation establishment stage, with only 1 or 2 at the golden core stage. They were all young cultivators. One of the signs was clearly written, Sword Sect Cultivator Internal Passage. This can be considered a small perk for the Sword Sect cultivators. Since no one was around, Xing walked over directly and took out a cyan jade tablet. Hello, I'd like to rent a place to live. The person in charge of this area is a girl who looks about the same age as Zhang Yunlu. She is also one of the few golden core cultivators here and an outer disciple of the Sword Sect. Name Xiao Yuning. Realm Golden Core. Okay, please wait a moment while I verify your identity. Xiao Yuning took the cyan jade pendant and inserted it into a device similar to a card reader. Soon, several lines of text and a photo appeared on the computer screen. Name Susandao. Realm Nascent Soul. Position, Outer Gate Law Enforcement Hall Deacon. The information is quite simple. After all, cultivation is a very private matter, and sects wouldn't delve into the details of their disciples' lives. But Susando. No, Uncle Master, is it appropriate for you to use such a name as a nascent soul sword cultivator from the Sword Sect? After mentally complaining and confirming that the appearance matched the photo, she took out a square machine with a thumb-sized groove in the middle. Please infuse a trace of your magic power to confirm my identity, Uncle Master. Xing nodded and raised his hand to inject a strand of nascent soul level, Tai Su sword manual magic power. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Well, why isn't it showing up yet? It's usually never delayed. Standing up, Zhuo Yuning tapped the computer twice and gave Xing an apologetic smile. Please wait a little longer, Uncle Master. Don't mess it up. She doesn't want to cause trouble in such a leisurely position. Bang bang. After 2 more taps, text finally appeared on the computer screen. Confirmed. Few tilde. Relieved, Zhuo Yuning's professional smile returned. All right, Martial Ant, do you have any specific requirements for your accommodation? A quiet and spacious place would be fine. After hearing the request and carefully selecting the materials, she quickly handed one to Xing. How about this place? It's located near a spiritual vein node with abundant spiritual energy, and since you're a deacon of the law hall, the rent can be reduced by 30% according to regulations. Xing glanced at it casually. Okay, this one will do. Upon hearing his agreement, Zhuo Yuning took 3 small wooden plaques and a certificate from the drawer and handed them back to him, along with the cyan jade plaque. This is the central part of the formation. Uncle, please go to the payment counter to pay, and someone will take you there. Thanks. After thanking him, Xing turned and left. Watching him walk away, Zhuo Yuning sat down and patted the instrument that could identify magical power. The cultivation world is never short of ways to disguise oneself. Not only appearance, but even magical aura and soul fluctuations can be disguised. However, this new magic power identification system is connected to the supreme ancestral sword. No cultivator can hide the true nature of their magic power in front of the ancestral sword. Logically, it should provide feedback immediately without any delay. Bang bang. She tapped it twice more, and when she felt that was enough, she put the instrument back in its original position. My master once said that if something is broken, just pat it a couple of times and it will be fine. If that doesn't work, then it's really broken. As evening fell, thick, dark clouds covered the entire sky, and rumbling thunder could be heard from time to time, indicating that the rain was going to be heavy. The central continent is extremely vast. Jianzhou alone is equivalent to the total surface area of dozens of blue stars in the previous life. Therefore, Xuanjian City covers a very large area, comparable to the largest provinces in the previous life. The most famous residential area in the city features neatly arranged 3-story villas with exquisite interior layouts. Xing had already signed the contract and took out the array's central core, which resembled a small wooden plaque, and gently touched it. Buzz tilde. Ripples spread through the air, and the array covering the entire villa opened a passage. This is a rather rudimentary bewitching spirit gathering array, which can only keep out small animals such as cats, dogs, mosquitoes, ants, and rats. Even a lowly cultivator in the chi refining stage could break through it with brute force. It also includes an alchemy room, a weapon refining room, a spiritual spring, a quiet room with refreshing incense, and a full range of other recreational facilities. Most importantly, this place is protected by the Sword Sect. Even that demonic cultivator didn't dare to attack it today. Generally speaking, it's similar to the cave dwelling he rented before he went into seclusion, but the comfort level is far superior. Then we'll refine the formation to prevent anyone from accidentally entering. Upon entering the villa, Xing wandered around. Several rhombus-shaped crystals were embedded in the walls of each room. These were the array bases of the air conditioning formation. It was also created by the Holy Emperor Abyss. It can regulate the temperature within a certain range, but the lower and upper limits are not high, so it is classified as an auxiliary formation. After walking around for a while, he walked to the huge French windows and saw large raindrops falling and the flowers and plants in the garden swaying in the wind. Looking up at the sky, lightning flashed and a storm was brewing. Suddenly, a fist-shaped imprint shot into the sky from afar, striking the thick, dark clouds directly. In an instant, amidst the blinding light, the thick, dark clouds were pushed to the edge, like a circular blank area erased by an eraser in the middle of a gray painting. On the television screen next to them, a construction team was being interviewed. Due to construction needs, we have decided to make minor changes to the celestial phenomena. This has been approved by the Sword Sect's Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. We hope that all cultivators will not imitate this. In the scene, a person in the distance slowly retracts their fist, presumably the one who just made the move. Civil engineering these days is really intense. End of this chapter. Chapter 9. Sword Sect influencers arrive, speeding leads to arrest. Those cultivators whose power originates from themselves can easily alter celestial phenomena once they reach the nascent soul stage. Therefore, nowadays some famous construction teams will be equipped with a nascent soul-level cultivator to create a good construction environment when necessary. After all, most DAO integration realm experts are doing live streaming, so it doesn't seem like a big deal for nascent soul cultivators to do this. But that's not the case. It is important to know that once a practitioner embarks on the path of cultivation, their mindset will unconsciously change, and they will subconsciously believe that they and ordinary people are two different kinds of beings. Given the vastness of the central continent, a nascent soul stage cultivator could have easily carved out a territory and acted arrogantly before he went into seclusion, yet now he willingly works on civil engineering. The Holy Emperor Abyss is truly remarkable. Xing felt a surge of emotion. It was still raining outside. The punch hadn't affected the weather here. The little flowers in the garden outside were swaying precariously in the wind and rain. A hazy curtain of rain shrouded the world, obscuring the view of the distance. Back in front of the TV, it was broadcasting live from the construction site of the construction team. Several golden core cultivators were seen working together to fill in the large crater created during the fight at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fossils become mud, pointing to the earth to turn into steel simplified version, and summoning wind and rain improved version. Amidst the light of numerous spells, various building materials flew about in the sky, and even Xing was amazed by the way some of these spells were used. Judging from this, it won't be long before the damaged buildings can be rebuilt. Gradually, the sky darkened and the rain stopped. Xing turned off the TV, got up, and went outside. The air was exceptionally fresh after the rain. There were petals and leaves scattered on the ground. Perhaps it was because of that punch, but this rain was unusually heavy, and the various flowers in the garden were ravaged and scattered. Xing glanced at it, raised his hand and waved it, the vortex swirling up the petals and leaves on the ground and throwing them into the trash can on the side of the road outside. Then looking up, I saw countless shooting stars of different colors streaking across the night sky. Those were the cultivators' escape lights. Various colored streaks of light pierced the starry sky, some of which carried a familiar aura. When Xianxia City was attacked, relatives and friends who were away from home naturally couldn't sit still. Even if only a portion of them returned, it was still a considerable number. Inside the city hall, the mayor was a little flustered by the scene. What if some poor devils from the demonic path sneaked in? Isn't this mess we encountered today caused by some penniless bastard from the demonic path? Moreover, we still don't know who exactly is responsible for the major repair that came out of the pass, so we can't afford to make a mess of things now. However, the fact that the powerful figures from the Supreme Dao sect had not yet left reassured him considerably. Xing gazed at the night sky for a while, watching the endless stream of streaks of light, then turned and went inside. Senior brother, Everyone says that the cultivator who has emerged from seclusion this time is a senior of our sword sect, but which senior is it exactly? Three figures rode swords side by side. They were all young men, dressed in blue outfits that were clearly the attire of inner disciples of the sword sect many years ago. At their waists was a blue jade pendant with the character sword engraved on it. This indicates that all three are inner disciples of the sword sect, and to have reached the nascent soul stage at such a young age puts them among the best of the inner disciples. The young man in the middle had a calm demeanor, and his magical power was vast and vigorous, making him seem like a precious sword hidden in its sheath. Don't ask any more questions. I can only say that this is an incredible opportunity. We cultivators may only have one chance like this in our entire lives, xianxia said in a deep voice. The two people beside him were startled upon hearing this. They both knew that their senior brother had a powerful background and outstanding talent, and was a potential powerhouse who could achieve Tao integration. I have something to say to my two junior brothers. Please speak, senior brother. His attitude made the two of them dare not be careless at all. Never, ever bully others by taking advantage of your power. Senior brother is joking. I have always been kind to others, the young man on the left said with a smile. I understand, the young man on the right replied sullenly. Xianxia said no more. Unlike his two junior brothers who knew nothing, he learned some inside information through his elders, so he paid a great price to get this opportunity. The senior sword masters who emerged from seclusion this time were always eager to give opportunities to their juniors, and this time was especially special. This is exactly the opportunity he wants to seize. However, this senior is also extremely ruthless. If you accidentally anger him, not only will he be implicated, but even his elders will be affected. However, opportunities and risks coexist. If one can obtain this opportunity, not only can one attain the Tao, but one may also be able to glimpse the realm of a higher level. With his mind racing, Xianxia looked at the approaching Xuanjian city, a surge of excitement welling up inside him. Junior brothers, let's go faster. Before he finished speaking, the sword light suddenly intensified. Perhaps the senior is watching right now and can leave an impression. Ha ha ha, senior brother, wait for me. The two stood one in front of the other, their swords flashing like startled swans. The seemingly dull young man, however, maintained his original speed. Senior brothers, if nothing unexpected happens and I haven't miscalculated, I must have been speeding right. The great masters of the Supreme Tao sect and true man Xioning haven't left yet. Sure enough, less than a minute later, a giant hand of primordial energy appeared out of thin air, grabbed the two of them, and then quickly retracted back into the municipal building. Oh no, we're speeding. No, I know I was wrong, senior. The screams of the two echoed in the night sky. Seeing this, the sullen young man scratched his head, then changed direction and flew towards the city hall, though his speed was. It slowed down a bit more. The Supreme Taoist sect is a friendly sect. At most, they will teach the two senior brothers a lesson. There will definitely be no danger. Meanwhile, at Zhang Yunlu's home, Zhang Yunlu was absent-mindedly eating her rice. Zhang Ziu, who was sitting opposite her, was a little worried, but when asked, she only said that she had been frightened today. I'm full, Zhang Yunlu put down her chopsticks. Zhang Ziu glanced at the bowl of rice that was still more than half full. Then go and rest first, Zio Lu. If you really can't, I'll ask for leave for you tomorrow. Tilda. I don't know if she heard me or not, but she swayed back to her bedroom. Tilda, Zhang Ziu sighed. After his parents passed away, Zhang Yunlu became his only relative, but due to the age difference, he never really knew how to get along with his younger sister. Even if he wanted to offer comfort, he didn't know where to begin. And those people. But after such a thing happened, they should probably quiet down a bit these days. Inside the bedroom, Zhang Yunlu lay sprawled on the bed, her eyes somewhat vacant. The image of that purple sword light and the demonic hand that had been severed kept replaying in her mind. The clash of supernatural powers between those who have attained the Tao will inevitably affect the viewers. To ordinary people, the consequences range from minor damage to the soul, turning them into idiots, to severe death. But Zhang Yunlu was different. She was at the qi refining stage, and her soul was stronger than that of ordinary people. In addition, Su Xing helped her weaken the influence, so the scene of powerful beings fighting each other turned into a trial. Not only will they not suffer any losses, but they can also benefit from them. If one possesses exceptional comprehension, one might even be able to glean insights from it, such as the Tai Su Sword Manual and the cultivation methods of the demonic cultivators. Even if one's comprehension is not that high, it can still have the effect of tempering one's character and enhancing one's spirit. It's just that the process wasn't so easy. End of this chapter. Chapter 10. You admitted your mistake. At 11 p.m. last night, sword cultivators Lin and Feng violated traffic rules by speeding while flying on their swords. According to the traffic management regulations, the two were sentenced to 10 days of detention and fined 2,000 spirit coins. We understand that you monks are eager to return home and want to confirm the safety of your relatives and friends, but please be sure to abide by traffic rules. A giant mirror hanging on the building is broadcasting the news. He was clearly a sword cultivator from the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect was always quite strict with its own cultivators in such matters. Zhang Yunlu, dressed in a blue and white school uniform, was biting into a baked pancake and holding a cup of soy milk in her other hand. She couldn't help but mutter to herself when she heard the news. She was tormented by that scene all night, and she was even planning to ask her brother to help her take the day off. She doesn't know when she fell asleep. But to my surprise, I felt much better after waking up. My dizziness has subsided, my legs are no longer sore, and even the recurring images in my mind have stopped. Now that she had recovered, she certainly wouldn't waste time at home, so despite her brother's objections, she insisted on coming to school. With the college entrance exam approaching, we can't afford to waste any time. As she walked, she remembered Su Xing, whom she had met yesterday. Su Xing, who exactly is this big shot from the Sword Sect? She had only ever seen such things in novels and movies, and she never imagined that she would actually encounter one herself. When the protagonist in a novel or movie encounters a big shot of this caliber, he might not rise to the top overnight, but he'll at least get some treasures that the big shot doesn't want. As a result, not only was I tricked into saying a lot of things, but I was also forcibly harassed by those two images at night, tormenting me to the point of near death. It was all a lie, after all. There's no way you can get something for nothing so easily. It is said that the great cultivators of ancient times all seem to value a kind of fate. Didn't that person say yesterday that if we have the chance to meet again, he would give me a nice little gift? But powerful cultivators come and go without a trace, and Xuanjian City is so big, how easy is it to meet them? She kicked a small pebble off the roadside and quickened her pace. The pebble rolled forward and finally stopped at the feet of a somewhat simple-minded young man. He was frowning, as if he was worried about something. The two senior brothers were detained for speeding on their swords, and it was personally arrested by Master Xioning, with powerful seniors from the Supreme Tao sect also present. They will not be able to get out for the next 10 days. Let's do as my senior brother says and go do the sect mission first. Although it's unclear what senior brother Lin's private plans are, the three of them have officially accepted a mission from the sect. Time is limited, and the two senior brothers won't be out for a while. If the task isn't completed, contribution points will be deducted. However, this mission requires at least 3 people, so I need to find 2 more sword cultivators at the nascent soul stage or above. He touched the golden jade pendant at his waist. This golden jade pendant was not the kind worn by disciples of the Sword Sect, but rather the symbol of Lin Xianxian's family. The Lin family wields considerable influence within the Sword Sect, so most Sword Sect cultivators give them face. I hope the token my senior gave me will be useful. Otherwise, why would other cultivators help you for no reason? Let's go check out the miscellaneous affairs hall here first. Most of the nascent soul sword cultivators contacted through the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall are members of the sect. It's naturally better to work with members of the sect on missions within the sect. Just then Zhang Yunlu passed by him, and as if touched by something, her sword intent trembled slightly. A glint flashed in his eyes, and he saw through Zhang Yunlu's cultivation level directly. 8th level of Qi refining, a very ordinary realm, yet she could still touch his sword intent. Who is this little girl? A sense of curiosity arose in his heart, and without much hesitation, he followed them. At the entrance of Xuanjian City No. 3 Middle School, many students walked into the school in groups. Zhang Yunlu also met a few classmates she was fairly close to. The group walked and chatted, looking quite happy. In a secluded corner not far away, the young man from the sword sect watched Zhang Yunlu's retreating figure with a furrowed brow. As a nascent soul sword cultivator, Zhang Yunlu naturally couldn't detect him. But after watching the whole way, he still couldn't see anything wrong with it. Never mind, I'll go take care of some important business in the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall first, and then come back to observe after I've finished my task. There are nascent soul stage directors and deity transformation stage principals in the school. If I go in any further, I might be discovered. I have to stop here for now. He turned to leave, intending to go directly to the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall, but as he passed through a hidden alley, he slipped and turned inside. The alley was deserted and very quiet when a black cat leaped onto the wall and meowed at him. Meow tilde. He then jumped off the wall and disappeared. Friend, there's no one here, you can come out now. The sound echoed through the alley, but received no response. Not long after he left the vicinity of the school, he noticed that someone was following him. Oh? In broad daylight, how dare they follow a sword cultivator from the sword sect? Do they really think his sword is useless? Suddenly, he felt a tingling sensation down his back, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned around and slashed. Rub! A bright, crescent-shaped purple sword light slashed out diagonally, illuminating a masked man who had appeared out of nowhere. He was dressed in ordinary sportswear, wearing a mask, and his eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent. Click! The purple sword light was easily crushed. The attack was as swift as lightning, and in an instant it was in front of him, grabbed his neck and slammed him against the wall, giving him no chance to strike again. A violent and intense surge of magical power rushed into his body, an unshakable force that gripped his energy channels and sealed off all his magical power. Body cultivation. Their cultivation level is even higher than mine. Why would someone of this level of physical cultivation be able to detect it? Grass. I've been hooked. This person deliberately let him notice. Under the powerful pressure of the aura, he felt the scene before him begin to blur. The walls around him were covered with talismans, and the semicircular area formed by the dim light sealed off all movement here. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it. No wonder they came out with such ruthless methods. You damned bastards, can't you just behave yourselves for a while? The voice is neutral, like many people's voices mixed together, making it difficult to distinguish, but you can still feel the suppressed anger in it. I'm fucking... Bang! A punch was already coming at his face, making him dizzy and his vision blurred. I didn't. Bang! Listen to me. Bang bang. He was beaten so badly that he couldn't even speak. What the hell did I do to offend you? Bite. The golden jade pendant fell to the ground with a crisp sound, and the continuous punches finally stopped. The masked man picked up the jade pendant and seemed to pause for a moment. You actually dare to lay a hand on the Lin family. The young man's consciousness was already somewhat blurred, but he still shouted it out upon hearing it. That's my senior brothers. The voice was somewhat muffled. After a moment of silence, are you from the sword sect? Nonsense, hissed Tilda. Perhaps it aggravated his wound, as half of his broken tooth fell out, causing him to gasp in pain. Suppressing his grievances and anger, he used a wisp of magic to alleviate the pain. I'm Li Fengping from the sword sect, Who are you? Why are you attacking me for no reason? Then why did you run into the alley? I wanted to kill you, but who knew you were even more powerful than me? You've been following me, so of course I'm going to lure you out. Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. You've mistaken me for someone else. Holy crap. Before he could utter a curse, a pill was forcibly shoved into his mouth. The medicine took effect quickly, and a tingling sensation spread through the wounds on his face. When his vision cleared up, the masked man and the talisman stuck around him had all disappeared. Meow tilde. The black cat jumped down from his head and landed in front of him. Through its amber cat eyes, he saw his swollen head. The black cat circled him once, then turned and left. Looking at the empty alley, Li Fengping could no longer suppress the grievances in his heart. What the hell did I do to deserve this? Please add this to your favorites and share it. End of this chapter. Chapter 11 Mission. At noon, in the lobby of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall, Zhuo Yuning propped her head up with one hand and yawned out of boredom. This job is good, but it's usually too leisurely. In his other hand, he was holding a phone and flipping through a recently popular novel. He couldn't help but wonder when he could become a great cultivator like those in the books, wielding his sword freely and vanquishing demons to protect the righteous path. Knock knock. The sudden sound startled her. Turning around, I saw a strange man standing outside, his head wrapped in bandages, not a single gap visible. Zhuo Yuning suddenly stood up. You audacious fiend! How dare you cause trouble in the Sword Sect's Miscellaneous Affairs Hall? Do all the new generation of Sword Sect disciples talk like this? Li Fengping took out the blue jade pendant that represented his identity. I'm not a demon, I'm here to do business. This is quite awkward. So it's you, Uncle Master, is there anything you need? Zhuo Yuning blushed, her toes digging into the ground, wishing she could disappear into a crack in the earth. She quickly took the jade pendant and retrieved her identity information. Name Li Fengping. Realm Nascent Soul. Identity Inner Disciple. Then she took out the instrument that could identify magical power. Please infuse a trace of your magic power to confirm my identity, Uncle Master. Li Fengping had done many missions before, so he was quite familiar with the process. After he injected a trace of magic power, text immediately appeared on the computer screen. Certification successful. This time it's pretty fast, Zhuo Yuning muttered to herself. May I ask what business you need to have with me, Martial Uncle? My two senior brothers and I came to Xuanjian City on a mission, but they accidentally ran into some trouble, so I'd like to contact some fellow disciples in the nascent soul stage nearby for help. As he spoke, Li Fengping took out the Lin family's keepsake. The specific tasks and compensation can be discussed after we meet. The Lin family's belongings. Among the people caught speeding last night, there seems to be one surnamed Lin. Could it be that the two senior brothers he mentioned are the two sword cultivators who were caught speeding last night? Okay, I will inform the nearby nascent soul cultivators. Please wait a moment. Zhuo Yuning had a professional smile on her face. Thank you for your trouble. Li Fengping nodded, turned and walked out, intending to sit in the main hall of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall and wait for news. There's no way I can go out. My two senior brothers and I seem to be having a lot of bad luck lately. Inside the Sword Sect's villa complex, Su Xing spent a morning arranging everything under the guise of Su Sando. He is currently sitting on the sofa, browsing the spirit network. However, Su Sando was ostensibly an outer sect steward at the nascent soul stage, so he naturally received the message from the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. Do inner disciples need someone to do a mission? The accompanying photo was of an exquisite gold jade plaque with the character Lin engraved on it. Su Xing got up from the sofa and looked outside. All right. After replying to the message, I walked straight outside. Miscellaneous Affairs Building. Uncle Master Sando, please come this way with me. Zhuo Yuning was outside the building. Upon seeing Su Xing, she immediately stepped forward to lead the way. But what is this three-sword uncle called? Shouldn't it be Uncle Su, right? It was a minor matter, so he didn't pay much attention to it and followed Zhu Yuning into a prepared reception hall. Li Fengping's unique appearance caught his eye a few more times. The Lin family's reputation was still very useful. Besides him, 5 other nascent soul sword cultivators had also arrived. The 5 individuals had varying auras, with the strongest being a burly man in a suit who was already in the late nascent soul stage. His robust muscles stretched the suit taut, and if it weren't for his chilling sword intent, others might mistake him for a body cultivator. The other 4 were also quite powerful, and 2 of them were probably brothers, looking exactly alike. They were all observing people other than themselves. 7 nascent soul sword cultivators. This is already a very powerful force in Xuanjian City. Greetings to my fellow senior brothers and sisters. My name is Li Fengping. Li Fengping cupped his hands in greeting. The youngest person here is older than him, and since everyone's cultivation level is similar, it's not a problem to address him like that. Aren't you a member of the Lin family? The burly man asked directly. I am not, but my senior brother is. He said that as long as all the senior brothers are willing to help, all the contribution points will belong to you, and there will be additional rewards. So good. Did a pie fall from the sky? Junior brother Li, if I'm not mistaken, you seem to be injured. The speaker was a sword cultivator with a deathly pale face. He must have practiced a yin-type sword technique, as a murderous aura lingered between his brows. Is your injury related to this mission? It has nothing to do with me. Li Fengping gritted his teeth, feeling aggrieved at the thought. I was beaten by some madman who appeared out of nowhere. If that's the case, how are you so sure that person wasn't there for your mission? He really didn't want to say it, but he had to because of the current situation. Because after that person attacked me, he said he was wrong and even gave me some medicine. Otherwise, my injuries wouldn't have healed so quickly. It turned out to be the truth, and Su Xing was somewhat amused. The unlucky kid really did get a beating. You secretly followed someone's sister. Who else should I hit if not you? However, from his perspective, it was indeed very inexplicable. Su Xing knew the whole story, but the others didn't, and they all felt that Li Fengping was hiding something. Finally, a spirited female swordsman spoke up. Junior brother, please introduce the mission details first. She carried a black longsword on her back, had handsome features, and beautiful amber eyes that shone with divine light, clearly indicating that she had cultivated corresponding supernatural powers. Okay, Li Fengping quickly explained, afraid that everyone would leave. My 2 senior brothers and I are on an investigation mission. It was issued by an elder who once discovered a secret realm in Xuanjian City. After expending all his energy to enter, he gained nothing. After returning to his sect, he studied the sect's records and discovered that someone was actually raising a sword in that secret realm. He originally intended to come and investigate in person, but there were matters within the sect that required his attention, and he couldn't get away, so he issued a mission. If any of you senior brothers are willing to go, I will send you the information about the secret realm. He briefly introduced the task without saying anything extra. He wasn't very good at socializing, and this kind of thing was usually done by senior brother Feng. I'm not interested. The burly man shook his head and turned to leave. The 2 sword cultivators, who looked very similar, exchanged a glance and then turned and left. I'm not interested either. The pale-faced man also left. The offer was good, but he didn't trust it, and besides, they weren't a member of the Lin family, so it wasn't worth taking the risk for such a small contribution. Li Fengping could only look at the remaining 2 people. If they left too, he would really be helpless. I'm quite interested. Su Xing naturally wasn't going to leave. Count me in. The female swordsman showed no intention of leaving. Futilda. Thankfully, including myself, we now have a total of 3 people. Thank you, senior brother and senior sister, Li Fengping said solemnly. You're welcome. The female swordsman nodded, then extended her hand to Su Xing, Jiang Jing. Su Xing shook hands with her, Su Sando. Jiang Jing and Li Fengping were both stunned for a moment, just like Zhu Yuning had been before. You, a sword cultivator, have such a name. End of this chapter. Chapter 12. A sharp edge cuts through the weather. Despite his inner grumbling, Li Fengping quickly sent the two of them the relevant information about the secret realm. It was an auxiliary secret realm, existing in relation to the real world but not visible to the world. Even the entrance required a special method to open, and the only known entrance was located halfway up a mountain on the outskirts of Xuanjian City. According to the information, many sword-attribute Tangshuan grasses grow on the outer perimeter of the secret realm, which is why the elder judged that the secret realm was a place for nurturing swords. A sword capable of generating an entire secret realm. Its master was at least a master swordsman in his lifetime, Jiang Jing commented after reading it. This journey is very dangerous. Li Fengping nodded and continued to explain. Senior sister is right. It is indeed dangerous for us to retrieve the sword of that sword master with our abilities, so all we need to do is gather information. In addition to the basic contribution points for the mission, the sect will also issue additional contribution points based on the value of the information we provide. As the core of the Sword Sect's current mission rankings, the ancestral sword is absolutely fair. That makes sense. If things don't work out, we can back out in time. Why do you all think that Sword Cultivator is no longer alive? Su Xing suddenly asked. Perhaps that Sword Cultivator is still alive. The room suddenly fell silent. After a few seconds of silence, Li Fengping smiled bitterly. Senior brother Sando, don't scare me. The information also says that the sword-nurturing secret realm has existed for more than 1,500 years. Even a great swordsman, or even a sword cultivator above that level, probably wouldn't let his sword leave him for that long. If the owner of this secret realm for nurturing swords were still alive. If the sword's owner is still alive, why didn't the elder show up to stop him when he entered the secret realm? Jiang Jing calmly analyzed. The elders of the Sword Sect are all at the returning Void Realm. Even if they are at the Dao Integration Realm or above, they would not allow a returning Void Sword Cultivator to enter their sword-nourishing secret realm. Right. That's true, Su Xing smiled. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. How long do you need to prepare, senior brothers and sisters? I'm available anytime, Jiang Jing said calmly. But how long will it take for your injury, junior brother Li, to heal? It's just a superficial injury. It's nothing serious. Li Fengping ripped the gauze off, and a wisp of sword energy severed it, causing it to fall in disarray. But his head had grown larger, swollen like a pig's head, covered in bruises and dark marks, and his right eye was so swollen that he couldn't open it. Your look is quite interesting, even more comical than the last one, Su Xing commented. Jiang Jing almost burst out laughing when she saw his expression, but she held it in. Was the person who attacked junior brother a body cultivator? Right. If he weren't a body cultivator, he would have recovered from these injuries long ago. Each body cultivator practices a special method of generating internal energy, making their injuries extremely difficult to heal, especially external injuries. I don't know which body cultivator created this method. It's truly outrageous. But it's all right. The body cultivator who attacked me gave me a pill. Although these superficial injuries will take some time to heal, they no longer affect my combat strength. Li Fengping took out a new gauze and wrapped it around his head, layer by layer. It would be better to keep it wrapped up. Does senior brother Sando need time to prepare? Need not. Good. A few minutes later, the three left the miscellaneous affairs hall building, arrived at an open space, and soared into the sky. The flight path of a nascent soul cultivator on a sword is much higher than that of a foundation establishment cultivator. As far as the eye can see, only streaks of light can be seen passing by. Li Fengping led the way, followed closely by Jiang Jing, while Su Xing trailed behind at a leisurely pace. The three of them were not particularly fast amidst the passing streaks of light. It wasn't that Li Fengping's sword escape technique was bad. The Sword Sect's sword control technique was unparalleled, far surpassing ordinary object control methods. The reason for slowing down was mainly because his two senior brothers were caught speeding. We need to be more cautious. Even so, the nascent soul stage is not a low level of cultivation, and the speed is extremely fast. Before long, the three of them arrived at the mountain peak on the outskirts of Xuanjian City, where the secret realm was located. The vegetation was lush, birds chirped, tigers, wolves, monkeys, and apes howled, and even giant snakes as thick as buckets could be seen swimming around. But they were all ordinary beasts, and no monsters or spirits were hiding among them. The three slowed down and landed in the forest. Continuing up the mountain path, we eventually came to a huge rock that jutted outwards. By this time, many ferocious beasts had already noticed the commotion and quietly followed the three. Their eyes were greedy, and the cultivator's breathing of spiritual energy and his flesh and blood were extremely attractive to the ferocious beasts and monsters. Snort! With a cold snort, the nascent soul stage cultivator's magical pressure spread out, and many ferocious beasts were instantly frightened by this terrifying aura. Their fur stood on end, and they turned and fled in all directions. Only after the surrounding ferocious beasts had all fled did Li Fengping withdraw his magical pressure. Most of the ferocious beasts on this mountain have the potential to become spirits or demons, but none of them have actually become spirits. Jiang Jing noticed something was wrong. This is very unreasonable. This place is full of spiritual energy. It shouldn't be like this. Moreover, she had never heard of anyone regularly exterminating monsters on this mountain. It's good that you noticed something was wrong so quickly, because their weather system has been disrupted. Su Xing didn't hesitate to say more to this relatively decent junior disciple. Jiang Jing was taken aback. Senior brother Sandao also knows the art of observing qi. I know a little bit. Su Xing smiled slightly and continued to explain, and the reason for all this is precisely the purpose of our trip. A secret realm. That's right. The elder who issued the mission opened the secret realm back then, causing a trace of energy to leak out of the secret realm. Perhaps that sword disliked demons and monsters, so it cut off their potential to become demons. Jiang Jing seemed to be deep in thought, then suddenly looked up, her eyes sparkling. A thick green mist rises and stretches for miles. This is the atmosphere of the entire mountain and the creatures within it. Logically speaking, the atmosphere within several miles should be enough to give birth to a powerful demon comparable to a nascent soul cultivator. But above the dense, heavy azure aura, a wisp of red light was extremely dazzling, sharp and fierce, suppressing or rather cutting off the entire mountain and even the aura of the creatures within it. Under the suppression of that wisp of red light, not only could the wild beasts in the mountains not generate any spirituality, but even the mountain itself could not give rise to any spirituality. Soon, Jiang Jing felt a sharp pain in her pupils and had to stop using her supernatural powers. Just as she closed her eyes to rest. Junior brother Li, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and open the secret realm, Su Xing urged. Isn't this me listening to you? Moreover, what I just said was also part of the mission. Li Fengping muttered to himself, took out a talisman, infused it with magic power and threw it forward. The talismans fluttered and soon burst into flames. The space in front of them began to distort, collapsing inwards. The area grew larger and larger, eventually forming an elliptical vortex large enough for 3 people to pass through. The vortex was filled with churning gray mist, from which a faint red light emanated, making it appear extremely eerie. It's open. I'll go in first, you guys follow as soon as possible. With that, Su Xing walked straight into it, his figure disappearing into the churning gray mist. Senior brother Sandao is really carefree. Jiang Jing opened her eyes at this moment and frowned, and she saw the gray vortex that was glowing red. The mere glimpse of its sharp edge severed the aura of an entire mountain. This secret realm is definitely not simple, and what's more, Senior Brother Three Blades was able to discover the reason so quickly. He drew his longsword and held it in his hand, feeling much calmer before stepping into the gray vortex. The two went inside. Li Fengping glanced around and, after confirming that nothing was amiss, followed them in. Please add this to your favorites and share it. End of this chapter. Chapter 13, Red Moon Secret Realm. The gray fog blocked Divine senses to some extent, but it quickly became clear again after passing through the passage. Red. As far as the eye could see, everything was crimson, with dense clusters of red sword-leaf mystic grass growing on the boundless plain. A scarlet moon hung in the sky, its light chilling and eerie. Thick chains emerged from nowhere, stretching out and wrapping around a distant mountain. The entire mountain resembles a long sword thrusting into the ground, its dark red color standing out prominently against the plains covered with mystical grass. The ground was covered with mysterious grass that swayed in the wind, looking like a surging sea of blood from afar, and even the air was filled with a faint fishy smell. There are so many mystic grasses, Jiang Jing's eyes were filled with shock. Tangshuan grass is a spiritual plant that can be influenced by intention. When sword cultivators consume pills made primarily from Tangshuan grass with sword path attributes, they can achieve the effect of tempering their magical power and honing their soul. A single Tangshuan grass with sword attributes can be exchanged for a considerable number of contribution points within the sword sect, and right before us lies a vast Tangshuan grassland. But Jiang Jing and Li Fengping both suppressed their urge to pick the fruit. If it were an unsuspecting cultivator entering the secret realm, they would probably have already started looting it, but they are different. The information mentioned that the team led by that elder almost got wiped out because of doing the same thing. This secret realm is extremely special. For every Xuan grass you pick, you will be struck by a sword aura equivalent to a full force attack from your current cultivation level. The elder was already very cautious back then, only daring to pick a dozen or so plants for observation. But this action caused more than a dozen sword energies to appear at the same time. He barely managed to block them, but the scattered sword energies cut off a large patch of Tangshuan grass. If he hadn't used his trump card, he would have died in this secret realm. The information did not mention the second half, but it left a warning, telling those doing the task not to touch the mystic grass. The elder's goal is to subdue the swords in this sword-nurturing ground, which can only be. Jiang Jing looked at the sword-shaped mountain in the distance. Is that the sword the elder wants? That's right. Senior brother Lin told me that once we hand over the task, the elder will come in person. To prevent the news from leaking out, the elder only issued this one mission. The reason for choosing this time to release the task is because of Lingwen. He learned that a senior sword sect member had emerged from seclusion in Xuanjian City. Based on this and some rumors within the sect, he deduced that the senior sword sect member who had emerged from seclusion was at least at the Dao integration stage. He himself was only at the void returning stage, so it was quite difficult for him to subdue a sword that was at least at the Dao integration stage. But if a senior from the sword sect were present and saw a junior in distress, would they just stand by and do nothing? After achieving Dao integration, a sword cultivator's spirit merges with their sword. No matter how good the sword is, they will not abandon their own, thus greatly reducing the possibility of even coveting it. Isn't this the best help? There couldn't be a better opportunity. Some factions within the sect also wanted to know which sword sect ancestor had emerged from seclusion near Xuanjian City, so as to make plans for the future. Therefore, they arranged for a disciple from one of their factions to participate in this mission. So, apart from Lin Qiuxian having a clear purpose, the sword cultivator surnamed Feng also had ulterior motives for coming to Xuanjian City. As for Li Fengping, he really didn't know anything and was just there to make up the numbers. As a result, the two were detained while he got away scot-free. Judging from the appearance of this secret realm, it was probably created by a powerful figure in the demonic path. Jiang Jing shook her head slightly. The elder seems to have been somewhat ill-considered. She didn't think highly of the elder's idea of subduing the sword. Li Fengping shook his head slightly. It's not necessarily the demonic sword cultivators. Many righteous sword cultivators follow the path of killing and might also set up such a secret realm. All right, let's not waste any more time. Let's go take a look at the foot of that mountain now, Su Xing interrupted the two. Without waiting for their response, he strode forward. As I walked by, many mystical plants leaned to the side, their hard, sword-shaped leaves colliding with each other, making a crisp sound. Li Fengping was taken aback and quickly followed. This senior brother Sandao is far too calm, he's not nervous at all. Such a thought crossed Jiang Jing's mind. He then carefully crossed the Tongshuan grassland and caught up with the two. They walked in silence, observing their surroundings, but apart from the boundless Tongshuan grassland and a few chains of unknown origin, there was nothing else. They were very careful when stepping on the ground. In contrast, Su Xing was much more carefree. Wherever he walked, the leaves collided with each other, making a constant tinkling sound. Li Fengping, who was following behind him, was terrified, afraid that he might accidentally be hit in the face by a sword aura. No need to be so careful. The stems and leaves of the mysterious grass are strong and not so easy to break. Su Xing's words had no effect. The two remained very cautious. That's why it took the three of them quite a while to reach the foot of the sword peak. Finally out of Tongshuan grassland, Jiang Jing and Li Fengping both breathed a sigh of relief. Within a few dozen meters of Sword Peak, there wasn't a single weed, let alone any mystic grass. The dark red soil felt somewhat soft underfoot. The task only requires investigation, so let's start recording. After saying this, Su Xing prepared to use a mysterious light technique to record the scene. Click! A flash of white light appeared, revealing Li Fengping holding a camera. It was the flash of a camera. Jiang Jing didn't bring a camera, so she took pictures around with her phone. Silently abandoning the idea of using the mystic light technique, he took out his recently purchased phone and started taking pictures. Su Xing felt a pang of emotion, realizing that many of his subconscious actions were influenced by the world. Compared to the practitioners of today, I seem to lack flexibility. Although I haven't forgotten those memories, I wouldn't recall them unless something triggers them. For a moment, he couldn't help but recall the things he had caused back then. It's really a mess. Senior brother Sandao, how's it going on your end? We've finished filming here, come over and check it out. Li Fengping's voice interrupted his thoughts. Su Xing smiled gently. I've finished filming here too. It's a pity that the image recording magic item is too expensive, and I haven't learned the mystic light technique. Otherwise, I could have more contribution points. Li Fengping complained as he fiddled with his camera. In comparison, cameras are much more affordable. If it weren't for the fact that photos can't capture the spirit and meaning of a person, this photo-taking tool would have been obsolete long ago. However, this task only yields a few contribution points, so buying a recording item for this purpose would be a complete loss. Su Xing then handed his phone to Li Fengping, who checked it to make sure nothing was missing, and then collected some more soil samples. Jiang Jing walked to the side of the sword peak, preparing to cut off a piece of stone as a sample to take back. He swung his sword down suddenly, its cold light gleaming. When the sound of metal clashing rang out, sparks flew, and the force of the rebound made her palms go numb. Before it could be cut, the stone of this sword-shaped peak was unexpectedly hard. Get out of the way! Su Xing's warning suddenly rang in my ears. An invisible sword aura shot out, hissing through the air. Jiang Jing's pupils contracted sharply. Without thinking, she instinctively dodged to the side just as the sword energy was about to hit her. A sword aura comparable to a full-force strike from a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator swept past, its pressure bending a large patch of profound grass. Grass? Li Fengping's scalp tingled. If he were to be propelled out by the sword energy, that would be disastrous. He picked up his sword and prepared to step forward and forcibly block them. But another figure was faster than him. Before he could even take a step, Su Xing had already appeared in front of the path of the sword energy and pointed it out. Silent and unnoticed, the sword energy, which could cleave rivers and seas in the outside world, vanished without a trace, as if a mud ox had entered the sea. It was easily shattered and disappeared without even causing a ripple. Both of them were stunned by what they saw, and a thought simultaneously crossed their minds. Is this even a nascent soul cultivator? I desperately need the data, please save this. End of this chapter. Chapter 14, whose peerless genius is an outer sect steward. This senior brother Sandao could not possibly be just a nascent soul cultivator. Even a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage wouldn't be able to block that sword energy so easily. For a moment, he even suspected that his senior brother Sandao had also been influenced by the steady and methodical cultivation style that had recently become popular in the Supreme Dao sect. But that doesn't make sense either. Judging from his current behavior, he doesn't seem to have any intention of deliberately hiding his cultivation level. Senior brother, are you really only at the nascent soul stage? He couldn't help but ask. But as soon as the words were spoken, I regretted it. Should I not have asked that question? What, do you think a nascent soul cultivator can't do this? Xing put his hand down. You're a member of the sword sect after all. You should broaden your horizons. What my senior brother said is true. That's true. There are indeed some peerless geniuses who can defeat Foundation establishment cultivators while reversing their fate, fight to a draw with golden core cultivators while refining their chi, and even exchange blows with nascent soul cultivators once they reach the golden core stage. Thinking about it this way, it seems quite reasonable that a nascent soul cultivator could easily block a sword aura at the nascent soul level. That's utterly unreasonable. Senior brother Sando, aren't you an outer sect steward? I already said they're prodigies. When did the term prodigy become associated with outer sect stewards? If all the outer sect deacons of the sword sect were this powerful, the sword sect would have ruled the entire Tai Chuan realm long ago. However, he didn't ask any more questions. Senior brother Sandal had already given an explanation, and asking any further would be a bit too much of a rude act. Let's continue. The three continued collecting samples, but did not touch the sword peak again. Soon, almost all the samples in the secret realm had been collected, and even a few strands of spiritual energy in the air had been extracted. That's enough for the task. As for the sword peak itself, let the elders investigate it themselves. Now that the mission is complete, let's leave this secret realm quickly. I have a feeling something's not right about it, Li Fengping said directly. Apart from that sword aura, the mission went quite smoothly, but he always had a feeling that something was watching him. In addition, I seem to have had some bad luck these past 2 days, so I'm feeling a bit uneasy. Contribution points are important, but security is even more important. Jiangjing actually felt the same way. What does senior brother Sandal think? I'm fine with anything. Xing maintained his casual attitude. One of the purposes of his trip was to observe the adaptability of the new generation of disciples, and as things stand now, it doesn't seem to have made any major mistakes. Seeing that the two agreed, Li Fengping quickly took out a talisman, exactly the same one he had used when he came in. After injecting magic power and igniting it, the oval vortex churning with gray mist reappeared, but this time without the eerie red light. Jiang Jing and Li Fengping didn't want to stay any longer, so they quickly went inside after the passage opened. Xing walked to the entrance of the passage and suddenly turned around to look at the red moon in the sky. Futilda. A gentle breeze blew by, and visible ripples spread around the red moon hanging high in the sky. Stop fooling around, it's not the right time yet. With a soft sound, the red moon returned to calm. Xing turned around, took a step forward, and disappeared into the churning gray mist. Upon arriving outside the secret realm, they saw Li Fengping holding a mobile phone, presumably sending photos taken inside the secret realm to the elders. Yang Jing leaned against a large tree and nodded slightly when she saw Xing come out. 2 minutes later, Li Fengping put down his phone. All right, I've sent the photos of the secret realm to the elders. I'll also send these samples back to the sword sect. Senior brothers and sisters, please keep an eye on your accounts these next 2 days. The contribution points will be directly deposited into your accounts. Now that the mission is complete, senior brother Sando, junior brother Li, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. I hope we'll have the opportunity to cooperate again in the future. This mission was quite easy, and this junior brother Li was an honest person, worth cooperating with. After saying this, Jiang Jing cupped her hands in greeting, merged with the sword light and rode away on her sword. I'm leaving too. Another streak of light shot out of the forest and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, only Li Fengping remained in the spot. However, he was used to it. Most sword cultivators were like that, carefree and unrestrained. It's a pity. I wanted to add senior brother Sandow as a friend, but he left too soon. I'll have to wait until next time. As Li Fengping pondered this, he ascended into the sky on his sword. After determining his location, he quickly transformed into a small dot on the horizon. Now that the mission is complete, I need to go see senior brother Lin and the others, and return his family jade token to him while I'm at it, so we can discuss the next steps. The day isn't even over yet, and senior brother Lin and the others are going to be locked up for 10 days. Shatilda. Shortly after the three left, a giant python slithered to the spot where they had just been. Suddenly, the space distorted, and a faint red light emanated from it, just like when Li Fengping opened the passage earlier. Puff! Blood splattered as the upper half of the giant python's body vanished into thin air, its blood spilling onto the protruding rock. The remaining half of its body continued to writhe. But as life faded, the mangled body lost its strength to sway and rolled downhill, eventually getting caught on two trees. Smelling the blood, some wild beasts came one by one. After a struggle, a brown bear emerged victorious. It drove away the other beasts and sat down to devour the lifeless half of the snake's body alone. Sitilda, things have been getting worse and worse lately. How did this little Xianxian city suddenly become so chaotic? Who would have thought that a major overhaul would emerge from seclusion in this area? There were two people, one tall and one short, dressed in black robes embroidered with demonic patterns. Their aura was sinister, and they practically had the words, "I am the villain," written all over their faces. The brown bear, which was gnawing on the snake's body, sensed the danger and suddenly turned around to look at the two people, letting out a low growl in an attempt to scare them away. What about the Zhang siblings? What if someone beats them to it? All our efforts over the past few years will have been in vain. They spent so much time and risked their lives to kill so many people in order to find the Zhang siblings. Before they could do anything, they fled in a sorry state. There's no other way but to avoid it for a while. Even a void returning grandmaster has fallen. Our two brothers' bodies simply can't withstand it. The two of them didn't even glance at the brown bear. As the bear watched them walk past, a hint of confusion flashed in Dudu's eyes. The next second, bang! Its head exploded, and its massive body crashed down, rolling thunderously down the mountain, breaking some small trees in the process. It was just a bear that hadn't developed any intelligence. To the two of them, it was like crushing an ant. Soon, the two arrived at the place where the secret passage had been opened. "Brother, are we really not going to do anything about the young master?" The tall man licked the blood off the back of his hand, a look of enjoyment on his face. Combined with his sinister demeanor and appearance, he looked extremely perverted. The shorter man sighed silently upon seeing this. He was also aware that his two brothers had problematic appearances and demeanors, and that his younger brother had some perverted little quirks, having tortured and killed many people in the process of investigating the Zhang siblings. That's why he abandoned everything and left Xianxian City, so as to avoid being discovered and having to fight demons and protect the righteous path. These days, there are very few demonic cultivators like the two brothers who are like villains inside and out. We've already warned the young master, but he's unwilling to leave. There's nothing we can do. We can't exactly sell our lives to him. The young master has connections, so he might be able to handle it, but his brothers might not. Speaking of which, I don't know who the great cultivator who came out of seclusion was, but he actually chose Xianxian City. Why didn't you go somewhere else? Damn it, I curse you to be born. Before he could even utter the curse, a flash of red light suddenly appeared before his eyes, followed by an irresistible suction force. In the blink of an eye, the world has changed drastically. A red moon hangs high in the sky, and everything in sight is crimson, clearly not a good place. No, I was just cursing in my heart, and I hadn't even said it out loud yet. Did the retribution have to come so quickly? I need data, I need support. End of this chapter. Chapter 15, Identity Exposed. You can't criticize a highly accomplished cultivator. Brother, those look like profound grass, right? The tall man said, pointing to the entire field of profound grass in front of him. The shorter man took a closer look. That's really true. Because his attention was focused on the red moon overhead, he hadn't even noticed that the grassland in front of him was actually full of mystic grass. Looking into the distance, the sword-shaped peak stands tall, and the chains wrapped around it add to its solemn and imposing presence. Could this be the place where a great swordsman nurtures his sword? When we were first pulled in, we didn't see an exit, so this should be a secondary secret realm. Judging from the style of this secret realm, it is very likely the work of a great master of the demonic path. The short man calmly analyzed the situation. These powerful figures in the demonic path were usually quite ruthless, and the secret realms they set up were extremely dangerous. They wouldn't hold back just because they were also members of the demonic path. By the way, where is our secret realm age detection psionic energy device? Quickly bring it out and test it. Bro, didn't you say that we shouldn't worry about unimportant or inconvenient items and should leave as soon as possible? That thing is so big, so I left it there. Grass. What a spendthrift. That secret realm age-detecting psionic energy device is worth over 3 million spirit coins. But is it something unimportant? Something they painstakingly accumulated over decades? The shorter man was on the verge of tears. He desperately wanted to crack open his stupid brother's head and see what was inside. Seeing his older brother's expression, the tall man felt a little uneasy. The shorter man felt a tightness in his chest, but he didn't say anything more. Now was not the time to argue. All right, let me test the spatial stability here first and see if I can open a passage out. The short man took out a talisman. Be careful, don't break these mystic grasses. After giving him a word of advice, he channeled a wisp of magic power into the talisman between his two fingers. In this era, cultivators have developed a complete process for developing secret realms. First, use the year detection psionic device to determine the year. Generally, the older the secret realm, the more dangerous it is. Then, use the space-breaking talisman to determine the spatial stability to ensure that you have a way out and can retreat at any time if things go wrong. You must confirm these 2 points before you can begin further exploration. As magic power was injected into the void-breaking talisman between the short man's 2 fingers, faint wisps of bright yellow flame rose up, the burning areas of the flames slightly distorted, as if they were about to shatter at any moment. As time went by, the bright yellow flames gradually turned blue, and the originally distorted space seemed to have finally reached its limit. Clicking. After a sharp crack, the twisted part shattered, and through it one could see the outside world. But soon a hazy gray fog covered it up. Done, the short man flicked his right hand, and the flame on the space-breaking talisman went out. Level C spatial stability, not very strong. He was in the late stage of the nascent soul realm, while his younger brother was in the middle stage. They could withdraw at any time. Be careful, don't be too greedy. Even if we only collect a few hundred Tongxuan grass this time, we can still make a lot of money. To be on the safe side, the shorter man didn't plan to approach the sword-shaped mountain this time. Anyway, now that he knew the coordinates, he could come back anytime. After selling the mystic grass this time, we'll wait until things calm down and then trade in some magic treasures. We'll definitely make those Zhang siblings pay. Don't worry, brother, I'll be careful. The tall man nodded and reached for a mystic grass at his feet. The leaves of the Tongxuan grass, which has the attribute of swordsmanship, are sharp and can easily cut the skin if one is not careful, but it is not enough to hurt a nascent soul cultivator. He grabbed the mystic grass and crumpled the leaves together. Don't be so rough, the medicine will be lost. Get out of the way, the short man suddenly shouted. The taller man didn't realize what was happening and instinctively obeyed his older brother's command, but it was too late. Puff! Blood splattered, tracing an arc in the air, as an arm, with half a shoulder severed, separated from the tall man's body, the cut clean. It's sword energy. But why? The tall man looked somewhat taken aback, clearly not having reacted yet until he felt the pain. The surging magical power spread, the air currents swept through, and the mystical grass within several miles was bent over. His berserk divine sense expanded wildly, the tall man's eyes turned bloodshot, and only one thought remained in his mind, to find the guy who ambushed him in the dark and torture him to death. The rage he felt abruptly ceased the next moment, as dozens of invisible sword energies crisscrossed and passed through him. His barely energized magic power was as fragile as paper, easily pierced and cut through. His face was covered with dense red lines, and the tall man opened his mouth as chunks of flesh peeled off. The short man, his eyes blazing with fury, didn't care about any mishaps and charged forward, only to grab 2 pieces of flesh with his outstretched hand. Under the annihilation of that sword energy, not only the vitality of the physical body was destroyed, but even the spirit and soul were completely wiped out. Aside from the initial sword energy, the burst of magical power also crushed some of the Tangshuan grass. No matter how strong the stems and leaves were, they were still too insignificant compared to the pressure from the aura of a nascent soul cultivator. If it weren't for this, the number of sword energies would be much smaller, and he might still have a sliver of hope. A pile of chunks of meat lay scattered, and the flowing blood stained the nearby mystic grass red. The short man was filled with extreme grief. No, we have to get out of here as soon as possible. He made the most rational decision. He quickly rummaged through the flesh and blood to find his storage ring and put it away. He stood up to open the passage, but the scene before him filled him with utter despair. The sword energy didn't disappear. It just adjusted its intensity, which is why it was a little late. Hundreds, thousands. I've lost count. As a result of the chain reaction, a sword aura comparable to the late stage of the nascent soul realm surged forth like a tsunami storm, overwhelming and annihilating everything in its path. Fuck your mother. Halfway up the mountain, a flash of red light appeared, and a jade box stained with blood fell out of thin air. Before long, a white ape arrived nearby. Driven by curiosity, it dropped the fruit in its hand, picked up the jade box and fiddled with it for a while, then took a few bites. After realizing that it was not food, it quickly lost interest, dropped the jade box and ran towards the top of the mountain. Meanwhile, Xing had already returned to Xuanjian City. Inside the villa, a faint glow shimmered on the walls, and a gentle, comfortable breeze wafted in. Xing leaned back in a rattan recliner, holding a blue jade pendant in his hand. The contribution points from the mission reward were credited to his account shortly after his return, or more accurately, to the account of the alias Su Sando. The amount was considerable, but that wasn't what Xing cared about. Along with this contribution point came a sentence. I sent my apprentice to find you. The appearance of this sentence means that someone within the Sword Sect knows that it was him who emerged from seclusion in Xuanjian City, but only 1 or 2 people are aware of this disguise. That shouldn't be the case. When he sent a message to the Sword Sect to explain the situation and quell the unrest, he used a pseudonym that was unknown to others and of a relatively high level. How did their identities suddenly get exposed? Could it be around that time, he thought to himself. Previously, in the miscellaneous affairs hall, he had injected a wisp of magic power to confirm his identity, and after thinking it over, that was the only thing that might expose him. The ability to see through one's disguise. That mana detector's terminal is truly remarkable. We were still careless. With a helpless smile, Xing turned on the TV. A traffic safety awareness program is playing on TV. There are a lot of these programs lately, and they're also being promoted on the streets. There have been too many people returning to Xuanjian City these past 2 days, and several major accidents, such as sword collisions, have occurred. The most unfortunate ones were sword cultivators Lin and Feng. As the first group to be arrested, and also disciples of the Sword Sect, they have been cited as typical examples many times. Please bookmark this and keep reading. Data from the initial launch period is really important. Dear readers, please read and read the book after it's published. Thank you so much. End of this chapter. Chapter 16, Re-encounter with Zhang Yunlu. Before the period of great change, the Sword Sect's Discipline Hall was a department in charge of punishments within the sect and urged disciples to abide by the Sword Sect's rules. Now, they are also responsible for maintaining social order in various places under the Sword Sect's jurisdiction, similar to a police station. Incidentally, this is the name used under the jurisdiction of the Righteous Alliance. Lin Xianxia and the sword cultivator surnamed Feng were imprisoned in the Silu Hall branch in Xuanjian City. After Li Fengping returned to Xuanjian City and sent out the samples he obtained in the secret realm, he came directly to see him. However, because there were so many people coming to visit, he didn't get to see Lin Xianxia until late at night, thanks to the fact that the Silu Hall had very generous visiting hours. Led by a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall at the Golden Core stage, he arrived at the entrance of the reception room. Go in, it'll be at most half an hour. Thanks. After thanking him, Li Fengping entered the reception room, while the disciple from the Law Enforcement Hall went into a side room to listen in. The specially made glass window shimmered with the light of an array, possessing a certain power to restrict magic. Its hardness was such that even a nascent soul stage cultivator would have to expend considerable effort to break it. But no one dares to do that unless you want to be on the sword-wielding hall's wanted list, in which case life or death is out of the question. Li Fengping sat down by the window, while Lin Xianxia across the window had a calm expression, a kind of detached indifference to the world. He's been mentioned repeatedly on traffic law education programs these past few days, so what good impression can he possibly have? By the time he's released, he might already be gone. He might as well just give up and do nothing. There have been a lot of things happening in Xuanjian City lately. Even the sect leader has taken notice, which has made it impossible for the Lin family to get him out of there even if they wanted to. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. A moment of pleasure can lead to a lifetime of pain. It hurts so much. Lin Xianxia felt that he had never understood these two sentences so thoroughly before. Senior brother, are you all right? Sitilda, I've just figured out some things. Don't worry, I'm fine. It hasn't been long, and the once spirited senior brother Lin has turned into this. Stop talking about me, let's talk about you. You've come to see me, so you've completed your mission, haven't you? Yes, senior brother. I found Jiang Jing, an inner disciple of the Enforcement Hall, and Su Sandao, an outer disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall, and we entered the secret realm this afternoon to complete the mission. Jiang Jing, I seem to have heard of her, but I can't remember who she is. And this Su Sandao. Interesting, a nascent soul sword cultivator actually has such a name. Well, senior brother Sandao is a really good person. When we accidentally triggered the sword energy when we entered the secret realm, he helped us block it. Tell me more about it. Actually, Lin Xianxia wasn't very interested. He was just bored to death here, so he treated it as listening to a story. The following morning at Hehuan, the largest shopping mall in Xuanjian City. From ritual implements and elixirs to everyday necessities, you can buy them all here. Although the overall layout and style of the mall looked much the same as he remembered from his previous life, the names of the various stores were still the same as before. Restaurants like Ganlin Pavilion, Kangfeng Tower, and Qizhenjai. Su Xing walked through the mall, casually glancing around. Since his junior apprentice was coming, he planned to prepare some small gifts and buy some materials to upgrade the array of his residence. It would be a waste to use the materials he carried to upgrade a small formation. Finally, Su Xing entered a shop called Xuan Uag, which mainly sold spiritual materials, precious medicines, ores, beast blood, and other cultivation materials. In the relevant sections of Lingwang, many people have given this store very high praise. As soon as you enter, a pretty saleswoman in a red cheongsam greets you with a big smile. Sir, how can I help you? I want to buy some array materials, any type, and the grade doesn't need to be too high. It turned out he was a formation master. The so-called cultivation of immortality involves 100 arts, including alchemy, artifact crafting, array formations, and talismans. With the emergence of many new professions, the earning potential of cultivation arts has decreased, but it is still definitely better than that of ordinary cultivators. Regarding the array materials, turn left ahead to the area marked Chinese letter. Would you like me to take you there? No need, I can go by myself. Okay. The salesperson nodded slightly, still smiling, and returned to her original position. There were several people in a row, each with a top-notch figure and appearance, making for a pleasing sight. It is said that this shop used to hire a bewitching cultivator from the Hehuan Sect to serve as its storefront, and business was booming. However, they were reported by their peers not long after, and it just so happened that the mayor took office and started to clean up the city's appearance, so those magicians were fired. Xing walked in and turned left into the Bingzi area. Looking around, all kinds of spiritual materials were displayed in bright counters, with prices ranging from 1,000 spiritual coins to hundreds of thousands of spiritual coins. It's not too expensive. The purchasing power of 10 spirit coins is equivalent to one standard unit of spirit stone. This method of division was proposed by an elder in the Righteous Path Alliance, and then improved by Saint Emperor Yuan, and was eventually implemented as the currency system throughout the entire Taixuan realm. The spiritual energy contained in one standard unit of spirit stone is equivalent to the total amount of spiritual energy absorbed by an ordinary qi refining level 1 cultivator in 24 hours. Spiritual energy is purchasing power, so there is virtually no possibility of it being faked. Along the counter, Xing examined each of the spiritual materials, eliminating those with diminished spiritual energy, insufficient age, or internal defects. This one, and that one over there, please pack them up for me. A piece of transparent blue crystal with white filaments growing inside, a palm-sized piece of bamboo with purple veins, and a stone with pale gold spots. These 3 items are considered among the better spiritual materials available. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. The sales clerk behind the counter nodded slightly, and the 3 spiritual materials were quickly packed into an exquisite wooden box. Would you like a bag? Need not. Please keep this safe. The box disappeared the moment it landed in Xing's hands. A total of 173,500 spirit coins. The salesperson took out a device, which looked similar to the one they had seen in the miscellaneous affairs hall before. Xing took out the cyan jade tablet and inserted it into the container. Sword Sect contribution points can be used directly as spirit coins, but only within the areas under Sword Sect's jurisdiction. The exchange rate is 1,000. After completing that task yesterday, he received 1,000 contribution points, which translates to a total of 1,000,000 spirit coins. Beep version is too low. Please upgrade before use. A lifeless, mechanical voice came from the instrument. The salesperson looked up and awkwardly glanced at Xing. Look at this. Su Sandal's identity token was something he created before he went into seclusion, although this identity would only be activated when used. However, the craftsmanship itself dates back many generations. During the entire period of Great Change, the Sword Sect's identity jade token has been improved countless times. Then let's use this one. Xing pulled out the jade pendant and then took out a storage ring. After the salesperson took it, he extended a wisp of his divine sense, which revealed neatly arranged spirit stones inside. Spirit stones. She thought it was spirit coins. Please wait a moment, I need to consult with the boss. Good. The salesperson left in a hurry. Looks like I'll have to update all the identity tags on my disguises when I get back this time. Just then, another person walked into the store. Oh, it turned out to be that little girl, Zhang Yunlu. End of this chapter. Chapter 17, Foundation, Building Throughout History. Xing spotted Zhang Yunlu, who had also come in and immediately saw him standing in front of the counter. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? So that's how we met. Zhang Yunlu was a little confused. She had been tormented by that scene all night, and when she woke up this morning, she had inexplicably advanced to the 9th level of qi refining. So after breakfast, I went to the mall to look at the elixirs for preparing foundation establishment elixir, so as to prepare for the upcoming foundation establishment. After hesitating for a few seconds, she walked up to Su Xing. "We meet again, young lady. Although I thought we would definitely meet again, I didn't expect fate to bring us together so quickly." "I didn't expect it either." Zhang Yunlu paused. "The images that keep appearing in my mind every night, were they your doing?" "In a way, yes, but witnessing powerful cultivators at the Dao integration stage fight is a good opportunity for your current cultivation level," Su Xing said with a smile. "So, have you gained any insights these past 2 days?" "Comprehension. Does reaching the 9th level of qi refining count?" Zhang Yunlu. "Okay, that's enough." Just then the sales clerk came out and handed Su Xing the empty storage ring. "Hello, customer. The number of spirit stones has been verified. This is your storage ring." "Thanks." Su Xing took the storage ring and casually tossed it over, which Zhang Yunlu quickly caught. "You probably don't have any spatial equipment yet, so I'll give you this." Zhang Yunlu was taken aback. Could this be the little gift he mentioned last time, which was supposed to be quite nice? The sales clerk who witnessed all this was filled with envy. Storage rings are not cheap, and the spirit stones that were just inside were only a fraction of what was needed. "Let's go outside and talk. Since I said I would give you a nice little gift, I won't go back on my word." Isn't it referring to this storage ring?" Zhang Yunlu put on her storage ring and quickly followed Su Xing. Upon arriving at the entrance, the greeters on both sides bowed slightly. "Welcome to visit us again." Zhang Yunlu paid no attention to their conversation, following behind Su Xing, feeling both uneasy and excited. They hadn't gone far when Su Xing slowed down and let Zhang Yunlu walk alongside him. "To be honest, meeting you here today is quite a surprise." "Surprised? Shouldn't cultivators at a high level be able to predict the future? That's not something you can calculate all the time. Besides, if you meet someone by calculating, can you really call that fate?" Su Xing chuckled. "Let's get back to business. With your current level of cultivation, even if I gave you a powerful magic weapon, you wouldn't be able to control it. So let me tell you how you should proceed on your next path of cultivation." Zhang Yunlu was completely absorbed. Now that you've reached the 9th level of qi refining, the next thing to consider is foundation establishment. Has the school told you about the foundation establishment rank? The ranks of foundation establishment. Zhang Yunlu thought for a moment and replied, "The teachers at school haven't taught about it yet, but I've heard that there are 3 ranks of foundation establishment. The lowest level is after reaching the 7th level of qi refining, when one takes the breakthrough elixir to establish a foundation. This kind of foundation is weak and unstable, and some cannot even defeat a slightly stronger qi refining cultivator. Moreover, there is no hope of advancing further, so it is also called pseudo-foundation building. Intermediate foundation establishment is achieved by cultivators who have advanced to the 9th level of qi refining, and then consume foundation establishment elixir or foundation establishment pill. This is also the most orthodox method of foundation establishment at present. As for the superior level, not only must the cultivator himself reach the state of abundant spiritual power, but he must also swallow a spiritual power storage capsule when advancing, and at the same time, use a spiritual energy chamber to atomize the purified foundation-building spiritual liquid to accelerate absorption. Only when all 3 conditions are met can there be a chance to build a superior foundation. That's all she knows. Su Xing seemed to be deep in thought. Pseudo-foundation building, barrier-breaking elixir, spiritual power storage capsule, spiritual energy chamber, purified and atomized foundation-building elixir. Has foundation-building technology developed to such a scientific level now? Moreover, he had never even heard of someone at the 7th level of qi refining being able to establish a foundation before he went into seclusion. "During my seclusion, the world changed dramatically, and many things appeared that I did not understand. If even the foundation establishment stage requires such methods, have more scientific methods been developed for advancing to the next level? Let me tell you about the 3 types of foundation establishment I know, which are somewhat different from what you've described. The first type of foundation building relies on external aids, such as the foundation building pills you just mentioned, which are probably this type. In ancient times, some people sought out spiritual objects from heaven and earth to refine into their foundation, or they built their foundation with a supernatural power. These can all be considered the first category. This type of fighter is quite powerful, but its methods are too simplistic, so it was phased out a long time ago. The second type of foundation building requires absorbing the essence of the sun, condensing the radiance of the moon, refining the starlight, cleansing one's innate spiritual power, acquiring rare treasures of heaven and earth, and extracting their divine essence. Once achieved, the foundation is perfect, becoming a heavenly foundation. A naturally formed Tao foundation, also known as a perfect Tao foundation, not only requires specific cultivation techniques, but also involves an extremely dangerous process. After all, the essence of the sun and moon is extremely potent for Qi cultivators. One wrong move and they could die, and their cultivation would be extinguished. As for this third type of foundation building, to cultivate the supreme secret technique, one still needs to comprehend the superficial aspects of principle, law, and intention, and seize the creation of heaven and earth. After it is completed, one will have all sorts of incredible abilities, becoming the foundation of the Tao of creation. Reason, law, intention. That is a realm that cultivators can only access after they have achieved Tao integration. And how many great realms are there between Tao integration and foundation establishment? The difficulties involved are self-evident. Therefore, there are very few cultivators in the entire Taixuan realm who can build this third type of Tao foundation. They seize the creations of heaven and earth and invade the mysteries of the sun and moon. In mythology, this is the secret to immortality that the Bodhi patriarch passed on to the great sage equaling heaven. When they created these foundation-building methods, they did make some references, but their level of wonder is definitely incomparable. Zhang Yunlu looked dazed after hearing what Su Xing had said. Both involve 3 types of foundation building, but the difference between the ancient and modern methods is simply too great. But why is her knowledge so inaccurate? Don't overthink it. If I'm not mistaken, the school is worried that you might be too ambitious, not that they intend to hide anything. Even the supernatural powers of the 7 great immortal sects have been sent to the high school library, so it's even less likely that they would deliberately hide a foundation establishment method. Although there are many cultivators in the human race of the Taixuan realm today, there are still far too few high-level cultivators. The cultivation system will only get better and better with each generation. What I'm talking about may already be outdated. I suggest you go back to school and report your cultivation level later. Although Su Xing was confident, he was by no means arrogant, nor would he underestimate the wisdom of cultivators around the world. The two had now reached the vicinity of the mall entrance. A young man dressed in black sportswear and wearing sunglasses walked into the mall, followed by 2 bald, burly men in suits. The 2 people brushed past each other, and Su Xing and Zhang Yunlu left the mall. After entering the mall, the young man took off his sunglasses and turned around to instruct, split up and buy everything as quickly as possible. Yes. One of them walked to the side, while the young man went up to the 2nd floor. What bad luck. He was very depressed. He only came here to forge a sword, but he ended up running into a series of annoying things. First, a cultivator emerged from seclusion, and then they encountered a senior demonic cultivator refining the myriad soul banner. Not only did he fail to complete the banner, but he himself also perished. Even the Tao-merging old demon who appeared later had an arm severed. The small city of Xuanjian, inexplicably, became a place of interest for bigwigs from all sides. When the 2 brothers reminded him, he really wanted to escape this awful place. The problem is, there's no escaping it. That old demon who lost an arm is staring at him, and he even has to help him collect spiritual herbs and demon beast blood to heal his injuries. Damn it! What kind of mess is this? End of this chapter. Chapter 18, First Transmission of Sword Technique. Zhang is also shopping at the mall. Su Xing and Zhang Yunlu had just come out of the mall when they bumped into a middle-aged man in a suit and tie with a slick-back hairstyle. Behind him were several students in blue and white school uniforms. Zhang Yunlu hesitated for a moment but still greeted respectfully, "Hello, teacher." It turned out to be her teacher. The teacher chuckled and looked at Su Xing. "I am Fang Kai, Zhang's teacher. May I ask your name?" Zhang Yunlu didn't know how to answer this question for a moment. "I'm the tutor hired by Zhang," Su Xing said casually. Guiding her in her spiritual practice can also be considered a form of family education. However, upon hearing his identity, the students behind Fang Kai exchanged bewildered glances, and Fang Kai himself stiffened. "I see, Zhang is really hardworking," Fang Kai nodded slightly. "The combat test is the day after tomorrow. It seems that Zhang will have a very good result." He then led several students past the two men and into the mall. "It seems your teacher doesn't have a very good impression of you. Can you explain why?" Especially when he said he was Zhang Yunlu's tutor. "There's nothing wrong with saying that. Teacher Fang started a tutoring class at the beginning of this year. I was the only one in the class who didn't go, even though my grades were pretty good. So a dozen or so other students in the tutoring class also dropped out. Since that incident, the teacher didn't dare to openly target Zhang Yunlu. After all, Zhang Yunlu was quite well known at Xuanjian City No. 3 Middle School. However, they also intentionally or unintentionally neglected her in class and in various other situations. If it weren't for her good mental fortitude, she probably would have become withdrawn long ago. But at the beginning, he clearly said that participation in the tutoring class was voluntary, and those who didn't want to go could choose not to go. Sometimes that's just how it is. You don't want to offend someone, but you still end up offending them for no reason. "Do you hate him?" Su Xing asked. "Hatred? Do you hate your teacher?" That sounds a bit like I have a deep-seated grudge, but hearing him ask that question does make me feel a little uncomfortable. "I don't know either," she said honestly. Su Xing was not surprised by this answer. This kind of thing can be a big deal or a small deal. Zhang Yunlu has a very good mental fortitude and won't complain about it. She probably doesn't think about these things normally. But whenever someone brings it up or asks about it, she feels frustrated when she thinks about it carefully. Adolescent emotions come and go quickly. They might feel down because of something they've been wronged about, but they'll forget everything the next moment when they encounter something happy. "Do you want him to pay a price?" Paying a price? Memories of the past flooded her mind, and the more she thought about it, the more frustrated she felt. She nodded forcefully, "Yes. Since you want to, then let's go." Su Xing waved and flagged down a car. More than 10 minutes later, the two returned to the villa. As soon as Zhang Yunlu entered, she looked around curiously. She had heard of this place but had never been here before. Su Xing activated the air conditioning formation, adjusted it to the most comfortable temperature, and then turned around and said directly, "You have just advanced to the 9th level of qi refining, so don't rush things regarding your cultivation. I will teach you a sword technique." With a flick of her wrist, a ray of spiritual light flew out, arriving in an instant and swiftly merging into Zhang Yunlu's brow. As soon as the light entered her brow, she felt a momentary dizziness, as if something had appeared out of thin air in her mind. When I came to my senses, I saw that it was a long piece of writing, nearly 1,000 words long. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was a swordplay manual. Flowing Cloud Sword Technique. It is a school of swordsmanship that emphasizes lightness and elegance, with exquisite sword moves that focus on using the opponent's force against them, using softness to overcome hardness, and skill to defeat clumsiness. For cultivators in the qi refining stage, due to the limitations of spiritual power, learning spells is very inefficient. Close combat techniques are more suitable. This sword technique will suffice for the upcoming combat test. 2 days, I'm afraid I won't be able to learn it. No, isn't that overestimating me a bit? Learning a sword technique in 2 days. You don't need to worry about that. You'll find out when you get back. Xing didn't really intend for her to learn on her own. After you go back to school tomorrow to report your cultivation level and learn more about foundation establishment, come back here. If you are determined to establish a heavenly foundation, I will teach you a suitable cultivation technique, a method for gathering and refining the essence of the sun and moon, and a rare treasure from heaven and earth. As he spoke, he took a small wooden plaque from the drawer and tossed it to Zhang Yunlu. This is the pass for the formation. Keep it safe and don't lose it. A few minutes later, Zhang Yunlu left the villa, still in a daze. So you sent me here just to get a key to a magic array. And what does "don't worry" mean? Does it mean you really have that much faith in your talent? Could it be that I am actually a hidden swordsmanship genius? She stood by the roadside in the residential area, lost in thought for a while. Xiao Lu. A figure slowly descended, stepping on a longsword. Brother, Zhang Yunlu was taken aback. What are you doing here? I'm here to submit my report, Zhang Ziyu explained. As the first person to discover the overhaul's exit from the customs, he was required to submit a report detailing the process, as per procedure. And you, what are you doing here? This. How should I put this? He said he met a powerful figure who had just emerged from seclusion on his journey, and that the powerful figure took a liking to him and wanted to give him a chance. Can I say that? Seeing her hesitant look, Zhang Ziyu's heart sank, but he still wore a gentle smile on his face. It's okay, I won't say if it's inconvenient to talk about it. At worst, I can sneak over and investigate at night. Zhang Yunlu nodded slightly, feeling a little guilty. Let's go, Zhang Ziyu smiled gently. The two walked outside together. After all, sword cultivators below the nascent soul stage cannot bring others with them when they fly on their swords, and he couldn't possibly go back alone, so he had no choice but to take a taxi. Still no clues. In a villa not far away, a figure in white watched the backs of the brother and sister with indifferent eyes. Standing behind him was another person, none other than true person Xiao Ning, who had fought against the young demonic cultivator when he was refining the myriad soul banner. Master Xiaoning was quite helpless at this moment. It would have been fine if anyone else had come, but why did it have to be this senior uncle? Uncle Master, now that the Sword Sect has acknowledged that the cultivators who have emerged from seclusion belong to their sect, we don't need to keep pressing the issue, right? The Dao integration expert of the Supreme Dao sect turned around and calmly looked at true person Xiao Ning. That cultivator who came out of seclusion caused such a commotion. Not only did he not come to explain to me, but he even deliberately hid. I have reason to suspect that the Sword Sect cultivator who came out of seclusion colluded with the demonic cultivators and wanted to massacre the city to refine the myriad soul banner. Master Xiaoning. Uncle Master, could you please stop calling me this one all the time? According to Holy Emperor Yuan, it's really childish. And isn't this clearly revenge on your own initiative? What happened back then was clearly because your nephew had evil intentions and used the souls of infants to practice evil and heretical methods, which is why he was killed by a passing sword cultivator who had just emerged from seclusion. Sitilda. This matter caused quite a stir back then, even alarming the leaders of the two sects, and it was only with great difficulty that it was resolved. Everyone thought everything had calmed down, but after this senior uncle advanced to the Dao integration realm several years ago, he immediately applied to be stationed in the ancient cultivation response department within the Sword Sect's territory. Clearly, he hadn't forgotten. I am acting in accordance with the rules, the Dao-merging Grandmaster said, his eyes gleaming with purple energy. What? Just because they can do it doesn't mean I can't. Please add this to your favorites and share it. End of this chapter. Chapter 19. The reasons for the establishment of the Ancient Cultivation Response Department. Of course, Uncle Master can do it. Yes, you can do it, okay. Then, Uncle Master, my mission is complete, so I'll head back to report. That old demon is ruthless and insane. I plan to ask one of my senior uncles to help me find out his whereabouts. If he couldn't persuade him, then he wouldn't try anymore. After all, the mission was already accomplished. The Dao-merging expert frowned slightly. He wanted Xiao Ning to help investigate, but he didn't have a good reason to stay any longer. Fine, go back if you want. Although he was a Taoist cultivator, he was not good at divination and calculation. Even with half of that old demon's arm, he could not deduce its location. Thank you, Martial Uncle. Master Xiao Ning cupped his hands in thanks, then turned and walked into the villa. In fact, at the beginning, there was no department to deal with ancient cultivators. Ancient cultivators who came out of seclusion in the regions under the jurisdiction of each sect were all received and guided by their respective sects. Until an ancient cultivator from the Hehuan Sect emerged from seclusion. The ancient cultivator failed to advance to the Tao integration realm, and his vital energy, blood, spirit, and magical power were all depleted. He was about to fall from his current realm, so he directly replenished his energy by harvesting the essence of a city with a population of 3 million. All 3 million people perished, but the Tao integration cultivator in charge of the Hehuan Sect helped him conceal the matter because the ancient cultivator who emerged from seclusion was his friend. He even went to that city himself and strangled the surviving wandering souls. In one city, 3 million people not only perished physically, but their souls also vanished completely, with no possibility of resurrection. After that, the Tao-merging cultivator used his great supernatural powers to make people who approached the city subconsciously stay away and gradually forget everything about the city. All of this was done so perfectly that it would have been easily concealed in ancient times. Unfortunately, at that time, Emperor Yuan invented something called a camera. In this world with its mystical light techniques, photographic artifacts, and other recording methods, cameras aren't very effective, so he just made a few things haphazardly. Moreover, due to the immature technology, most of the components still use spiritual materials from this world. The cost was high and the effect was mediocre, so few people bought them. However, some fervent worshippers of the Holy Emperor Abyss collected some. Unfortunately, in that city where the traces of the Hehuan Sect's Tao-merging experts had been erased, someone had collected one and was recording a beautiful moment in their life with their family that very day. And so the camera was left behind, its stored components swallowed by a wild beast roaming the city. Later, the beast unexpectedly gained sentience and transformed into a spirit. Influenced by supernatural powers, it left the city and was eventually killed by several rogue cultivators. As a result, the part was discovered. After those rogue cultivators deciphered the images, they sent them directly to the spirit network, which attracted the attention of Saint Emperor Abyss. At that time, Saint Emperor Yuan's cultivation was extremely high. Even the supreme elders of various immortal sects might not be his match. He used the divine power of tracing the cause and effect to directly break the divine power of the Hehuan Sect's Tao integration realm cultivator and learned the truth about the deaths of 3 million people. The evil deeds committed by the ancient cultivators of the Hehuan Sect have finally been revealed to the world. In an instant, the entire central continent of the Taixuan realm was in an uproar. Many people among the 6 major immortal sects were already dissatisfied with the Hehuan Sect's whitewashing, and this incident directly became the fuse. The 3 sect leaders of the Sword Sect, the Dragon Elephant Sky Supporting Sect, and the Supreme Tao Sect joined forces and directly attacked the Hehuan Sect's mountain gate, forcing the Hehuan Sect's patriarch to intervene. However, the Dragon Elephant Sky Supporting Sect, representing the brutes, and the Sword Sect, representing the more handsome brutes, were completely fearless and even summoned their own sect's patriarch. At this point, the Hehuan Sect finally compromised. The Tao integration cultivator involved and the ancient cultivator who had just emerged from seclusion were both killed by the ancestor of the Hehuan Sect. Those involved were also punished according to the severity of their actions, some dying and others being punished. He promised to compensate the victim's family and agreed to a series of conditions before the matter was considered closed. There's nothing we can do if this matter isn't resolved. Although the Hehuan Sect isn't difficult to deal with, the Hehuan ancestor is different. He's a true figure standing at the pinnacle of the Tai Xuan realm. Following this incident, an ancient cultivation response department was established, with branches set up in every territory under the jurisdiction of each immortal sect and the Righteous Alliance. The person in charge of each branch could not be a member of the local immortal sect, and they would be rotated every once in a while, all in order to prevent such incidents from happening again. The camera became well known after that incident, and more people joined the effort, eventually perfecting it into what it is today. At night, Zhang Yunlu was alone on the rooftop, holding a 3-foot-long sword. The sword was covered with a thin layer of spiritual light, and the sword moves were graceful and agile, flowing continuously, but the wielder's inexperience was still quite obvious. Futilda. With a sigh of relief, Zhang Yunlu stopped what she was doing. The thin layer of spiritual light on the sword had disappeared, clearly indicating that her spiritual power was exhausted. The hair on my forehead was soaked with sweat, and my right hand ached terribly. She practiced the first move of the flowing cloud sword technique, starting after she returned and continuing until now, but the results were unsatisfactory. At this rate, let alone mastering it by the day after tomorrow, even a month might not be enough. She was acutely aware that she was not some hidden swordsmanship genius. She felt a little dejected for a moment, so she walked to the side, sat down, and took a sip of the rejuvenating elixir. Xiao Lu. Zhang Ziu came out of the door, holding a jade box in his hand. Elder brother. Zhang Ziu came to her side and handed her the jade box in his hand. I see that you have reached the 9th level of qi refining, so it's time to give this to you. What is this? She took it and opened the jade box immediately. My parents left it to me, saying I should give it to you when the time is right. Mom and Dad. It was a very distant word for her. She was too young to remember much, so much so that when she tried to recall it, she found that her parents' appearances had become blurry. His eyes were fixed on the contents of the jade box. It was a piece of red jade, shaped like a water droplet, bright and vivid, with a rich color, as if it had been stained with the blood of immortals. Take it out and hold it in your hand. It feels warm and smooth. A gentle warmth flows from your palm into your dantian, and less than 1/10 of the spiritual power in your dantian is restored at a speed visible to the naked eye. You've been practicing all afternoon. Go home and rest early. No need to rush, Zhang Ziu said. I have to go out again later. Remember to lock the door, and don't answer any strangers knocking. I brought my key. He kept rambling on, talking about things that even a child could understand. In just a short while, Zhang Yunlu felt her depleted spiritual energy had been fully restored. I know, brother, she held the red jade in her hand, but what exactly is this? I don't know either. My parents only said it was a treasure and told me to give it to you when you reach the 9th level of qi refining, Zhang Ziu explained. He also had a piece, but even though his cultivation level was already quite high, he still had no clues. He only knew that his parents' deaths were related to this red jade, and that those people were also chasing after it. Zhang Yunlu felt conflicted. All right, I'll be late if we don't go now. You should get some rest too, you have class tomorrow. A dark red, ancient-looking longsword flew down from downstairs and hovered beside him. Zhang Ziu stepped onto the sword, and with a burst of spiritual pressure, he soared into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Please add this to your favorites and share it. End of this chapter. Chapter 20, Old-fashioned but useful methods. What's the rush so late at night? Zhang Yunlu withdrew her gaze and looked at the red jade in her hand. At this moment, her spiritual power had been fully restored, but the warm current continued to flow from her palm to her limbs and bones, and she felt that her fatigue had been greatly relieved. I moved the hand that was holding the sword around, and the soreness had completely subsided. Practice a few more times, she thought to herself. There is also a red thread in the jade box. After threading the red jade through it, it can be worn around the neck. Soon, the longsword was back in her hand, its blade enveloped in spiritual light. Zhang Yunlu recalled the sword moves and swung the longsword in her hand. Compared to the somewhat clumsy sword moves before, this time they were incredibly smooth and harmonious. A warm current flowed through his body, and the long sword in his hand seemed to be brushed by a gentle breeze. The clouds dissipated, and the sword blade quietly disappeared, only to suddenly reappear in the next instant. Whoosh! A streak of white light shot out, rushing 3 zhang away before gradually dissipating. This is the sword's edge, capable of slicing stone into a mirror and penetrating cold iron 3 inches deep. The first move of the flowing cloud sword technique is complete. It actually worked. Even Zhang Yunlu herself was stunned, realizing that she had been so far behind just now. She bit her lip and grasped the red jade at her chest. Even through her clothes, she could still feel its warmth. So, he deduced that he would obtain this red jade, and only then did he conclude that he could master the flowing cloud sword technique before the day after tomorrow. Does that mean he knows the origin of this red jade? Zhang Yunlu's mind was in turmoil, and it took her a long time to calm down. I'll ask after school tomorrow. It would be a lie for her to say she didn't care at all about the truth of her parents' passing, and I believe her brother did too. Now that there's an investigation opportunity, it would be foolish not to seize it. As for the risks, if a great cultivator of that level were to plot against us, could my brother and I possibly resist? I'm only at the qi refining stage, and my older brother is only at the golden core stage. Having made up her mind, Zhang Yunlu sheathed her sword, picked up the jade box and the rejuvenating elixir, turned around and left the rooftop to go home. After washing up, she went straight into the bedroom. She lit a calming incense stick, and as the wisps of smoke rose, Zhang Yunlu lay down on the bed, closed her eyes, and held Hongyu tightly in her hand. She soon fell into a deep sleep, but did not dream until dawn. In a strange, gray, and boundless space, Zhang Yunlu looked around in bewilderment. Suddenly, a line of golden text appeared before my eyes. Okay, I admit this might be a bit old-fashioned, but with your natural talent and comprehension, this method is the most suitable if you want to master the flowing cloud sword technique before the day after tomorrow. Enemy, a sword cultivator at the 9th level of qi refining, with minor mastery of the flowing cloud sword technique. Objective kill. What? What is that? Am I dreaming? Before she could react, the surrounding mist churned and coalesced into a long sword in her hand. The cool, heavy feel upon handling proves that this is indeed the real deal. Etc. Could it be that he wasn't actually talking about the red jade, but rather this strange place? A figure carrying a sword emerged from the gray mist, dressed in black, obscuring his face. His spiritual power at the 9th level of qi refining was undisguised and on par with hers. Glug! Are we really going to fight? Without the slightest hesitation, the swordsman's phantom stepped forward, raised his sword, and in an instant he was right in front of her, the gleaming blade slashing towards her head. Their actions perfectly illustrated that this wasn't a fight, but a brutal battle. Bite! Zhang Yunlu parried with her sword, while quickly pulling back to create space. However, the sword followed her like a shadow, and she was forced to retreat several steps before her numb right hand finally recovered. She fell backward, and the sword in the sword cultivator's phantom hand only severed a few strands of her hair, but continued to rush forward due to inertia. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yunlu thrust her sword straight forward, instantly reversing the situation and about to pierce him. But then the sword cultivator's phantom drew a short sword from his waist, the blade covered in a layer of spiritual light. Bite! They actually managed to block that attack. This is cheating. After shouting, she rolled to the side like a lazy donkey, and as she quickly got up, she raised her hand and swung her sword. The sword disappeared for a moment and then quickly reappeared, its terrifying sword light piercing straight for the sword cultivator's illusory lower back. However, the sword cultivator's illusory figure had already stabilized his body and dodged the sword light with a simple sidestep. Then he returned her a sword strike, as swift as a gentle breeze in floating clouds, the blade also disappearing for a moment. Alarm bells rang in Zhang Yunlu's mind. She quickly bent back to avoid the oncoming sword light, but a pain shot through her waist and abdomen. When she turned around, she saw a white light filling her vision. The flowing cloud sword technique has reached a minor level of mastery, with 3 sword beams. At the critical moment, Zhang Yunlu raised her right hand and then gave the middle finger. The next moment her head exploded like a watermelon, disintegrating into clouds of gray mist. He's quite mischievous. Inside the villa, Su Xing watched Zhang Yunlu's headless figure fall, but her last action was quite interesting. It could be considered that she didn't lose face even in defeat. Your grasp of timing and on-the-spot judgment are excellent. You should follow the path of sword cultivators. And to be honest, he has actually mastered the basics of the flowing cloud sword technique, which is quite unexpected. Zhang Yunlu's performance was outstanding. They can remain calm and make judgments in the midst of a sudden battle, and can quickly make up for any initial setbacks. The world today is far more peaceful than before, and there are far fewer conflicts. Therefore, cultivators like Zhang Yunlu, who possess excellent combat talent, are easily overlooked. His natural talent is still lacking. Otherwise, even within the sword sect, he would be an outstanding disciple who could become a disciple of an elder of the returning void realm. Very well, since you have such talent, how about I help you establish a natural foundation for the Tao? With her innate Tao foundation now complete, coupled with her outstanding combat talent, it's not impossible for her to become a disciple of one of the 4 elders in the future. In the next instant, the entire gray space seemed to be fast-forwarded, and the image became blurry. Su Xing turned his head to look outside. So they're still worried and have come looking for us. Someone was cautiously approaching, but this is a bit unwise. In the neighboring villa, someone was already beginning to notice, as a vast and powerful divine sense gradually spread out. Fine, since you want to see me so much, I'll help you out. Su Xing raised his hand and gently tapped the area in front of him. Buzz tilde. Invisible ripples spread out, and right after he finished doing this, his vast divine sense had already enveloped the entire neighborhood. After scanning the area but finding nothing, the divine sense had to be withdrawn again. Inside the residential area, Zhang Ziyu cautiously approached his target. As he approached, a faint force attempted to distort his senses. This is a formation. Before coming, Zhang Ziyu had done his research. He knew that even cultivators in the qi refining stage couldn't withstand this level of formation, let alone him. Soon, he arrived at the wall and made a hand seal. The ability to pass through walls. He then walked directly toward the wall, which, despite its forbidden properties, was like a decoration, and he passed through it with ease. Upon entering, the interior was dark and somewhat eerie because the lights were off. Continue, we can't delay. To save time, he walked through several walls to reach the living room. The living room was empty, but the moonlight streaming in made it much brighter. Trespassing is illegal, but I still want to say something. The sudden sound made Zhang Ziyu's scalp tingle. A young-looking man suddenly appeared on the previously empty sofa, smiling at him. Good evening. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 21. Billions of humans, all juniors. Even though the person hadn't done anything, Zhang Ziyu still felt a chill run down his spine. No, we have to escape. He suddenly charged straight at the wall beside him. With my skill level, I could get away from this neighborhood in 2 seconds after rushing out from here. But the next moment he was shocked to find that no matter how hard he tried, the distance did not change at all. You've come all this way to me, so why are you in such a hurry to leave? With a blur before his eyes, Zhang Ziyu finally regained consciousness, and seeing that he was still standing in the same spot, his expression turned grim. Illusion array. It was an extremely sophisticated illusion array. I didn't even know when I fell into it. Who exactly are you? Without a doubt, this person's realm has far surpassed his, so how could Xiao Lu be associated with a cultivator of this level? Me, in a sense, you should be the first person to discover that I have come out of seclusion. Xing did not hide anything. Buzz. It was as if a thunderbolt had flashed through my mind, and even my soul was trembling. He had thought that Xing was a cultivator who had been attracted because he had just emerged from seclusion, but he never expected that he was actually the cultivator himself. But how could this be? Why would Xiao Lu get involved with an ancient cultivator who has just emerged from seclusion? Don't overthink it. I just felt that you and your sister were destined to meet, so I passed on some knowledge to her to make her cultivation path smoother. Zhang Ziu didn't believe Su Xing's words, but he still cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Senior, but Xiao Lu's cultivation path will be smoother than most people's, so." Zhang Ziu stopped halfway through his sentence, staring incredulously at Su Xing, or more precisely, at the teardrop-shaped red jade in his hand. The storage ring is empty. I quickly searched my body, but there was nothing there. So that's how it is. I wondered why she actually mastered the first move of the flowing cloud sword technique. Su Xing clicked his tongue in amazement. Interesting. Someone actually thought of using this method to exploit those guys' blood. Blood? Could it be that this ancient cultivator who just emerged from seclusion knows the true nature of the red jade? This thing is very ingeniously made, but it shouldn't be used like this. Su Xing looked at him and asked, "Do you need my help? But after using it, the form of this thing might disappear." "I dare not trouble you, Senior." This was the only item left by his parents, so of course he couldn't let it disappear, especially since it had passed through the hands of an ancient cultivator he didn't know. "Very well, given your current level of cultivation, this thing is indeed of limited use." The red jade in Su Xing's hand disappeared. "It's been put back." Zhang Ziu quickly checked and found that the red jade was lying quietly inside the storage ring, as if it had never left. A chill crept into my heart. Just what kind of big shot is this? "Please sit down. Ask me anything you want to ask and I'll try my best to answer you." Zhang Ziu wanted to say he had nothing to ask, but the opportunity to obtain clues about his parents' deaths was right in front of him, and if he gave it up now? After a slight hesitation, he stepped forward and sat down properly on the sofa. "May I ask, Senior, you just mentioned that the red jade is blood. May I ask what kind of creature's blood it is?" "The answer to this question is too dangerous for you right now. I suggest you join the Dragon Elephant Sky Supporting Sect. You will naturally know the answer after you achieve Tao." Not only do I have to join a celestial sect, but I also have to become a Tao-merging cultivator. It's just one answer. Is the threshold really that high? Back then, my parents were still a long way from achieving enlightenment. Is this the only way? It's not necessary to join a celestial sect, but achieving Tao integration is essential. After all, you are a body cultivator, so joining the Dragon Elephant Sky Supporting Sect will make your path smoother. After a moment of silence, what are your plans for Xiao Lu Senior? She has good fighting talent. I will help her achieve the foundation of innate Tao, and then she will naturally join my sword sect. Does having good combat talent mean you should become a sword cultivator? Why not train your body then? Body cultivators also need combat talent. Because sword cultivators are more handsome than body cultivators. Is he telepathic? It's not mind reading, but isn't that what you body cultivators all think when you hear sword cultivator? That cannot be refuted. Both are recognized as brutes in the Tai Xuan realm. Sword cultivators who are elegant and unrestrained, riding the wind on their swords, are indeed more popular than muscular and domineering cultivators who are prone to tearing off their clothes at the drop of a hat. And do you want your sister to throw a punch at someone? Zhang Ziu. Well, he also had some trouble accepting of that scene. Is there anything else you want to ask? Senior, your cultivation is so profound. Why would someone of your level pay attention to us lowly cultivators? Zhang Ziu asked earnestly. Is it because you're bored that you want to find some fun? Don't think of things in a gloomy way. You also said you didn't use telepathy. I am a pioneer. Compared to you, I have simply walked a few more years. When I first embarked on the path of cultivation, I received the support of many predecessors, which enabled me to reach where I am today. Naturally, I should also support the younger generation in the same way as my predecessors. This answer was quite unexpected. But I'm not a member of the Sword Sect, Xianxia said, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Xing looked at him and said, "The billions of humans in the Hehuan realm are all our descendants." In the hazy space, Zhang Yunlu sat cross-legged, with wisps of gray mist flowing and gathering in the large hole torn open in her abdomen. The injuries to other parts of his body have also fully recovered. Slay the enemy, a 9th-level Qi refining swordsman, mastering the flowing cloud sword technique. Time taken, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Golden characters appeared, followed by a perfectly round pill. Zhang Yunlu opened her eyes, grabbed the pill and put it in her mouth. The medicine took effect quickly, rapidly restoring the depleted spiritual energy in my Danshan and making it much stronger. Wasn't I asleep? Why can I still feel the spiritual energy in my Danshan? Why do we feel pain when we are injured? Is that really what it feels like when life slips away? Many questions weighed on her mind, but she no longer had the energy to explore them. After nearly 100 life-or-death battles where she held nothing back, her flowing cloud sword technique improved rapidly, and she mastered all the subsequent sword moves. Now, even sword cultivators who have mastered the flowing cloud sword technique are no match for her. Enemy, a sword cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refining, with the flowing cloud sword technique at its peak. Defeating the enemy will end this trial. Upon seeing that line of text, Zhang Yunlu's eyes finally lit up. It's finally over. She finally understood why Xing had so confidently assured her that she could master the flowing cloud sword technique. It turns out it was built entirely with lives on the line. Feeling invigorated, Zhang Yunlu stood up and gazed into the depths of the gray fog. Thump thump. It was still that familiar sword cultivator phantom, her face obscured, her spiritual power comparable to hers. If I kill him, I can get out. This time, Zhang Yunlu decided to take the initiative and launch a preemptive strike. With a light touch of her toes, she charged toward the sword cultivator's phantom while unleashing 5 sword beams in quick succession, and this was not even her limit. After a series of metallic clanging sounds, puff, the spurting blood turned into a gray mist and dissipated. Pierced by several sword beams, Zhang Yunlu flew backward like a rag doll, while the sword cultivator phantom showed no mercy, stepping forward and thrusting his sword through her brow. Enemy, a sword cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refining, with the flowing cloud sword technique at its peak. Challenge failed. End of this chapter. Chapter 22, Sister. How about we switch to body cultivation? Before long, her body, which looked like a tattered rag, dissipated and gray mist surged, gathering together in wisps and strands, and recondensing into Zhang Yunlu's figure. Enemy, a sword cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refining, with the flowing cloud sword technique at its peak. Defeating the enemy will end this trial. Familiar golden lettering and a pill. Zhang Yunlu grabbed the pill and threw it into her mouth. She then closed her eyes and began to regulate her breathing. After a few minutes, her depleted spiritual energy was fully restored, and the total amount increased slightly. The sword cultivator's illusory figure watched quietly. When Zhang Yunlu stood up with her sword, her spiritual power, which had weakened somewhat, returned to its peak and even became slightly stronger. You son of a bitch. This is a boss that grows stronger in sync with other bosses, without suffering any status loss. After cursing, she rushed forward. However, the result was not much better. After only a few exchanges, her heart was pierced by the sword's edge, and then her head was cut off with a single sword stroke. After resisting a few more moves, she was cut in half at the waist by the sword cultivator's phantom. But Zhang Yunlu managed to drag half of her body and slash at the sword cultivator's right hand. The third time, Zhang Yunlu chose to fight using hit-and-run tactics, but she couldn't even withstand 2 sword strikes before the sword, Cultivator's phantom pierced her throat with a single sword. The fourth, fifth, and sixth times in a row, her performance was even worse than at the beginning, and she didn't even last a minute. For the seventh time, Zhang Yunlu abandoned the hit-and-run tactics and chose to fight the sword cultivator's phantom head-on. In the fight, she continuously improved her sword moves. This time, it also lasted less than a minute, but she managed to wound the sword cultivator's phantom again. In subsequent encounters, her swordplay became increasingly skillful. In addition to the agility and elegance of the flowing cloud sword technique, it also gained a greater sense of fearlessness. The duration of their exchanges grew longer, and the sword cultivator's illusory figure suffered increasingly severe injuries. The 15th time, Zhang Yunlu's left hand was cut off. A large hole appeared in her abdomen from front to back, and there was a wound on her neck that was constantly bleeding. But the sword cultivator's phantom was no better off. His right wrist, which was holding the sword, had been cut off, so he was now holding the sword with his left hand. His chest and abdomen seemed to have been ripped open, and wisps of gray mist were dissipating. Huff, huff, tilde. Zhang Yunlu was panting heavily, her vision blurring in waves, a sign of excessive blood loss. She was barely holding on. It's just a trial, why make it so realistic? Opposite her, the sword cultivator's illusory figure had already managed to stand up. Grass. He's a fucking monster. She loves reading and dreams of becoming a sword cultivator like those in The Secret History of Ancient Cultivation, clad in flowing white robes who can take a person's head from 1,000 miles away with a flick of their finger. Now he's here, sword in hand, fighting a monster that feels no pain, and he hasn't broken down even after dying over 100 times. I'm so impressed with myself. Squeezing out the last bit of strength from his body, he used his sword to force himself to stand up. Clang! Zhang Yunlu dropped the longsword. It was too heavy for her to lift now. She drew the short sword from her waist. After dying once at first, she realized she had one too. Without any warning, the two rushed at each other almost simultaneously. The swordsman's phantom sword tip was aimed directly at Zhang Yunlu's throat. With a long sword against a short sword, she would inevitably be struck first. Avoiding it beforehand was the best option, however. A ruthless glint flashed in Zhang Yunlu's eyes. Without dodging or evading, the longsword pierced through Zhang Yunlu's throat without any suspense and emerged from the side of her neck. However, she did not stop, using the last bit of spiritual power to protect her life. Puff! The short sword in his hand pierced the blurry features of the swordsman's phantom, roughly around the eyes, and he twisted it forcefully. Slay the enemy, a 9th-level chi-refining swordsman, mastering the flowing cloud sword technique. Time taken, 7 minutes and 25 seconds. This trial has ended. Golden characters appeared, but Zhang Yunlu paid no attention to them. Instead, she laughed as she watched the dissipating sword cultivator's phantom. That's right. In desperate situations, they can be ruthless and risk everything, exchanging injuries for injuries to forcefully kill the enemy. Inside the villa, a picture was projected into the air. Su Xing exclaimed in admiration, while Zhang Ziu's eyes twitched involuntarily when he saw that scene. That person with a missing hand, a sword around her neck, barely breathing and still laughing, is that my sister? Having survived 102 deaths, she finally killed a sword cultivator at the 9th level of chi refining, who had mastered a perfect sword technique in a direct confrontation. 102nd death. Zhang Ziu looked at the fallen figure in the video, his heart filled with turmoil. He felt sorry for his sister, but he also knew that this would not harm her. Senior, you two are born with a foundation in the Tao, so you should be aware of the pain and danger involved in the process of absorbing the essence of the sun, condensing the radiance of the moon, and refining the brilliance of the stars. How could he not know that the pain of that process was no exaggeration? It was like being torn to pieces. But judging from her current state, that challenge might not be too difficult for her. The image of Zhang Yunlu, half dead yet still smiling, resurfaced in Zhang Ziu's mind, overlapping with the image of Zhang Yunlu sitting in the sunlight reading a book. Is this ruthless person really the quiet, book-loving Xiao Lu, the residence of the Zhang siblings? Inside the bedroom, a small portion of the calming incense had burned down, and Zhang Yunlu's eyes were tightly closed. She appeared to be fast asleep. But the next instant, the rising smoke was suddenly blown away, and a surge of spiritual energy lifted the curtains. He suddenly opened his eyes, which had been tightly closed, and sat up abruptly, his eyes filled with vigilance. Everything that was both familiar and strange came into view, and the continuous flow of warmth reminded her that she had returned to reality. No, if that was just an illusion, then what about my spiritual power? After a long silence, she got up, went to the refrigerator, and poured herself a glass of juice. Feeling the cool, sweet juice, she felt as if she had finally come back to life. Holding the juice, she slowly walked to the French windows. A gentle evening breeze carried a slight chill. In the distance, bright lights shone, cars passed by, and streaks of light occasionally flashed across the sky. A scene of prosperity stands out starkly against the backdrop of brutal life-and-death struggles. She stood by the window for a long time, until she finished the remaining half-glass of juice, and then she suddenly smiled. Even the owner of the noodle shop downstairs is at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. I'm no match for him. Why am I pretending to be melancholy here? She put down the cup and prepared to go back to her bedroom to continue sleeping, but she stopped after taking only a few steps. It feels like something's missing. Looking around, his gaze finally settled on the longsword leaning against the wall. This is it. As I stepped forward, grabbed the scabbard, and gripped the hilt with my right hand, I felt an immense sense of peace. Sitilda, I think there's something wrong with my current state. Sen. The longsword was drawn, its blade reflecting her eyes, the edge gleaming coldly. But it was just an ordinary sword, otherwise she wouldn't have left it leaning against the wall. Just then, a rustling sound came from outside the door. The door opened quickly, and Zhang Yunlu relaxed her guard and gave a bright smile when she saw who it was. Brother, you're back. But Zhang Ziu, standing at the door, felt a chill run down his spine when he saw her smile, especially the sword she was holding. Sister, why don't we give up sword cultivation and switch to body cultivation instead? Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 23, Reality Experienced in Illusion. The next day, Zhang Ziu asked for leave. Following Su Xing's instructions, Zhang Yunlu went to school early to report her cultivation level and inquire about the foundation establishment stage. Along the way, whenever she saw someone, she would subconsciously look at their groin area. This is a lingering effect, and it will probably last for quite some time. After entering the school, she went directly to see the dean of students. Normally, this kind of thing should be discussed with one's homeroom teacher, but Fang Kai decided to let it go. The dean of students' office. 9th level of Qi refining, solid foundation, quite impressive. Bright strands of magical energy were drawn from Zhang Yunlu's wrist. The dean of students at Xuanjian City No. 3 Middle School is named Yu Ming. He is a somewhat stern and old-fashioned old man with gray hair and age spots on his face, looking rather gloomy. But once you get to know him, you'll find that he's actually a very gentle elder. It is said that he enjoyed exploring various secret realms in his early years, and it was because of this that his foundation was damaged in an accident, losing the possibility of further advancement, and he eventually came to this school to become the dean of students. Now that you've reached this level of cultivation, it's indeed time to tell you some things about foundation establishment. Yu Ming handed her a glass of water. The information on the spirit network is a mixed bag. While the descriptions of the third-level foundation establishment have their merits, they are incomplete. Yu Ming knew very well why Zhang Yunlu had come to see him today. According to the rules, she should have asked her homeroom teacher about matters related to foundation establishment. There are 3 main methods of foundation building: pseudo-foundation building through external materials, and foundation building by nature. In Yu Ming's view, conflicts between teachers and students, and some trivial rules, are far less important than a student's future. He explained in detail the three methods of foundation building that he knew. The pseudo-foundation establishment was similar to what Zhang Yunlu initially knew. External foundation building is equivalent to the second and third types of foundation building she originally knew, plus the first type of foundation building she heard about from Su Xing. The heavenly foundation of Tao is exactly the same as what Su Xing said. But what about the other one? It is extremely difficult to build a heavenly foundation. Not only does it require an extremely strong foundation, but the process of absorbing the essence of the sun, condensing the brilliance of the moon, and refining the radiance of stars is also incredibly painful. Yu Ming chuckled. Your foundation is sufficient, but it remains to be seen whether you can overcome these three trials. I think my willpower is still pretty strong. After all, I died over 100 times in one night, but rare treasures must be quite hard to come by, right? Su Xing had said he would send her one, but Zhang Yunlu still wanted to ask. Treasures of heaven and earth are indeed rare, but as early as 73 years ago, someone had already researched alternatives. I personally recommend the one-time foundation establishment treasure Divine Essence from the Pure Moon Flying Sword. A single foundation building technique using rare and divine treasures. The price isn't too expensive, and the efficacy is comparable to other brands. Products like those from Hehuan Sect are quite expensive, even though the effects are clearly the same, so they're just a bunch of unscrupulous merchants. Yu Ming opened the drawer, took out a crystal card from a small box, and handed it to Zhang Yunlu. This is the basic gathering and refining method created by the Holy Emperor Yuan. Study it carefully when you get back. Teacher, this is too. Don't refuse. It's not that I'm being special. Every student at the 9th level of Qi refining has it. Otherwise, how could it be called the basic Qi gathering and refining method? Various cultivation and refining methods exist in the schools of the major immortal sects, but they are all too extreme and violent. This basic cultivation and refining method is relatively peaceful. Even so, the school only dared to issue it to students who had reached the 9th level of Qi refining during their senior year of high school. Oh, I see. Zhang Yunlu took the crystal card and put it into her storage ring. Does Zhang have any other questions? Have you ever heard of the foundation of creation? Yu Ming was silent for a while. Yes, but that's not the mainstream and it's too difficult. The current pseudo-foundation building is a new type of foundation building method created by Ling Yanfang after researching the Tao foundation of creation. Although there are few heavenly foundation Taoists, you can see a few in every year's college entrance examination. However, the last time a creation foundation Taoist appeared was 15 years ago. Knock knock. Director, this is the test material for tomorrow's combat test. Zhang Yunlu turned around and saw that the person who came was her teacher, Fang Kai. The two stared at each other, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. At noon, senior high school students gradually emerged from the school. Because there will be a magic test tomorrow, the school gave them an afternoon off to prepare. Zhang Yunlu was among them, but instead of going home after leaving school, she took a taxi to the villa complex where Su Xing lived. During class today, many classmates who hadn't spoken much before came to advise her to apologize to Fang Kai, saying that there were no unsolvable conflicts between teachers and students. However, Zhang Yunlu ignored her. She only found it noisy. We're almost graduating, and you want me to mend the relationship between teachers and students. Seeing her so unappreciative, those people directly stated that the real test would be tomorrow's magical duel. Although they are students, they are also practitioners. A battle of wits. How many of my classmates are stronger than the painless monster in my dream? Thinking about it, she suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. If I have strong enough opponents to hone my swordsmanship in this combat test, I might not suffer as badly as I did last night when I faced that monster again. The driver, seeing Zhang Yunlu's alternating silence and laughter in the rearview mirror, couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. High school seniors face immense pressure. He simply stopped talking and turned the music up a bit. Soon the car arrived at its destination. We've arrived, but we can't drive in here, so you'll have to walk in yourself. After paying, Zhang Yunlu walked into the residential area and arrived at Su Xing's villa. He activated the array using the array's central hub, took a few steps to the door, and was just about to ring the doorbell. "Just come in, the door's open." Sure enough, the door opened with a gentle push, and everything inside was exactly the same as when I came yesterday. She finally saw Su Xing in the garden. At this moment, Su Xing was leaning back in a rattan recliner, with a pot of tea on the table beside him. Sunlight streamed in, and he looked very relaxed. "Sit down. Your performance last night was indeed excellent. You should have no problem handling tomorrow's magical combat test." I actually have a question about last night." After a pause, Zhang Yunlu continued, "Was everything I experienced real or an illusion?" Su Xing did not answer but instead asked, "What do you think?" "It must be fake. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to be resurrected so many times, and I would still be in my own room after waking up. How can one person have so many lives? Now that you understand this, why ask this question? But my spiritual power has indeed increased, just like the pills I took during that trial really worked." Zhang Yunlu frowned. This was the reason for her confusion. Illusory or real? Su Xing gently touched the surface, and a drop of tea floated up, then quickly expanded, transforming into a round and plump pill under her gaze. The so-called truth becomes falsehood when it is made into falsehood. This is the essence of refining falsehood into truth. As Su Xing finished speaking, the pill transformed back into a drop of tea and fell back into the teacup. "If you want an explanation, everything that happened last night was like you experiencing reality within a falsehood. Do you understand?" Zhang Yunlu nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite. Su Xing didn't care much. After all, these things were still very far away from her. Please add this to your favorites and read on. Dear readers, if you encounter any parts that are not fluent or coherent, please feel free to point them out, and I will correct them as soon as possible. End of this chapter. Chapter 24, Combat Test. In short, you don't need to understand its essence right now. Just follow the steps to cultivate yourself. Got it, got it. This is something only big shots need to know. Okay, I understand. Did you go to school today to report your level of spiritual attainment? Some. Zhang Yunlu recounted to Su Xing what she had learned from Yu Ming. The foundation building method taught by the school did not mention the Tao foundation of creation, which was within Su Xing's expectations. However, the one-time foundation building using rare and divine treasures was quite interesting. As an essential component for forging the foundation of one's Tao, this is a rare and precious treasure of heaven and earth. Nowadays, the cultivation world is full of talented people, and even this can be mass-produced. Even if the effect is not as good as that of real rare treasures, it is still quite remarkable. I'll go find and take a look at the basic gathering and refining method later. Su Xing was naturally very interested in the method created by the Holy Emperor Yuan, but he did not ask Zhang Yunlu for it directly. Since the school had not made it public, there must be certain restrictions on the students who obtained the basic gathering and refining method, such as not being allowed to spread it outside. It might be a small matter for him, but it was different for Zhang Yunlu. With a flick of her wrist, just like the previous flowing cloud sword technique, a ray of spiritual light entered Zhang Yunlu's brow. Your total spiritual power is only average. I will pass on to you the 9 Qi gathering and refining method, but you can decide for yourself which of the two methods is more suitable through future trials if needed. Having learned from her previous experience, her dazed state was much shorter. After closing her eyes and reading it carefully, Zhang Yunlu stood up and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Senior." She knew very well that the two of them were just strangers who had met by chance. Although Su Xing is at a very high level and is a very powerful figure, who says that powerful figures must help lesser cultivators. To take all of this for granted would be incredibly ungrateful. The master's level is too high. She can't repay him in a moment, but she can still express her gratitude. "You are welcome." These two siblings really have the same temperament. When Zhang Ziyu left last night, he also thanked him very sincerely. Over the long years, he has helped many people. Most people are grateful at first, but then they gradually get used to it and even take it for granted. Eventually, they even demand more, and if he doesn't give it to them, they will resent him. However, there are also some people who, from beginning to end, are able to stay true to themselves, know when to advance and retreat, and understand the principles of things. So even now, he still likes to give opportunities to younger generations. What will become of the Zhang siblings in the end? Su Xing wouldn't go to see it, but he hoped it was the latter. Before leaving, Zhang Yunlu asked one last question. After last night's trial, I felt a bit off. Not only did I feel at ease holding the sword, but I also subconsciously looked at other people's vital areas when I looked at them. Su Xing's answer was, "You'll get used to it after a while." Zhang Yunlu's state is a stage that every sword cultivator goes through. Sword cultivators are extremely skilled at killing, so any kind of sword cultivator needs to fight and shed blood to sharpen their blades. Given Zhang Yunlu's current state, will tomorrow's combat test be a fierce and evenly matched contest, or a one-sided massacre from beginning to end? After returning home that afternoon, Zhang Yunlu found her favorite books and planned to relax first. However, after reading several pages of the book, I still couldn't calm down. My mind was filled with the sword moves of flowing cloud sword technique. A few minutes later, she closed the book, picked up her sword and ran to the rooftop. Coincidentally, a young couple was also on the rooftop, and they were both stunned when they saw Zhang Yunlu. Zhang Yunlu was also taken aback. The main reason is that she has met these two people before. They are from the same school as her. Although they are not in the same class, the classrooms of the two classes are next to each other, and they often run into each other. This is very awkward. Sorry to bother you. After leaving those words, Zhang Yunlu quickly turned and went downstairs, leaving the two of them looking at each other in bewilderment. She's Zhang Yunlu. The boy remembered her because he had volunteered at a previous school competition. She's carrying a sword. Could she be here to practice? Pretending to be something you're not, the girl said with some dissatisfaction. You don't work hard usually, and you only start working hard when the magic test is coming up. It can't be that bad. She didn't know anyone was here when she came. How could it not be? The girl's voice rose a few decibels. I heard that a lot of people in her class don't like her, and they're planning to teach her a lesson in tomorrow's Battle of Wits test. Is that true? The boy was curious, but seeing that his girlfriend seemed a little angry, he didn't bother to ask and immediately started to coax her. Once she had calmed down a bit, she subtly inquired about it. After some embellished description, the boy finally confirmed that such a thing had indeed happened, and that it was even instructed by the teacher. They've even offended the teacher. Looks like tomorrow's magic test will be quite entertaining. The girl eventually realized something was wrong and complained. Why do you keep asking about her? Is it because? The boy quickly interrupted her before she could lash out. Isn't it just curiosity about whether she'll win tomorrow? The girl scoffed. Fang Lin, the senior in her class, has been to the Starry Sky battlefield. What makes her think she can fight him? Yes, how can he compare to Fang Lin? The boy smiled and agreed, but he was thinking to himself. I have a bad temper, maybe I should find someone else. The school was bustling with activity early the next morning. Strengthful beams of light flew into the school from all parts of the city. These were people who had come to watch the magical combat test. The third middle school is the best middle school in Xuanjian City, and its principal is the cultivator with the highest cultivation level in the entire city, closest to the void returning realm. Therefore, many people came to support the event, all of whom were well-known and powerful cultivators in the city. Among them was Li Fengping, an inner disciple of the Sword Sect, who was personally invited by the principal to become one of the judges for today's combat test. However, because the injuries on his face had not yet healed, he was still wrapped in gauze, and everyone assumed that he was practicing some special supernatural power, so they did not ask any further questions. A huge arena was suspended above the playground, and the audience consisted of lower-grade students and some family members of senior high school students. Zhang Yunlu sat in the classroom and looked out the window. From her perspective, she could see the entire arena. Banners fluttered around the arena, and dark marks, seemingly dried bloodstains, were visible on the gray bricks. So is my next task to fight on that arena. The memory of her battle with the sword cultivator's phantom during last night's trial flashed through her mind. After dying dozens of times, she was now able to easily defeat a sword cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refining, who had mastered the perfected, flowing cloud sword technique. Could there be someone even stronger at school? He tightened his grip on the scabbard, a sense of anticipation rising in his heart. Her expression caught the eye of Fang Kai, who was standing in front of the podium. Oh, now I know how to be nervous. With a cold laugh in his heart, Fang Kai looked to the other side, where a tall young man stood, his eyes gleaming with spiritual light, just one step away from Foundation establishment. He is Fang Lin. He has the highest cultivation level in the entire class, and is also the only student who has been to the Starry Sky battlefield. Fang Lin didn't care about Zhang Yunlu at all. Although he knew she had already reached the 9th level of Qi refining, he still didn't care at all. These practitioners who grow up in schools are like sheep raised in a greenhouse, naive and fragile, easily collapsing under the slightest pressure. If Fang Kai weren't his uncle, he wouldn't have bothered to make a fuss. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 25, the cultivation version of the yellow hare's nemesis. Just as the school was in full swing, preparing for the magical combat test. High in the sky above the clouds, a figure in white sat upright, looking down with a purple glint in his eyes, his gaze seemingly piercing through the clouds. Hehuan Sect, a Dao integration stage cultivator of the Supreme Dao Sect. Master Zioning left Xuanjian City yesterday, but Master Hehuan has no intention of leaving. It's been a long time since the incident, but even now, he still remembers that earth-shattering sword strike. After killing someone, the Dao-merging sword cultivator did a series of things, but instead of fleeing, he held up Yuer's head and questioned the several Dao-merging sword cultivators who had rushed over in full view of everyone. At that time, he was only at the void returning stage and could only watch helplessly as the Dao integration sword cultivator left. Later, after finally advancing to the Dao integration stage, I wanted to challenge him. However, when I actually saw him, I was so afraid that I couldn't even utter the word challenge. Inner demons. At that moment, he realized that he was trapped by his inner demons, and if he did not break free from them, he would probably be stuck at the path of enlightenment for the rest of his life and never be able to advance any further. Everyone in the sect thought he was seeking revenge, but only he knew that everything he did was simply to overcome his inner demons. Hehuan Sect's expression remained calm, but his thoughts were in turmoil. The Sword Sect is arrogant and shows no regard for the Supreme Dao Sect. Their patriarch, who is clearly a peerless being in the Tai Xuan realm along with the Sword Venerable, always yields to them, which is far too weak. Even the sect's disciples are going after this steady-line cultivation thing. It's utterly absurd. However, that Dao-merging sword cultivator possessed earth-shattering swordsmanship, and his combat strength was so formidable that it was almost despair-inducing. He was no match for him. He could only find a way to defeat him elsewhere. The Sword Sect cultivator who emerged from seclusion was an attempt. Although he severed one of the hands of the Dao integration demon, he still managed to let him escape. Judging from this alone, even if that person was a Dao integration cultivator, he couldn't possibly be too powerful. So he arrived here early to observe. Today's combat test is the biggest event held in Xuanjian City recently. Based on past patterns, ancient cultivators who emerge from seclusion usually hide themselves away, gradually learning about this vastly different world. Because of their profound cultivation levels, they also tend to gravitate towards places with large populations. Therefore, it is very likely that the Sword Sect cultivator who has emerged from seclusion will appear here. Meanwhile, not far from the school, there was a barbecue restaurant. Because it was still early, there weren't many people in the restaurant, and most of them ordered things like kidneys and oysters. The boss was a middle-aged man with peak foundation establishment cultivation. He had a muscular physique and looked very strong, clearly a pure body cultivator. These young people, eating this so early in the morning, don't they know how to take care of their health? As he sighed inwardly, he skillfully sprinkled various spices on the ingredients. Boom! Then a flying sword with various colored lights descended, and the person riding the sword was a thin, blond man with sunken eyes who looked listless. Because the commotion was so loud, many people went to look. This includes Xing, who buys steamed buns in front of the bun shop next door. He arrived outside the school early in the morning, his goal naturally being the basic gathering and refining method created by Sheng Huangyuan, and also to see Zhang Yunlu's performance. "Boss, 10 skewers of kidneys, please," the blond-haired man said as he took out a medicine bottle and poured a few pills into his mouth. The chi-boosting and body-nourishing pill is a low-grade elixir. Its effects, well, those who know, know. All right, the owner took 2 huge kidneys from the side and skillfully cut them open. "Thanks for your patronage, handsome. I'll give you 2 skewers later." He opened the shop to make money, so of course he wouldn't turn away business that comes to him. And judging from this guy's appearance, he might become a long-term customer. "Thanks, boss." Perhaps he was really a bit weak. Huang Mao waved his hand and prepared to find a place to sit and rest. Just then, a girl who looked to be around 20 years old, with a pretty face, a graceful figure, and wearing a light gray tank top and hot pants, also landed on her sword. The blond-haired man who was about to leave stopped again. "Dad," the girl called out sweetly. The blond-haired man scratched his head. Wasn't it inappropriate to do this in public? However, the next moment he heard a sigh. "Is the owner of this barbecue restaurant her dad?" Huang Mao was stunned. Looking at the barbecue restaurant owner's muscular physique, his heart trembled slightly. "Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend." The girl pointed to the blond-haired man who was backing away. "Oh." The busy barbecue restaurant owner nodded, then suddenly realized what he was doing and turned around abruptly. The two stared at each other for a long while. The barbecue restaurant owner smiled at his daughter, but the smile looked somewhat ferocious, with veins bulging on his forehead. "Is he your boyfriend?" "Yes." "I—" The barbecue restaurant owner's eyes turned red, and his large, fan-like hand reached out to grab the blond-haired man. The blond-haired man was terrified and tried to run away on his flying sword, but was ultimately grabbed by the collar and pulled down. Huang Mao was just a pseudo-foundation establishment cultivator. Facing a true body cultivator at the peak of foundation establishment, he had no power to resist and was being carried around like a chick. "Tell me quickly, did she go to the hotel with you yesterday?" No. "Yes, Dad, I was in my room all day yesterday, wasn't I?" Hearing this, the barbecue restaurant owner finally regained some of his composure and put the blond-haired man down. "Get out of here." The blond-haired man scrambled to run away. "Wait a minute, where did you sleep yesterday?" "Her room." The barbecue restaurant owner's face turned bright red, and wisps of scarlet blood appeared all over his body. No father could tolerate such a thing. "Don't get excited, Dad. He's perfectly fine." Huang Mao was almost in tears. "Grandma, please don't add fuel to the fire, okay?" "Okay, how good can it be?" The words were practically squeezed out through clenched teeth. "His vitality and desires are excellent." Not only were the people involved stunned, but even the onlookers were dumbfounded. There was even a twist. "I have joined the Hehuan Sect, and he actually did not encounter me. What he saw was all an illusion." "You're lying to me," the blond-haired man exclaimed in disbelief. "I'm not lying to you. Didn't I tell you and you agreed?" "Yellow hair." "It turns out that it wasn't me who coaxed her, but rather she who coaxed me." The crimson phantom of blood and chi dissipated. The barbecue restaurant owner and the blond-haired man had somewhat complicated expressions. The atmosphere became awkward for a moment. in this situation, who really suffered a loss. Get in here, we need to get this straight today. Faced with the still angry barbecue restaurant owner, Huang Mao didn't dare to run away. He picked up the flying sword that had fallen to the side and followed him into the barbecue restaurant. Soon the shop door was closed. Tusk, this world is really something these days, the steamed bun shop owner sighed. Xing, carrying the steamed buns, also found what had just happened quite interesting. I never expected to see such a good show today. The blonde-haired character who's been giving many fathers headaches has finally met his match. He then carried the steamed buns to the school, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Now that Leslie has finished reading, it's time to go and check out the methods of the Holy Emperor Abyss. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 26, The Arena of Venomous Words. To ensure the success of this combat test, and to show his importance to it, the principal specially invited 2 golden core sword cultivators to guard the main gate. One person carried a long sword on their back, while another was surrounded by spinning sword pellets. Indeed, these 2 were the same 2-sword cultivator that Xing had seen at the entrance of the miscellaneous affairs hall. Their business is quite diverse. They're professional security guards. However, compared to their casualness last time, they were much more serious now, their sharp gazes sweeping over everyone entering the school. Clearly, the price offered by the principal was not low. Xing, biting into a steamed bun, followed a man in a suit into the school. The 2-sword cultivators glanced at the man in front of them, but did not linger on Xing for even a moment, as if they had not noticed that there was another person there at all. And that is indeed the case. The main purpose of this trip to the school was to see the Dharma created by the Holy Emperor Yuan, so I'll keep a low profile. Otherwise, if it's just for watching a magic test, wouldn't the school principal give him face if he used the identity of Su Sando? Arriving at the playground, I looked up at the huge arena floating in the air. I thought things would improve, but it's still the same. This arena is called Xige and belongs to the dragon-elephant sky-supporting sect. When cultivators spar and fight on it, if one side suffers a fatal injury, they will be teleported down. However, the one we see now is only the lowest grade. If the grade were higher, the arena could even form its own world. Besides the Stop the War arena, the dragon-elephant sky-supporting sect also has the Blood Battle arena. Once you step into it, the arena will isolate you from the outside world until only one person remains on the arena. Moreover, whether it is a cessation of hostilities or a bloody battle, an evaluation will be given based on the performance of both sides. However, those comments are generally not good. There are quite a few people watching today, and many of these students will probably be on edge. Xing didn't linger for long. He casually tossed the paper bag containing the buns into the trash can and continued walking upwards. The crystal card containing the basic mining and refining method was stored in the dean's office. There shouldn't be anyone here now, but even if there were, it wouldn't matter. At exactly 9 o'clock, the teachers of each class led their students to the playground to wait. The judges' panel was suspended in midair, consisting of the principal, 2 vice principals, the director of teaching, the mayor's secretary, and Li Fengping, who had been personally invited by the principal. Start. A voice neither too loud nor too soft resounded throughout the venue. There were no lengthy speeches or elaborate ceremonies. This is a battle of magic between cultivators. Even though these students are still at a low level, the principal will give them enough respect. Today's home game belongs to them. Rumble. With a deafening roar, the Stop the War arena, suspended in the air, began to separate, like assembled building blocks being disassembled. Streams of scarlet spiritual light flashed, exuding an extremely chilling aura. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the originally wide and huge Xige arena disintegrated into 12 smaller arenas of varying sizes. Thump, thump, thump. One arena after another fell, raising clouds of dust and causing the ground to tremble. The spectators and judges were stopped by the brilliance, but the students and teachers were not so lucky. A wave of dust rushed in, and everyone got a little bit of dust. Seeing that the effect was almost there, the principal raised his hand and waved it, and the dust that had been flying up as the stage fell seemed to be pressed down and instantly subsided. 12 arenas covered the playground, with the largest one in the middle and the ones further out getting smaller. Defender, step onto the stage. The contest only lasted one morning, so this method was adopted. A confident person can choose a ring to defend their title, and they can successfully defend their title by winning 9 matches. After the top 12 champions are determined, they can challenge any other champion except themselves to take their arena. The final ranking is determined by the size of the arena they defend. In other words, this contest of skills is not mandatory. Those who feel unsure of their abilities can choose not to participate. Silence. Of the more than 500 students, not a single one went on stage, and the entire playground became increasingly quiet. Several minutes passed before a student finally came out. He was a student who looked a bit old and had reached the 8th level of Qi refining, which put him in the 2nd tier of students. He stepped onto the smallest, most peripheral ring. Du Kaiyan from Class 4, please give me your guidance. You could tell he was a little nervous. With one student taking the lead, another student quickly stepped forward. Also at the 8th level of Qi refining, she stepped onto the smallest arena, stood opposite Du Kaiyan, and announced her name in class. Well, the younger students in the audience gasped in surprise. Are they going to start fighting right away? The two didn't waste any words and started fighting immediately. Zhang Yunlu was completely focused, afraid of missing even the slightest detail, but as she watched, this can be called a battle of wits. This thought popped into her mind. The two of them took turns hitting each other, casting fireballs and water shields, just throwing spells at each other in a very monotonous way. Are you trying to play turn-based combat here? Oh? Fang Lin, holding the black battle sword, couldn't help but sneer at the sight. Soon the challenger's spiritual energy was exhausted. The spiritual energy of the Qi refining stage was simply not enough to withstand their abuse, but Du Kaiyan, who was defending the arena, was not much better off. The challenger clasped his hands in a fist salute. Senior brother Du's cultivation is superior to mine. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Junior sister, please. Du Kaiyan was about to be modest. It's called a magic duel, but it's really a demonstration of spells. Why not go to the bustling market and loudly ask for a reward? You might get 2 or 3 silver coins. Both the attackers and defenders are just small fry. A powerful and majestic voice echoed throughout the entire playground. The two people on the stage were stunned for a moment, and then their faces instantly turned bright red. Holy crap! The people in this ring are so venomous. The younger students in the audience and the senior high school students who had not yet gone on stage were all shocked. The challenger covered her face and jumped off the ring. The thought of having just loudly proclaimed her name filled her with overwhelming shame. Although Du Kaiyan successfully defended his title, he was so upset by the evaluation that he simply gave up and jumped down. For a time, no one dared to go on stage again. Especially those who lacked confidence. They originally wanted to do their best to perform well, but given the current situation, would I embarrass myself by going up there? Go up on stage. Su Xing's voice suddenly came from beside me. Zhang Yunlu was startled and quickly looked around, but she didn't see anything. However, she did see the older man in the audience waving at her. Senior, you're here too. After calming herself down, Zhang Yunlu left the group and walked towards the arena. In fact, even without Su Xing's shout, she was already preparing to go on stage. To be on the safe side, it's best to choose a medium-sized arena to defend your title. Go to the central arena. Su Xing's voice rang out again. Su Xing stood at the window of the dean's office, holding a crystal card in his hand, watching Zhang Yunlu walk step by step toward the central arena. The mouths of those brutes from the Dragon Elephant Sky supporting sect are as venomous as ever. Even within their own sects, many people were broken down by the evaluation of the Stop the War arena. However, thanks to this, there have been far fewer conflicts within the dragon-elephant sky-supporting sect. Those who practice body cultivation are mostly young and vigorous, easily angered, and often get into fights over trivial matters. Stop the fighting. No matter how big the conflict, as long as you go to this stop the fighting arena and fight it out, you'll find that the conflict is nothing. So many years have passed. I wonder if the guy who created the Stop the War arena is still alive. Please add this to your favorites and read on. End of this chapter. Chapter 27, Unexpected Changes. Someone else is going on stage so soon. I thought the remaining people would hesitate after hearing her honeyed words in the ring. Is it her? Li Fengping, who was on the judging panel, quickly recognized Zhang Yunlu, a qi-refining stage cultivator who could evoke his sword intent. He had been beaten up because he had followed her. The last time I saw her, she was only at the 8th level of qi refining, but now she's at the 9th level, and her spiritual power isn't weak among cultivators at the 9th level of qi refining. They've made such rapid progress. Nephew, do you recognize this student? The principal asked from the side. As a top-tier cultivator in the nascent soul stage, Li Fengping noticed something amiss even with his head wrapped in gauze. We met once. The fact that my nephew is paying attention to him shows he's a promising talent. I didn't say anything. Zhang Yunlu walked into the playground step by step, passed through the outer rings, and arrived at the ring in the middle under everyone's gaze. Well, are you that confident? They actually chose the biggest arena. Zhang Yunlu, please enlighten me, fellow students. Zhang Yunlu held her sword in her left hand, her expression calm. If she was a little nervous before stepping into the ring, she felt incredibly calm once she was on it. Fang Kai's face darkened. The first two students both mentioned their classes, but Zhang Yunlu only gave her own name, which was clearly aimed at him. That's fine, though. At least it saves her from giving some embarrassing comments on the stage later and losing face. He turned to look at Fang Lin, who was looking at Zhang Yunlu on the stage. Should we go now? He hesitated. Everyone only has 2 chances, so the choice is very important. Although he looks down on most of the students in this school, there are a few that he has to be wary of. While he hesitated, someone had already come out. His pale gray eyes sparkled with spiritual light, and his spiritual power was so abundant that it almost overflowed. He was the same boy who had talked about Kang Jizi in the classroom. He strode quickly through the arena, his target clearly Zhang Yunlu. All right, let's see what they're up to first. Now that things have come to this, Fang Lin can no longer care about Fang Kai's previous instructions. Who knows if Zhang Yunlu will step onto the biggest stage so quickly? It's more important to ensure his own ranking. Hu Xiang from Class 3, please enlighten me, Zhang. Hu Xiang also held a long sword, its blade bright and gleaming with a cold light, but it was just an ordinary sword. The 2 men stood facing each other, each wielding a long sword. Zhang Yunlu leaned forward slightly, and in the next instant she charged straight at her opponent, a thin layer of spiritual light covering the sword as she charged. Hu Xiang quickly retreated, channeling his spiritual power and forming a hand seal with his left hand, about to condense a layer of misty water into a water shield. Just as the water shield was about to be successfully formed, Zhang Yunlu rushed forward, and the fierce light and killing intent flashing in her eyes made Hu Xiang feel a sense of dread. Grass. Is that the look a student should have? In a flash, he made a decision, swinging his sword with his right hand to slash at Zhang Yunlu's waist and abdomen, first forcing her back, and then using the water shield to create distance. When, with a crisp clash, his sword was blocked by a short sword, while Zhang Yunlu's sword tip had already pierced through the mist, only an inch from her brow. A stinging sensation came, and a bright white light obscured everything in front of me. I hurriedly closed my eyes and quickly retreated. Thump! A dull thud, followed by a sharp pain in the back of my head, as if I had hit something. Hu Xiang opened his eyes in a daze and saw Zhang Yunlu looking at him with a surprised expression from above. He then realized that he had unknowingly wandered off the stage, and that the back of his head had just bumped into another stage. With a single sword strike, defeat and life or death are decided. The defender who defeats the opponent with a single sword strike can be rated as excellent. The challenger, possessing spiritual power but lacking decisiveness, was defeated with a single sword strike. Overestimating his own abilities, he was a cultivator in name only, but in reality, a meat pig. You have a lot of swear words. Hu Xiang thought he was mentally prepared, but he still couldn't hold back when he heard this, especially when he thought about falling off the ring and frantically backing away like a clown. Grass. Stupid arena. Zhang Yunlu carefully sheathed her short sword, quite satisfied with the fight that had just taken place. Although the opponent is a bit weak, it would still take at least 3 sword strikes to defeat him head-on. The monster in the trial was a bit cunning, but its tricks were quite effective. Good. Nephew, your insight is indeed remarkable. You truly deserve to be a disciple of the Sword Sect, the principal exclaimed. Others might not see it and might think Zhang Yunlu had taken a shortcut, but he wouldn't. Even if Hu Xiang managed to dodge the first sword, he had already gained the upper hand, and he was determined not to dodge the second sword. It's astonishing that there are such talented fighters in the school. Principal, you flatter me. It seems that her ability to awaken her own sword intent last time was not an accident. This girl truly has the potential to become an excellent sword cultivator. He had previously suspected that the body cultivator who attacked him might be related to this little girl, so he sent someone to investigate. However, she discovered that her parents were both dead, and her only remaining brother was only at the golden core stage, and he was the first person to discover her emerging from seclusion to cultivate. Aside from the time they reported to 2 seniors of the Supreme Tao sect, the 2 siblings haven't had any contact with cultivators above the nascent soul stage recently. On the playground, Zhang Yunlu soon faced several more challenges. After all, in the eyes of others, her first victory was somewhat of a cheat. Without exception, every challenger was defeated by Zhang Yunlu with a single sword strike. Most people are not even as good as Hu Xiang at the very beginning. Fang Lin's expression turned solemn. He no longer dared to underestimate Zhang Yunlu. Once could be considered a trick, but so many times was definitely a testament to her true strength. But what he couldn't understand even more was whether his uncle had lost his mind. To target such a talented student for a little tutoring fee, I wonder if he regrets it now. Fang Kai was filled with regret. His heart was bleeding with remorse. Last year, the teacher in the next class taught a student who ranked first in the city. The school rewarded him with a large amount of cultivation resources, which directly promoted him from the late golden core stage to the nascent soul stage. That student also joined the Immortals sect in his sophomore year, with a promising future ahead of him. As a result, the teacher from the next class was promoted to deputy director of the teaching affairs office. For these teachers, reaching the nascent soul stage and getting a promotion in their lifetime is already the pinnacle. Fang Kai could even imagine how many teachers would invite Zhang Yunlu to transfer to another class after this magical combat test. Good. The sword technique she used was something I've never seen before. The Purple Universe True Monarch, seated high on the clouds, gazed at Zhang Yunlu. He was familiar with all the sword techniques collected by various middle schools in Xuanjian City. However, he had never seen the sword technique that Zhang Yunlu was using before. Could it be related to that sword cultivator who emerged from seclusion? He remembered that this little cultivator seemed to have an older brother who was disguised as a golden core cultivator. He was indeed not simple. After this combat test was over, he could go and ask him. Suddenly, true monarch Hehuan felt a chill in his heart, and his divine sense quickly extended towards a certain place in Xuanjian City. A hidden yet powerful, terrifying demonic aura surged into the sky. He is a member of the demonic path, and a Tao-merging old demon at that. No! Then came a desperate scream. What is it? It's incredible that the Tao-merging demon could be driven to such despair. At this moment, Su Xing also looked towards the place where demonic energy was rising. They're really making a scene. Looks like I'll have to go pick them up. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 28, Senior Sister's Disciple. In the center of Xuanjian City, there is a building called Xuanyu Tower. Since the Xuanyue Pavilion made a name for itself and opened branches all over the central continent, many forces have liked to add the character Moon to their names. But so far, only the pure Moon Flying Sword has achieved some success. Xuanyue Lu is one of them. Compared to some small-time forces, it has a mysterious background and abundant funds. Even though it has been operating at a loss, it has not gone bankrupt. However, no one knew that Xuanyue Lu was actually founded by some old demons in the demonic path. The business on the surface was irrelevant. The only thing that was truly important was to create divine souls. This is a base for cultivating simulated divine souls. A city with only cultivators at the nascent soul stage at its highest level is perfect. Occasionally, one or two cultivators at the void return or Tao integration stages will patrol, but with prior arrangements, it can be kept secret. But things are different now. First, an ancient cultivator emerged from seclusion, and then some poor wretch from who knows where refined the myriad soul banner. A series of unexpected events made this small, remote city incredibly prominent. The older demons, who were at a higher level, sensed something was wrong and fled overnight. The remaining people either didn't receive any news or were unable to leave. Dozens of meters underground beneath the building is a vast laboratory. However, all the equipment inside has now been moved out, leaving the place completely empty. These bastards actually built such a huge underground laboratory. Is the mayor an idiot? Behind a huge pillar, a figure muttered to himself. She was a girl who exuded energy at first glance. Her hair was simply tied in a high ponytail, her features were delicate, and her bright, clear eyes were striking. She wore a white t-shirt and black cargo pants. Once I become the sect leader, I'll definitely fire him. Her name is Kai Jiuyu, a third-generation disciple of the Sword Sect, whose goal is to become the next Sword Sect master. Having just arrived in Xuanjian City today, while searching for her martial uncle, she discovered several people with strange auras carrying a large amount of demon beast essence blood. As the future sect leader, she felt it was her duty to maintain order in the cities under the Sword Sect's jurisdiction. So I secretly followed them here. A dark and eerie basement, filled with the essence blood of demonic beasts. This is definitely a member of the demonic path. Ding dong. The phone in Kai Juyu's pocket suddenly rang, startling him. I quickly took out my phone, ignoring the pop-up messages, and put it into silent mode. Phew tilde. Only then did I begin to check the information. Have you found your martial uncle yet? The person who sent the message had the nickname, My Most Respected Master, and their profile picture was a little yellow duck holding a sword with the word Invincible written on its forehead. They looked a bit silly. Not yet, Kaijiuyu replied. Xuanjian City isn't exactly small. Where could she possibly find someone like that? Besides, if her martial aunt didn't want to show herself, how could she possibly find her? Find him as soon as possible. Your martial uncle is a very generous person, especially when he just came out of seclusion. Okay. After replying, she put her phone away and continued to search inside. Forget about senior uncles. Destroying this hideout was the most important thing. Kaijiuyu carefully made her way through the rooms. The strange liquid left on the ground and the faint smell of blood made her more and more certain that this was the hideout of a demonic cultivator. After passing through several more rooms, she arrived at an equipment room, where several strange, broken devices were piled up, and she could faintly hear sounds coming from inside. Young master, how much longer are we going to stay here? It'll be soon. That senior's injuries are almost fully healed now. Young master, senior. It really was a big fish. A faint golden light shone in Kai Juyu's eyes as he probed the cultivation levels of the two people through the wall. Early stage of nascent soul, early stage of nascent soul. The assessment is complete, too small fry. She's never been afraid of anyone in the same territory. I just don't know what level the senior they're talking about is. If it's the nascent soul stage, we can fight it, but the void return stage is a real challenge. I was just thinking about it. The younger generation really wasn't thorough enough. They managed to let a little mouse sneak in. The cold, harsh voice was extremely rough. The golden light in Kai Jiuyu's eyes dimmed. In addition to the piercing sound, he also heard a rustling sound like insects wriggling. Turning around in the dark and gloomy equipment room, a blurry and indistinct black shadow appeared. Holy crap! Damn it, we've touched a shark. It's actually the Tao-merging demon. The two people in the inner room also sensed something was wrong and ran out. Young master, it seems we're being followed. The young man wearing sunglasses glared fiercely at his subordinate. Do you need to tell me that? He cupped his hands in a gesture of respect towards the demonic figure. I apologize, senior. It was my oversight. Then he looked at Kai Jiuyu and said fiercely, tell me quickly, which faction are you from and why are you following me here? Of course, it's because my sense of justice has detected the aura of evil, Kai Jiuyu said righteously. What the hell is this aura of evil? The two almost lost their composure. You're facing a Tao-merging demon lord. Can't you be a little more nervous? This person has cultivated the golden eyes of the void, so your two methods of concealment are no match for her at all, the Tao-merging old demon explained. The golden eyes of the void-breaking illusion is a pupil technique found in the Supreme Void Sword Canon, a supreme inheritance of the Sword Sect. People from the Sword Sect. To have reached such a level at such a young age, and to have mastered such a pupil technique, given time you may even surpass me, the Tao-merging demon said calmly. Chikai Juyu scoffed, you really think highly of yourself. Has she always been this arrogant? The young master and his men were shocked. Look carefully. The person standing in front of you is an old demon in the Tao integration stage. Upon hearing this, the Tao-merging old demon paused for a moment, then said calmly, becoming stronger is a matter for the future. Do you think you still have a future? The surging demonic energy filled most of the equipment room, and it looked like Kai Jiuyu was about to be swallowed up. No matter how powerful a nascent soul cultivator is, they are like ants when facing a Tao integration stage cultivator. Kai Jiuyu's vision blurred, but he suddenly shouted loudly, Master, save me. Buzz. A loud buzzing sound rang in the ears of the young master, his men, and the old demon who had attained the Tao. Everything before my eyes was rapidly disappearing. My perspective seemed to be infinitely elevated, and the profound truths of the Tao flowed before my eyes. Many problems in cultivation were answered in this instant. The Tao-merging demon even sensed a loosening of his cultivation level, but he felt no joy whatsoever. A nearly transparent pale red phantom strode in, its beauty unparalleled. The old demon of the Tao lowered his gaze and was taken aback, because the gaze was not indifferent and ruthless, but rather revealed an extremely rich range of emotions. How could that be? He who bullies my disciple shall be executed. He shall be executed. This sound was like a decree from heaven and earth, and boundless fear surged in the heart of the Tao-merging old demon. No! Amidst a desperate roar, terrifying demonic energy surged into the sky, demonstrating just how terrifying the full power of a Tao integration stage cultivator could be. Logically speaking, a few small nascent soul cultivators should not be able to stop it at all, but the rising demonic energy seemed to be isolated in another dimension, having no effect whatsoever. Kaijuyu watched as the withered old man before him let out a desperate roar before turning into a cloud of purple light like quicksand and dissipating. He couldn't help but smack his lips. It's always the same. What exactly do they see? With the death of the Tao-merging demon, the young master and his subordinates also regained consciousness. Neither of them were killed. If you can't even beat someone of the same level, then you deserve to die. Coincidentally, Kaijiuyu had the same thought, and she took out a long sword. All of you come at me together. Who the hell wants to fight you? The two now finally understood why the old devil in this base had run away so fast. Your senior sister's disciple. A person appeared out of thin air at the spot where the old demon had vanished. It was Su Xing, who had just been in the office of the Dean of Students at the 3rd Middle School of Xianxia City. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 29. Ways to motivate yourself in cultivation. Senior sister. Is that incredibly knowledgeable expert this person's senior sister? Young master, what should we do? The subordinate next to him asked rather inappropriately. How the hell am I supposed to know what to do? The young master's mentality is starting to crumble. Don't mess things up in a small city like Xianxia. Normally, someone like him with a void-returning father should have reached the top, right? You are my martial uncle, Kaijuyu asked uncertainly. If you are senior sister's disciple, then I am indeed your martial uncle. Xing glanced at the two people opposite her. Do you want me to wait for you for a while, but you might need to finish this quickly? It really is my martial uncle. It seems I've made quite a commotion, even attracting my martial uncle's attention. Don't worry, Uncle Master. They're just too small fry, it'll be quick. After saying that, Kaijuyu turned back to face the two of them again. Hurry up, hurry up. Young master, how should we fight? The subordinate asked in a deep voice, gathering his magical power. What a load of crap. Thump. The young master knelt down quite readily, which startled Kaijuyu for a moment, but she did not let her guard down. She had heard that there were some strange and evil methods in the demonic path, such as kowtowing that could kill people. I surrender, take me to the court of law. It turns out it wasn't some kind of evil or demonic practice. When the subordinate saw that his young master had knelt down, he also knelt down. It must be said that he was quite loyal. What should we do, Uncle Master? Your prisoners are your choice. Should we just cripple him and send him to the judicial hall for interrogation? Upon hearing that he was about to be crippled, the young master panicked. No way. Apart from helping that old ghost sell some demon beast blood essence to heal his wounds, I haven't done anything to harm anyone. You haven't done anything harmful, yet you're hiding in this god-forsaken place and you're even wearing sunglasses. Kaijuyu pointed her sword at the two men. Speak, what is your purpose? Do you want to massacre the city to practice evil magic? I'll slaughter my ass. Although Xianxia City is small, it has a few nascent soul cultivators. How can I, a mere nascent soul cultivator, possibly slaughter the city? And what's wrong with me wearing sunglasses? Is there a problem with that? I'm just here to forge a sword. I was only placed here because of my father's connections. To save his life and preserve his cultivation, the young master dared not conceal anything and recounted everything he knew in the most concise way. His father was a powerful cultivator at the void-returning stage in the demonic path, and a wealthy one who participated in the creation of divine souls. He was far superior to the poor void-returning ghost who had to risk massacring cities to forge the 10,000 soul banner. His purpose in coming to Xianxia City was to use people's resentment to forge a demonic sword. Employees exploited at Xuanyue Lu, students forced by their parents to attend various tutoring classes, and so on are all good sources of resentment. This cultivation base, which simulates the creation of divine souls, can occasionally produce some high-quality resentment. Who kills people these days? It's not only inefficient, but it also makes you an easy target. Before the sword was even finished, the ancient cultivator emerged from seclusion. Seeing that things were not going well, the old demons all ran away with their equipment. He couldn't bear to part with the sword that was about to be completed, so he decided to stay a little longer. This decision to leave it untouched has created problems. The injured Tao-merging demon took a liking to the magic array here that could conceal heavenly secrets and auras, so he came to the door. And then things turned out the way they are now. It's all tears when I think about it. I'm just so damn unlucky. After hearing everything, Kaijuyu was somewhat disappointed. It turned out they were just too unlucky nobody. Go to the court of law yourselves, and remember to give my name. Even a mosquito's leg, though small, is still meat. To become the sect leader of the Sword Sect, one must not only have a high level of cultivation, but also achieve certain accomplishments. Let's go, Uncle Master. Wait, the subordinate suddenly shouted. Um, Kaijiuyu turned around in confusion. The young master felt his heart trembling. What was this fool shouting about? You still haven't told us your name. After a moment of silence, he said, My name is Kaijiuyu. The disciple that my senior sister took in is really interesting. Now that everything is arranged, let's go. After a soft utterance, the two figures vanished without a trace, leaving the entire equipment room completely silent, with only the young master and his men remaining. Just as the young master breathed a sigh of relief. Thump thump. The sudden sound of footsteps startled him so much that his heart almost stopped. A burly figure walked in. Young master, eldest brother, what are you doing? Another subordinate arrived. Futilda. Pack your things, let's go to the court to turn ourselves in. The second subordinate looked bewildered. What was going on? Why was he suddenly going to turn himself in? The audience seats at Xuanjian City, number 3 middle school. Having obtained the crystal card, Xing naturally wouldn't go to the office anymore, so he simply brought Kaijiuyu to the audience seats. Uncle Master, where is this? Kaijiuyu looked around and saw the arena in the training ground. Hey, isn't that the Stop the War arena of the Dragon Elephant Sky Supporting Sect? You've also fought against people up there. That's right, this thing is really interesting. Last time when my master took me to their sect to cause trouble, I even won a game. That's not called disrupting the event. It's an exchange between sects. Oh dear, they're all about the same. Kaijiuyu stared at the playground for a while. 9 of the 12 arenas were now occupied, and the fighting on each arena was in full swing. Zhang Yunlu is the only one without a challenger. The flag on the ring has a 6 on it, proving that she has won 6 matches. Is the one in the middle the one you instructed, Uncle Master? My uncle is on the same level as my master, so why would he come to watch this kind of combat test for no reason? It's obvious that there are people he's mentored here. The others were all too weak, worse than nobodies, while the one in the middle was someone no one dared to challenge, clearly not on the same level as the others. Yes, I did give her a small gift. Just then, a winner was decided on one of the arenas. The ring continued to mock both of them, and the defender blushed, but unlike Du Kaiyan at the beginning, he did not choose to jump down. So what if I lose face? Ranking is more important. However, the arena had no intention of letting him off so easily. Oh! A sneer filled with disdain and contempt echoed throughout the arena. The defending champion finally couldn't take it anymore and broke his guard, jumping off the stage. Tusk, what a terrible attitude. The evaluation is actually quite fair. 9 fishermen. What's wrong, Uncle Master? Are there many people in the sect who want to beat you up? It's not just within my sect. There are quite a few people from other sects who want to beat me up, Kaijiuyu said with considerable pride. This was the first time Xing had truly felt speechless since leaving the pass. Actually, there are advantages to this, she explained earnestly. Look, Uncle Master, if I don't want to get beaten up, I have to work hard in my cultivation. Isn't that a way to motivate myself? There are quite a few fallacies. Xing chuckled silently. I can only say that he truly deserves to be my senior sister's disciple. Above the school, above the clouds, true monarch Hehuan quietly gazed in the direction where demonic energy was rising. He was still hesitating, unsure whether to go over. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 30, Kaijiuyu's Mischievous Moments. It's not surprising that true monarch Hehuan hesitated. After all, it only took a few seconds for the Tao-merging old demon to go from screaming to completely disappearing. This is the Tao integration realm, a pillar-like existence even within immortal sects. At this moment, True Lord Hehuan suddenly remembered the words that True Lord Xioning had said to him when he was being advised, words that he had not believed before. Could this ancient cultivator who has emerged from seclusion really be one of the 4 elders of the Sword Sect, or some supreme-level old monster? But if it really is that level of old monster, how could the Tao-merging demon have escaped from its grasp? I still need to go and take a look. With a flash of purple light, true monarch Hehuan disappeared from the clouds. If I act according to the rules, even if he is a sword cultivator of that level, would he really attack me? At Xuan Lu, the young master and two of his men walked out of the main gate. They were preparing to turn themselves in, as what the three of them had done was not serious in nature. At most, they would be thrown into jail. Moreover, since he turned himself in, he might get a shorter detention period. Sitilda, I hope that I will be luckier after I get out of the prison. You three little devils, you managed to fool them before. Amidst a faint purple aura, the figure of true monarch Hehuan emerged. No way. Here we go again. Is this ever going to end? The young master was inwardly groaning, but his actions were swift and decisive, regardless of whether anyone was around. Thump. As they knelt down, they quickly said, Senior, spare our lives. The three of us have already learned our lesson and are now preparing to turn ourselves in at the court of justice. Have we already learned our lesson? Zai Huan Zhenjian's heart stirred slightly. Which fellow Taoist did you encounter before? Yes, the young master was about to speak when his mind went blank. All that remains in my memory are two blurry figures. I can't recall who they were or what happened. I don't remember. The vast power of the divine soul condensed into fine threads, directly probing into the divine souls of the three people before him to search for their memories. After searching, they attempted to create various things like cultivating the soul and refining swords with resentment, but the scene they actually wanted to see was nowhere to be found. Their memories are faulty. You may leave. Although these three are from the demonic path, they have not yet done anything heinous, and true monarch Hehuan does not intend to make things difficult for the three nascent soul juniors. After the three left, true monarch Hehuan stepped forward, and, as a faint purple light appeared, he entered the huge underground laboratory of Xuan Yue Tower. A few minutes later, having gained nothing, true monarch Hehuan returned to the ground and transformed into a streak of purple light, disappearing into the horizon. Meanwhile, inside the school, Zhang Yunlu finally faced another opponent, Fang Lin, who was wielding a black battle sword. I admit I underestimated you a bit before. You are definitely not like those students who are as fragile as lambs. He spoke loudly, and many students heard him and glared at him angrily. Fang Lin drew his battle sword, tossing the scabbard off the stage, the dark blade appearing exceptionally heavy. Therefore, I will defeat you with all my might. Zhang Yunlu blinked, feeling a little puzzled. Why was this person saying such strange things right from the start? So much nonsense. If it were me, I would have just chopped them down. Kaijiuyu complained from the audience. Making threats before even winning a fight is either a sign of being out of one's mind or a lack of self-awareness. I almost forgot. She slapped her forehead and quickly took her phone out of her pocket. You have 5 unread messages. The person who sent the message was none other than my most respected master, who had just switched to silent mode, so she didn't hear it. How come you've encountered a Dao merger again? Your martial uncle should have noticed. Wait here for a while. The next message will arrive in half a minute. Well, has your martial uncle arrived yet? Answer me immediately. Anger. Kaijiuyu. Why don't you usually care about me this much? Uncle Master, doesn't Master know about our situation here? Yes, I'm in a somewhat special state right now, so my senior sister can't predict my fate, and you'll be affected as well. Oh, so that's how it is. Kaijiuyu's eyes lit up. No wonder her master kept sending messages. Seizing the opportunity, she quickly typed, I'm still being hunted down, Master. The message was sent out and received a reply immediately. Bullshit, those two small fry could chase you down. Besides, I can't see you. Your martial uncle is definitely right next to you. You still dare to lie to me. I think you're asking for trouble. His hand speed is terrifyingly fast. This. Kaijiuyu was shocked to be exposed so easily. When her master said he would hit her, he really meant it. I should have known better than to do that. Let me talk to my senior sister. Su Xing took the phone from her hand. You can focus on the test. I was just joking, Uncle Master. You absolutely have to help me explain this to Master. Don't worry. I will definitely tell her, but whether she listens or not is another matter. Hearing Su Xing's agreement, Kaijiuyu finally felt a little relieved. Looking up at the central arena, Zhang Yunlu was already engaged in combat with Fang Lin. Because of Fang Lin's initial words, she was still very cautious, but after testing him a couple of times, she found that it seemed to be just so-so. Compared to the previous challengers, he was naturally stronger, and his swordsmanship was quite sharp, but he was no match for the Phantom in the trial. All right, let's just knock him off the stage quickly. If we drag this out any longer, the arena might give some harsh feedback. Zhang Yunlu simply couldn't trust this stage, where sweet words were applied. As expected, you are different from those people, but that's where it ends, Fang Lin roared. He leaned slightly forward, holding the knife in both hands. Step forward, slash. A white light shot out from the blade, heading straight for Zhang Yunlu. Blade's edge. He has always been number one since he was a child. On the star battlefield, he has renowned teachers to guide him, and he can hone his swordsmanship by fighting against captured alien creatures. He also has no shortage of various elixirs. He should be number one this time. Zhang Yunlu is nothing more than a stepping stone for him to reach higher places. Seeing the incoming blade of light, Zhang Yunlu slightly turned her body and dodged it in a very tight way. It's not over yet. 2 more blade beams pierce through the air. 3 beams of sword light, and the sword technique has reached a minor level of mastery. Fang Lin's figure rushed towards Zhang Yunlu with the 2 blade lights, clearly wanting to decide the winner in this move. Zhang Yunlu neither dodged nor evaded, but raised her sword to meet the attack, the blade disappearing the instant it was swung. When they reappeared, the 2 sword beams collided with the saber beam and vanished without a trace, while the remaining 5 sword beams headed straight for Fang Lin. 7 sword beams, the sword technique is perfected. This was an all-out attack. She had died several times during the trials due to carelessness, so she knew very well that holding back was irresponsible towards her own life. The sword light drew ever closer, and Fang Lin had no way to dodge it. Soon, a white light appeared in his vision, and when his vision returned, he found himself standing outside the arena. We lost. Fang Lin looked somewhat bewildered. In the audience, Kaijiuyu yawned. That swordsmanship is quite good, rather insidious, especially that sudden disappearance. The defending champion is rated as excellent. That's really simple. Have you run out of things to say after repeating it so many times? The challenger, despite accumulating vast resources, is complacent with his modest swordsmanship. He is truly a frog in a well, a clown. This time the criticism wasn't too harsh. After all, his performance was indeed better than the others. Fang Lin listened blankly for a long time before slowly stepping forward, picking up the scabbard, and then silently retreating. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 31, the Pseudo-Foundation Establishment at the 9th level of Qi Refining. This arena has been weakened, hasn't it? Kaijiuyu thought, resting her chin on her hand. The insults in the arena of the Dragon Elephant Sky Supporting Sect are much harsher than this. Okay, here you go. Su Xing handed the phone back. She took it and quickly opened the chat app. Uncle Master, did you explain to Master for me? I said so. Where's the chat history? The chat interface was now stuck on the message her master had sent her after she had done something shrewd. Your master told me to delete the chat history, and she'll deal with you when we get back. They're even afraid their apprentice will see this. What were they talking about? Wrong. Uncle Master, didn't you explain things to Master for me? Yes, that's right. Then why did she still punish me? What did you call me? Su Xing suddenly asked. Uncle Master. Then what is your master to me? She's your senior sister. Su Xing looked at her with the kind of gaze one would give a foolish child. So, why do you think that your senior sister would listen to her junior brother? That makes so much sense, I can't even argue with it. Kaijiuyu fell silent, but for some reason she felt that her martial uncle was actually deceiving her. Su Xing smiled and looked back at the arena. After Zhang Yunlu displayed her perfect swordsmanship in her match against Fang Lin, no one dared to challenge her anymore. If nothing unexpected happens, she should be the champion of this combat test. This was undoubtedly unexpected by many. After all, before this combat test, Zhang Yunlu's performance, while not bad, was still some distance from the top group. Just when most people thought that this combat test would offer no surprises, another figure appeared in everyone's sight. The person was standing on a flying sword, and his true essence was heavy and profound, far surpassing the quality of qi refining spiritual power. Flying on a sword, foundation establishment. There are even foundation establishment cultivators among this year's students. It's Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan? You mean Xiao Fan, the one whose brother joined the Dragon Elephant Sky Supporting Sect before the college entrance exam. But wasn't he only at the 9th level of qi refining not long ago? His brother must have given him some treasures. Xiao Fan remained unmoved by the gossip and instead looked at Zhang Yunlu. Zhang Yunlu tightened her grip on the sword slightly. She had no confidence against an opponent at the foundation establishment level, but that didn't mean she would admit defeat outright. The next moment, Xiao Fan swooped down on his sword, and Zhang Yunlu was on high alert, not daring to be careless in the slightest. But Xiao Fan didn't stop in front of her, but instead stepped over her and landed on the second largest arena. Well, this scene caused an uproar in the audience, with discussions erupting everywhere and creating a great deal of noise. You, a foundation establishment cultivator, dare not fight a qi refining cultivator. However, Xiao Fan ignored him and sat down cross-legged on the arena to regulate his breathing. In a corner of the audience, a middle-aged couple were nervously watching Xiao Fan on the ring. Pseudo Foundation building. On the judges' panel, the principal saw through Xiao Fan's true nature. This Xiao Fan was actually a pseudo-foundation establishment cultivator who had advanced by consuming the barrier-breaking elixir, which explains why he didn't challenge Zhang Yunlu. It's hard to say what the outcome would be for a pseudo-foundation establishment cultivator against a qi refining stage 9 swordsman who has mastered a perfected sword technique. He was at the 9th level of qi refining before, so why would he need to use this method to build his foundation? Yu Ming asked, puzzled. Pseudo-foundation building is a method only those cultivators who have no hope of achieving orthodox foundation building would choose. But Xiao Fan, who is at the 9th level of qi refining, is clearly not among them. This kind of self-destructive behavior. Not long ago, a group of cultivators from the Dragon Elephant Sky Supporting Sect withdrew from the Starry Sky battlefield. Some of them were seriously injured, including Xiao Fan's brother, who is still unconscious, the mayor's secretary explained. Whether or not to go to the Starry Sky battlefield is entirely up to the cultivator's own will. It is not mandatory, so the risks must be borne by the cultivator themselves. Clearly, Xiao Fan took the breakthrough elixir to build his foundation in order to earn the rewards from this combat test and raise enough money for his medical expenses. What a pity, Yu Ming sighed. There was nothing he could say about it. With the road ahead blocked, the little guy must be feeling terrible. Pseudo Foundation building. That's truly incredible. Su Xing looked at Xiao Fan on the arena, his gaze seemingly penetrating Xiao Fan's body and seeing the mysterious yet fragile illusory Tao foundation within his dantian. The blonde guy before was too weak. He had taken the breakthrough elixir when he was at the 7th level of qi refining. But Xiao Fan is different. He is at the 9th level of qi refining. After taking the breakthrough elixir to build a foundation at the 9th level of qi refining, although there was some loss, a trace of the mysterious aura of a creation foundation remained. The 7th level of qi refining is not perfect, but with the help of that mysterious aura, it can help one build a foundation for the Tao. How can this not be considered a different kind of seizing the creation of heaven and earth? What a pity! Although Xiao Fan still retained a trace of the Tao foundation of creation, it was still imperfect, and he could not advance any further. His fragile Tao foundation simply could not bear the weight of the golden core. Even if one wanted to abandon the cultivation and start over, it would be very difficult. Although the foundation was fragile, its grade was extremely high. Destroying it would be equivalent to detonating a creation foundation within the body. Even with the protection of a Tao-harmonizing cultivator, the most likely outcome of surviving would be that one becomes a cripple, with only a slight chance of surviving unharmed. However, Ling Yanfang's research is quite insightful, and perhaps they will eventually come to a conclusion. We should observe this young man more closely in the future. Besides Su Xing, Kai Jiuyu was arguing with someone on the spirit network. It all started with a post. "Help, I've already reached the foundation establishment stage. What should I choose as my major next?" It also included a special admission notice from the Righteous Alliance University. As a kind-hearted practitioner, Kaijiuyu gave what he believed to be the most correct answer. The future sect leader of the Sword Sect. Of course, a sword cultivator. Sword cultivators are both handsome and strong. Isn't the purpose of cultivation to control swords and achieve immortality? Winking. There were replies below, but the first two were actually alternate accounts created by Kai Jiuyu himself. The next sect leader of the Sword Sect. Yes, I also think sword cultivators are the best. The Sword Sect's appointed sect leader declared, "Sword cultivators of the same rank are invincible. If you disagree, come and fight." Xiao Zhao, who was silently practicing magic, said, "Hey, you three upstairs, why don't you have a fight first?" Picking nose. Xiao Zhao, who was quietly practicing his magic, said, "If we have to choose, we should definitely choose the magic cultivators. We can comprehend the heavens and earth, control the universe, possess supernatural powers to suppress the world, transform all the heavens, and have endless great power in our own bodies. We have the great Tao of the universe under our control." The future leader of the Sword Sect. All that bragging, and he's still a fragile guy who dies with a single sword strike. Picking nose. Xiao Zhao, who was silently practicing his magic, said, "Heh, are you any different from those brutes who only have muscles in their heads?" Chanking, who takes on alchemy business. "No, sword cultivators are still a bit more handsome than body cultivators. Can we please dismantle that idiotic arena of the sect, seeking to purchase dragon elephant pills? We're really getting shot even when we're lying down. When will we body cultivators ever be able to stand up again?" The future leader of the Sword Sect. A fragile guy who can only make small pills is actually here to give his opinion. King Yu Talisman Industry, wholesale inquiries, please DM. Hilarious, would you dare say that to your Dan Ding elder? The future leader of the Sword Sect. You little brat who throws paper scraps, you're still alive and well. Kai Jiuyu single-handedly took on all the cultivator classes, switching between 3 accounts back and forth, and managed to hold his own thanks to his hand speed. It also contained the contempt of Dharma cultivators for body cultivators, as well as the contempt of all cultivators for the heavenly human path cultivators of the Joyful Union sect. In the end, the person who posted the message was scared and deleted it, and Kai Jiuyu reluctantly put away her phone. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 32. Can opportunities really come in clusters? She looked up and saw Su Xing staring at her. Kai Jiuyu scratched his head. "I'm having a friendly chat with netizens." "Yes, that's friendly. Jiuyu, do you really want to become the sect leader?" "Uncle Master, you were peeking." "Yeah, so will you support me, Uncle Master?" Kai Jiuyu immediately seized the opportunity. A few years ago, her master unexpectedly learned of her dream and harshly mocked her for creating 2 alternate accounts to stage her own drama. She was so ashamed she almost rolled on the floor, and then she became immune. The same move won't work on her twice. Su Xing did not answer but stood up and said, "Let's go, we should go back." Kai Jiuyu glanced at the arena, somewhat puzzled. Isn't it still going on? The outcome won't change. Oh. She obediently followed Su Xing. Before she came here, Her master told her to find her martial uncle and go back with him. Their departure went unnoticed by anyone, including true Lord Hehuan, who had returned to the skies above the school. "Uncle Master, can't they see us?" "Well, there's a junior up there, and I don't want to cause too much of a stir for the time being, so I have to avoid being discovered by him," Xing explained. As for the fact that he went to the dean's office to get a crystal card containing the basic mining and refining methods, there's no need to elaborate. Kaijuyu looked up and around, but found nothing. She didn't seem to care much, so when are we going back? It will take some more time. This answer was as good as no answer, Kaijuyu thought to herself. Tell me about yourself. How did you become my senior sister's disciple? Uncle Master, can't you figure it out? That's so boring. Kaijuyu was silent for a while. Actually, it's nothing. I was picked up by my master, and of course I became his disciple when I grew up. Her background is not complicated. Her parents are members of the Righteous Alliance, but after the Holy Emperor Abyss disappeared, the various forces within the Alliance fought each other incessantly. During an Alliance mission, her parents accidentally stumbled upon the secluded retreat of an ancient demonic cultivator and perished. She nearly starved to death as a child, but by chance, she was found by the sword master and taken back with him. Later, her master also helped her calculate that the mission was indeed normal, and no one interfered. So you already had your current name back then? Xing asked again. No, this is the name my master gave me. She raised a pond full of spirit fish, but only 9 survived, so she gave me this name. Kaijuyu sighed with emotion, realizing it was truly remarkable that she had managed to live to such an old age safely. As for why it was fish instead of fish, she guessed that her master wanted the name to sound less casual. After I advanced to the golden core stage, my master gave me those 9 fish. Oh, so how are those fish doing now? If you nurture it carefully, it should be quite intelligent by now. Braised, steamed, deep-fried hot pot. No wonder these fish are raised by my master. They taste delicious no matter how they're cooked. After that, she bought some of the same species of spirit fish, but none of them tasted as good as the original 9. This little girl always manages to surprise him. The magical combat test ended at noon. Zhang Yunlu unsurprisingly won first place. Xiao Fan, who was a pseudo-foundation establishment cultivator, came in second, followed by Fang Lin and Hu Xiang. Although the two lost to Zhang Yunlu, their own strength was still considerable, at least among this group of students. The 5th to 7th place winners are also at the 9th level of Qi refining, and each of them has a unique skill to some extent. As for the 8th to 12th places, there were no more. They all failed to survive in the arena battles. Actually, this was only because Xiao Fan didn't go too far. Otherwise, with his strength of advancing from the 9th level of Qi refining to the pseudo-foundation establishment stage, Zhang Yunlu might not have been able to defeat him. After the combat test ended, it was time to distribute the rewards. Li Fengping, as a special guest, presented the awards to everyone. This young lady is quite remarkable. I should report her to the sect when we get back. He glanced at Zhang Yunlu a few more times. However, the next moment, Li Fengping felt a deep malice that made his back feel uneasy, as if he had returned to the alley where he had been beaten up before. This feeling came and went quickly, and the principal glanced at the audience. Is it just an illusion? Above the clouds, true monarch Hehuan could see everything clearly. When he saw Zhang Ziu showing malice towards Li Fengping, he couldn't help but nod. This young man, a dignified nascent soul cultivator, actually pretends to be a golden core cultivator, which shows the arrogance of the sword sect's sword cultivators. At his age, to have already reached the nascent soul stage is a testament to his exceptional talent. Sitilda. Unfortunately, he's just a reckless brute who focuses on physical training. His younger sister, on the other hand, had mastered a perfect sword technique at a young age, and her main skill was the basic Qi refining technique issued by the school. With such talent, and her path still uncertain, if it is later confirmed that she has no connection with that ancient cultivator who has emerged from seclusion, Then let's bring her into the sect. I am trapped by my inner demons and don't know when I can break free. It's time to find a successor. Good. After the award ceremony, the two siblings left the school together. Both of them fell silent. Zhang Yunlu didn't know how to explain her perfected sword technique, and Zhang Ziu didn't know what to say either. Normally, I should be talking about the magical combat test I just did right now. But it seems the senior doesn't want Xiaolu to reveal anything. Isn't that just making things difficult for her? You did a great job today. How about we go out for something nice to celebrate? Huh? The guy didn't even ask her about her swordsmanship. That would be perfect. Okay, I want to go. Excuse me, young friends. A gentle voice rang in their ears. A purple aura swirled around a figure who emerged from it. Dressed in ancient attire, his figure was ethereal, with black hair flowing over his shoulders and purple eyes that sparkled within. He possessed an air of otherworldly grace. Putting everything else aside, high-level magic cultivators have a rather impressive appearance, a style quite different from sword cultivators. Zhang Ziu shielded Zhang Yunlu behind him, his eyes wary. So you're a senior. May I ask what you wish to do? My Taoist name is Hehuan, and I'm a member of the Supreme Taoist Sect. I have some questions for you two young friends. Please ask, senior. I will answer to the best of my knowledge. An ancient cultivator has recently emerged from seclusion. Have you two young friends seen him? As they spoke, their divine soul power had already silently probed into the memories of the two of them. The flowing cloud sword technique is a family heirloom, practiced since childhood, after my parents perished in a secret realm. That sword technique was passed down in their family. No wonder I had never seen it before. These two siblings had nothing to do with the ancient cultivator from the sword sect who had emerged from seclusion. He didn't look at the other memories. After all, everyone has their own privacy. Everything is recorded in detail in my work report, and my siblings and I haven't seen each other since then. I'm sorry to bother you two young friends. True monarch Hehuan took out a thread-bound yellow book and handed it to Zhang Yunlu. I'll give you this book, the Purple Enclosure Qi Observation Method, and if you gain anything from it, I can reward you with a great fortune. Purple energy rose again, and true Lord Hehuan retreated into it, disappearing from sight. From his appearance to his departure, he exuded an air of sophistication, completely embodying the image of a sage who had attained enlightenment. Zhang Yunlu held the antique-looking thread-bound yellow book, feeling quite puzzled. No, can such opportunities really come in clusters? Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 33, Rectifying Unhealthy Practices. Sometimes it's really outrageous. I've never encountered something like this in the past 10 years or so, but I've run into it twice in a row recently. Brother, do you know this senior from earlier? I recognize him. Zhang Ziu was actually a little speechless. The senior just now is a Dao integration senior from the Supreme Dao Sect, in charge of the Ancient Cultivation Response Department. I reported to him not long ago. This is a Dao integration realm. If it were in the past, and a Dao integration realm senior showed such goodwill, he would have definitely sent Xiao Lu into the Supreme Dao Sect. But it was precisely after that senior from the Sword Sect intentionally nurtured Xiao Lu. Moreover, when he went to submit his work report that day, this senior Taoist of the Supreme Taoist Sect clearly expressed his dislike for the Sword Sect. If he doesn't like the Sword Sect, why did he come to the Ancient Cultivation Response Department within the Sword Sect's territory to take charge? After all, even an immortal sect couldn't force a Dao integration cultivator. Surely they couldn't have come here specifically to cause trouble, could they? Although it's unclear how they managed to get away with it, if true monarch Hehuan were to discover that the siblings had been in contact with a senior from the Sword Sect, their fate would likely be grim. Headache. But on the surface, Zhang Ziu still earnestly advised. This is a good opportunity, you should seize it. When you get to school tomorrow, you can ask the teachers and seniors for advice. But remember, do not reveal Senior Hehuan's name. Can one refuse the goodwill of someone who is in harmony with the Tao? There is clearly no second answer to this question. Tilde. They really shouldn't have bothered that senior from the Sword Sect so frequently. But since it involves cultivators who have reached the Dao integration realm, this is beyond their ability to handle. The only solution now is to have Xiaolu consult the seniors of the Sword Sect, hoping she can understand what I mean. Zhang Ziu rubbed the storage ring he was wearing on the finger of his left hand. The Dragon Elephant Sky Supporting Sect. It seems I should make some preparations. Although the senior provided a stepping stone, it was, after all, a celestial sect. Below the Dao integration stage, no cultivator dared to guarantee that they would definitely be able to enter a celestial sect. Zhang Yunlu seemed to be deep in thought, and looked down at the Ziyuan Guanqi method in her hand. After this incident, the two lost their will to celebrate and went straight home. A wisp of purple mist drifted away into the sky. Meanwhile, a pedicab was driving down the street, attracting the attention of many people. In the history of the central continent, this ancient relic only appeared for a very short period of time before being quickly replaced. Once a cultivator reaches the foundation establishment stage, they can fly on objects, but in terms of comfort and appearance, they cannot compare to a car. So now only some isolated places still use it. Su Xing sat silently in the open back of the vehicle, while Kai Jiuyu pedaled furiously in front, managing to overtake a series of electric hybrid cars in a human-powered tricycle. Especially those who honk their horns constantly and like to curse. After she passes them, she'll friendly give them the middle finger as a greeting. "Look ahead, don't speed," Su Xing reminded him. "Don't worry, Uncle Master, I'm experienced, I won't speed," she replied confidently. A few minutes earlier, after the two left the school, Kai Jiuyu said that he had brought his car and boasted that he was a very good driver. Unexpectedly, she pulled out a pedicab. Soon, they passed a crossroads where a disciple of the Silu Hall stood in the middle directing traffic. He was stunned for a moment when he saw a pedicab speeding by. Then he saw several cars rushing past, closely following the pedicab in front. I glanced at the speedometer next to me. No speeding. At this critical juncture, no one dares to defy the odds and commit crimes. Do practitioners these days train themselves using this method? After some time, thanks to Kai Jiuyu's efforts, the tricycle arrived in front of the villa in the community. When the security guard saw a tricycle parked at the gate, he was about to drive it away. However, just as he stepped out of the guard booth, cars drove up one after another and stopped behind the tricycle. Some of these car models were things he would only dare to dream about. What's going on? Kai Jiuyu jumped down without breaking a sweat, took a bottle of water and poured it on the chain. Laugh. As the water vapor evaporated, the reddish chain returned to its bright silver-white color, clearly indicating that it was made of a special material. She turned back to look at the cars and waved. "All right, remember to take a faster car next time. You have the nerve to swear at people when you're driving so slowly." He then put the tricycle back into his storage ring. "Uncle Master," she turned around and realized that Su Xing had already walked far away. "Wait for me." She stepped over the bar and quickly followed. From the vehicles behind her, countless eyes were fixed on her. Su Xing wasn't walking fast, but Kai Jiuyu quickly caught up. She said with a grin, "Uncle Master, are you curious why I drive a tricycle?" "Not curious." Kai Jiuyu choked for a moment, but she quickly put Su Xing's words out of her mind. "Actually, my purpose is to curb the bad trend of road rage. Look at them, they can easily get into a conflict. What I do can nip the conflict in the bud. It also allows you to have some fun, which is perfect." As she muttered to herself, the two arrived outside the villa, where Su Xing handed her a small wooden plaque. "This is the core of the formation. Take good care of it and don't lose it." Kai Jiuyu wanted to wait for him and go back with him, so she could only stay here for the time being. Anyway, this place is big enough, so we can let her choose a guest room to stay in later. Oh, Kai Jiuyu obediently accepted it, but inwardly she didn't think much of it. This formation, which even Qi refining stage cultivators couldn't withstand, still thinks it can stop her. Don't be careless. I've improved this formation. You might not be able to break through it. Improved version. She was eager to try, but considering that she had just met her uncle today, she suppressed the urge to take the plunge. The air in front of them distorted slightly, and the array that enveloped the entire villa opened a passage. Su Xing walked in, with Kai Jiuyu following behind him. I had prepared some gifts for you. Gift? But after meeting you, I realized that your situation was somewhat different from what I had expected. Su Xing's tone was somewhat approving. You have a foundation in the Tao of creation, an immortal golden core, and even the quality of your nascent soul is extremely high. That's right, we're just that awesome. I have a great opportunity here that would be perfect for you. I suppose that's why your senior sister sent you here. There's even something to do with my master. Kai Jiuyu followed closely behind Su Xing, completely absorbed in his work, but he remained silent. Uncle Master, please tell me quickly. It's not the right time yet. You'll understand when the time comes. That wretched riddle maker. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 34, Gathering and Refining. Just like my first impression, Kai Jiuyu is someone who can't sit still. Not long after entering the villa, she chose her room and began to tidy up. Because her master used to send her to the star battlefield for training, she had many daily necessities in her storage ring. After spreading out the sheets, taking out the blankets and pillows, I flopped onto the bed, rolled over, and lay sprawled out on it. She took out her phone and logged onto the spirit network to begin her search. How to recover accidentally deleted chat history. Soon many answers popped up and Kai Jiuyu grinned. Although my uncle's cultivation level is very high, he has only just emerged from seclusion, so how familiar can he be with the spirit network? How could she not be curious about the chat history that her master specifically instructed her to delete? It's impossible not to watch it. Even if I get punished when I get back, that's my future self. What does it have to do with me now? Su Xing was completely unaware of this. Although his senior sister was an interesting disciple, he couldn't possibly keep an eye on her all the time. At this moment, he was sitting in his study with a laptop in front of him, inserting the crystal card containing the basic mining and refining method into the card slot on the side. Reading, please wait. The crystal card emitted an extremely subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy, which quickly spread outwards. Anti-theft system. Su Xing slightly raised his hand, suppressing the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy. This was within his expectations. The art of gathering and refining was not suitable for large-scale dissemination. The vast majority of qi refining cultivators do not have a foundation that meets the threshold of the heavenly Tao foundation. They cannot even pass the first hurdle. If they try to force star radiance into their bodies, they will be injured at best, and their cultivation will be completely destroyed at worst. Some with weak physiques may even die from the pain. After suppressing the fluctuations of spiritual energy, text began to appear on the computer screen. Basic mining and refining methods. The text, spanning several hundred words, began no differently from the cultivation method Su Xing remembered. Sitting facing the moon at midnight, and then mobilizing 3/10 of one's spiritual power to form the fishing for star seal. The star fishing seal is not complicated. Most cultivators can succeed after trying it 2 or 3 times. The only thing to pay attention to is to output spiritual power in a peaceful manner. After attracting starlight, the key is how to harvest it into the body. Starlight is formless and intangible. Only the power of the soul can capture it, but this is no different from a mortal holding thorns in his bare hands. Even broken skin hurts, let alone the fragile soul of a qi cultivator. Therefore, many people cannot persevere to this step. After collecting the starlight into the body, it must be refined to incorporate it into spiritual power, giving the spiritual power a trace of true essence, in preparation for bearing the essence of the moon and sun later. However, the starlight is extremely sharp, and the pain it causes when it travels through the meridians is comparable to being cut into 1,000 pieces. Those with insufficient foundation, even if they forcefully guide the starlight into their dantian, will still over-refine it due to their weak spiritual foundation. When this happens, spiritual energy takes on a starlight quality, becoming incomparably sharp and even surpassing the true essence of external foundation building in terms of quality. However, every time you mobilize your spiritual power, you will experience a refining process, and no one can withstand that intense and unpleasant experience. The basic refining method created by the Holy Emperor Yuan adds an extra step to the refining process. Cultivators need to condense a spiritual seal in their dantian beforehand. After introducing starlight into the dantian, they do not rush to refine it, but store it in the spiritual seal and release it bit by bit to slowly wear it down. Although it is slower, the pain is much less than other methods of gathering and refining. It's a clever trick, but can it really build a foundation for a naturally perfect path? The probability is low. This method cannot be used with the essence of the sun and moon. So there was one last message from him. Although this method reduces pain during the star refining stage, it cannot be used in later stages. If you feel you cannot bear it in the first stage, you can give up directly and expel the spirit seal along with the star radiance from your body. Although expelling the spiritual seal from the body will deplete some cultivation, it is still better than being unable to withstand the refinement or subsequent stages. The spiritual seal formed by spiritual energy cannot support the next two stages, and the intervention of higher-level forces will contaminate the cultivator's foundation. This is why it is difficult to build a foundation for one's spiritual path. What truly matters is the practitioner themselves. It also gives more people the opportunity to try. Xing pulled out the crystal card and crushed it into ashes with a wisp of magic power. Xianxia City Central Hospital. Xiao Fan exchanged his second-place prize from today's combat test for spirit coins and paid off the surgery fees. Looking at his parents embracing each other and crying tears of joy, and his older brother being taken away by the nascent soul doctor, he felt empty inside. In a daze, he got up and walked outside. The mother, who was standing behind, was about to say something when she saw this, but the father pulled her back and shook his head. Xiao Fan walked out of the hospital. He walked to a flower bed where bright yellow flowers were in full bloom. Suddenly, he felt weak all over and slowly sat down by the flower bed. Looking at the ground, his eyes were somewhat lost. Yes, my elder brother has exceptional talent and joined the Dragon Elephant Sky Supporting Sect 3 years ago, before the college entrance examination. Moreover, he was very kind to him and would send back some precious cultivation resources from time to time. It was because of this that he was able to reach the 9th level of qi refining in his senior year of high school. Xiao Fan, focus on your cultivation at school. I've heard that there are dragon elephant pills on the merit list this time. I'll get you one. It's really good. He had always admired his elder brother and dreamed of joining the Dragon Elephant Sky Supporting Sect one day, just like his brother. However, the Starry Sky battlefield is not an amusement park. It is an extremely dangerous battlefield where anyone could potentially die. When he saw his older brother lying unconscious in the hospital bed, he was completely stunned. The Dragon Elephant Sky Supporting Sect provided some assistance, and my parents also borrowed everything they could, but it was still a little short. Therefore, Xiao Fan thought of the upcoming magical combat test. He secretly took money from home without telling his parents and bought a bottle of barrier-breaking elixir. The events replayed in my mind. It was all of my own free will, but why am I still so sad? Tears flowed uncontrollably. He knew that his life was over. Young man, you look very sad. A pair of gleaming leather shoes came into his view. Xiao Fan wiped away his tears and looked up. The person in front of me was dressed in casual clothes that didn't match his leather shoes at all. He had an ordinary appearance and a gentle demeanor. Moreover, there's a strange feeling that makes you think, this guy is such a nice person, I should bully him a little, at first glance. Here, wipe it off. He handed her a tissue. Thank you. Xiao Fan took the tissue. Did you come because of my older brother? I'm already a useless person. Your older brother, the man shook his head slightly. No, I'm not interested in him. As if by magic, a jade box appeared in the man's hand. An ancient treasure, consuming it can change one's fate and bring great fortune. Are you interested in learning more? Turns out you're a salesman. I'm in such a sorry state, can't you tell? But Xiao Fan didn't have the strength to drive him away. I don't have money, I can't afford it. Free trial during the event. Don't miss this opportunity. The man shoved the jade box into his hand, then turned and left. Just like that you left. Xiao Fan stared blankly at the jade box in his hand for a while, hesitated for a long time, and finally decided not to throw it away. On the hospital rooftop, the man watched Xiao Fan put away the jade box and nodded. Then he looked up at a certain spot, seemingly talking to someone. Brother Dao, I wonder how much progress you've made since you emerged from seclusion this time. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 35. The Goals Pursued by the Younger Generation. In the bedroom, Zhang Yunlu sat cross-legged on the bed, with a plate of stir-fried spirit beans on the bedside table beside her. She held the book, Ziyuan Guanqi Fa, given to her by Hehuan Sect, and slowly flipped through it, occasionally popping a bean into her mouth. The purple enclosure Qi observation method is the introductory technique of the lineage of the Supreme Taoist sect and the purple enclosure True Lord. Although it is only an introductory technique, it does not mean that it is weak. After mastering it, one's abilities become incredibly profound. Not only can one observe one's own shortcomings and anticipate the enemy's moves, but at a higher level, one can also perceive dangers lurking in the shadows. However, because the book contains many technical terms that are not taught in schools, she has to search for the meanings of those words on the internet from time to time. I read it 3 or 4 times before I finally got a general idea of what it was like. She closed the book and put it aside, then rubbed her temples. Phew tilde. She let out a long sigh, got out of bed and stretched her body. Are all methods of Dharma cultivation this complicated? I feel that swordsmanship suits me better. She opened her hand and a long sword appeared in her grasp. The sword was 3 feet and 3/10 feet long, ice blue in color, crystal clear, as if carved from crystal and exuding a faint chill. In an instant, the temperature in the entire bedroom seemed to drop a few degrees. This is a top-grade magic weapon, and it was one of the prizes she received for winning the magic combat test. Although the other prizes were also very good, this was still her favorite. Infusing it with a trace of spiritual energy causes the sword to glow faintly, imbuing the resulting sword light with a touch of icy coldness. If I had the sword during today's combat test, could I defeat Xiao Fan? Zhang Yunlu simulated it in her mind, but ultimately felt that her chances of winning were not great. Even a pseudo-foundation establishment cultivator was still a foundation establishment cultivator, and she would have a hard time stopping that object manipulation technique alone. If only a pseudo-foundation establishment phantom appeared during the trial so I could try it out, she thought to herself as she rummaged through the bedside table, took out the jade box, and put the red jade necklace around her neck. Since magical artifacts that enhance combat power cannot be used in the combat test, and she couldn't tell whether the red jade necklace counted or not, she simply left it at home. Carrying her sword, she walked out of the bedroom. Zhang Ziazheng was sitting on the sofa in the living room, seemingly lost in thought, and only turned around when he heard the sound. Xiao Luyu, you've tried it. Not yet. The Ziyuan Qi observation method is a bit complicated, and I'm afraid I won't be able to achieve any results in a short time. As for the more important reason, her current swordsmanship was taught by Su Xing, and if she wanted to learn another method, she would have to inform him first. Yes, after all, it's a cultivation technique given by a senior like He Dao, so we do need to be more cautious. Zhang Ziu felt much more at ease. So, what are you now? I'll go try out this sword. Zhang Yunlu twirled the sword. She was getting a headache from reading the purple enclosure Qi method, and desperately needed to practice swordsmanship to relax. And this is his own new sword. Normally, I'd try on a new piece of clothing before buying it. Then don't go too far and don't practice for too long. Don't worry, I'm right up there. She still planned to go to the rooftop. With the midday sun so strong, she didn't believe anyone would actually go up there. She'll find another excuse to go out when the sun isn't so strong anymore. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Kaijiuyu tossed and turned in bed. She found a mini-program on the internet that could recover deleted chat history. However, since recovery would take time, she left it running in the background and continued browsing various posts on the Lingwang website. Why is it that practitioners of the Hehuan Sect, despite being looked down upon by practitioners of other professions, still have the highest enrollment every year? Regarding the reasons for the disappearance of Saint Emperor Abyss, I have the following 6 speculations. Upon clicking, the post only contained the future sect leader of the Sword Sect, idiot. Scrolling down, Kaijiuyu soon came across a post that infuriated her. Within 100 years, the Sword Sect will be completely surpassed by the Supreme Tao Sect, posted by Zhao Zhao, who silently practices magic. The post analyzes from various angles why the Supreme Tao Sect is superior to the Sword Sect. Fart. Kaijiuyu sat up abruptly, her fingers hovering over the phone screen, typing out a long string of words, and then, "You do not currently have permission to comment on this post. Change your number." "No. Change your number again." "It still doesn't work." "Grass." All 3 of her accounts have been blocked. Enraged, Kaijiuyu leaned back and kicked wildly at the air in front of her with her long legs. "You bastard, don't let me run into you at the next Immortal Sect competition." Just as she was about to post a rebuttal, a notification popped up, indicating that her chat history had been restored. "Jiuyu, come down quickly." Su Xing's voice suddenly rang in her ears, startling her so much that her hand trembled, and the phone smashed directly into her eye. Fortunately, she was a nascent soul cultivator, so this pain was nothing to her. He grabbed the phone that had fallen on his face. "Uncle Master is here. Will my uncle find out that I'm restoring the chat history?" "Good. Since he gave you this purple enclosure chi observation method, you might as well practice it." Su Xing sat opposite Zhang Yunlu, and on the table between them was the thread-bound yellow book given to him by Zai Huan Zhenjun. He didn't open it. This spell existed before he went into seclusion. It might have been improved, but the core was still the same. "Will there be anything wrong with me practicing this?" "No, this is just an introductory technique. Many people know it, and even quite a few people in the Sword Sect know it. The cultivation techniques and supernatural abilities of the various immortal sects are actually shared among each other. Other immortal sects also draw on some of the methods of the Sword Sect. Many years ago, he even passed on some of the supernatural techniques he created, which resulted in the deaths of a large number of people who practiced them. Some who were lucky enough to master the skill abused their power and acted arrogantly, but he personally killed them all. But if he offers you a more advanced fundamental technique, you can refuse directly and just say that you are a member of the Sword Sect. Whether it's supernatural powers or magic, it doesn't really matter. What truly distinguishes a practitioner's profession is the fundamental practice they cultivate. Under his guidance, Zhang Yunlu's entire foundation was prepared for sword cultivation, and it would be a waste for her to switch to magic cultivation now. "Uncle Master, why did you call me down here?" Kaijiuyu exclaimed, wearing flip-flops. "Hey, isn't this the first-place winner of the school's combat test this morning? I remember your name is Zhang Yunlu, right?" Kaijiuyu walked over to Zhang Yunlu and sat down, then picked up the book, Ziyuan Guanqi Fa, from the table. "These aren't the idiots from the Supreme Taoist Sect." She stopped in time. In front of her martial uncle and with outsiders present, she still needed to be mindful of her image. "You fought against people from this lineage before?" Su Xing asked. "Yes, I met him in the round of 16 of the Immortal Sect tournament last time. He's quite tough. He withstood several of my sword strikes." Zhang Yunlu sized you up for a moment. "You're Kaijiuyu." Kaijiuyu raised an eyebrow. "You recognize me?" "Of course I recognize it," Zhang Yunlu said with a hint of excitement. The Righteous Path Alliance once created a list that specifically included cultivators under the age of 25. Kaijiuyu ranked second among them. She once single-handedly wiped out all the alien creatures on an entire planet during her Golden Core stage, and this feat was even reported on television. He won first place in his realm in 2 consecutive Immortal Sect competitions, and was hailed as the most talented person in 1,000 years. It is the goal pursued by the vast majority of young practitioners. But after actually seeing it, something felt off. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 36, Zhang Yunlu tests her sword at Kaijiuyu. Zhang Yunlu recounted Kaijiuyu's deeds as if they were her own. Among the younger generation alone, she is truly a legendary figure. In the entire central continent, there are only a handful of people of her generation who can be compared to her. Moreover, her origins are extremely mysterious. People only know that she comes from the Sword Sect and has extraordinary talent, but they have no idea who her master is. Kaijiuyu didn't expect to have her own fans here. She turned to look at Xing, wanting to show off to her martial uncle. "I didn't expect you to be so famous," Xing said, not wanting to spoil the mood. Upon hearing this, she took out a folding fan from somewhere, opened it with a whoosh, fanned herself gently, and then said somewhat humbly, "Actually, there are quite a few excellent opponents among us, but they are still a little inferior to me." His eyes couldn't hide his smugness. Because she changed her clothes after returning, wearing an orange t-shirt and denim shorts, plus flip-flops, and with her current posture, she looked like a retired old cadre, which was quite abstract. "Zhang Yunlu. Could I have mistaken him for someone else?" "That's perfect. Why don't you have a match with your fan?" Xing said with a smile. Xuanjian City is too small. The reason he sent Kaijiuyu down was to let Zhang Yunlu see what a true prodigy is. "You even know the word fans, Uncle Master. You've integrated pretty quickly." Kaijiuyu put away her fan and stood up. "But am I being a little too mean to her? And this place is too cramped." "You don't need to worry about that." Snap! With a snap of their fingers, the two saw the surrounding scenery receding rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Xing became a tiny dot in the distance, and the extra space was a vast expanse of white, as if it had been forcibly inserted into the world, or as if space itself had been directly torn apart. So close yet worlds apart. Like the primordial Qi great capture technique, this is a very famous supernatural power. She had encountered an opponent who used the same technique during the Immortal Sect Grand Competition, managing to hold out against her for over half an hour using the close to the ends of the earth skill. But this supernatural power can be used like this, and the range of this technique is a bit too exaggerated, isn't it? "This size is enough for you to mess around with." The voice was the same as before, as if Xing was still sitting in the same spot. "As for your cultivation level." The next moment, Kaijiuyu felt his nascent soul power continuously deteriorate and fall, and in the blink of an eye, it deteriorated into golden core power. Even at this point, it did not stop. Soon, the characteristics of the power disappeared, leaving only pure foundation establishment true essence. Eventually, the true essence also slowly became thinner until it became spiritual power at the 9th level of Qi refining. Along with her magical power, her physical attributes, which were no less than those of a nascent soul cultivator, also plummeted. 9 floors just right. Kaijiuyu was not alarmed. On the contrary, she was quite curious. What kind of supernatural power is this? Does a word become law? Clenching her fist and feeling a frailty she had never experienced before, Kaijiuyu looked at Zhang Yunlu, took out a sword and brandished it. "Come on. Are we really going to fight?" And it was with Kaijiuyu. Gurgle. Zhang Yunlu felt her heart beating faster than usual, but for some reason she wasn't afraid at all. In fact, she felt a little excited. Such an opportunity is extremely rare. After stepping back a little distance, she took out a sword from her storage ring. The cold air emanating from the hilt calmed her down a bit. Taking a deep breath, she said earnestly, "Please enlighten me." Come on, Kaijiuyu said quite casually. "You go first." Um. Almost the instant the words fell, the man and the sword rushed towards Kaijiuyu. As they got close, the sword suddenly disappeared. This sword technique is truly insidious. I'll have to learn it from my martial uncle later. Bite. With a casual swing, Kaijiuyu easily blocked the sword that had reappeared. Zhang Yunlu was not discouraged. She retreated and swung her sword to unleash 3 sword beams, but they were still easily dodged. My master once said that a sword cultivator must have his own style and cannot blindly follow sword moves. Being too attached to rules and regulations will prevent one from becoming an excellent sword cultivator. As she spoke, her sword followed Zhang Yunlu closely, its tip pressed against her brow, just 3 inches from her forehead. No matter how Zhang Yunlu retreated or dodged, the distance remained unchanged. She retreated dozens of meters, and every time she tried to deflect the attack with her sword, Kai Jiuyu seemed to have a premonition, easily blocking her sword with a single swing. She couldn't even unleash a sword strike. Any slight output of spiritual energy would be easily interrupted by Kai Jiuyu's seemingly casual sword strike. At that moment, she realized the gap between the two of them, even though Kai Jiuyu was only a few years older than her. My emotions were fluctuating, but I quickly calmed down. We can't go on like this anymore. Let's give it our all. Having made her decision, she once again swung her sword at Kai Jiuyu, but unsurprisingly it was blocked. This time, Zhang Yunlu did not retreat. Instead, she stepped forward, letting the sword that had slipped off the blade slash at her shoulder. Oh? Zhang Yunlu's eyes were incredibly calm, but upon closer inspection, one could detect a deeply hidden madness. Kai Jiuyu was somewhat surprised. That's about right. You are indeed very suitable to be a sword cultivator. Upon hearing the sound, Zhang Yunlu felt a sudden blur before her eyes, a sharp pain in the back of her neck, and instantly lost consciousness, falling forward. Finally, Kai Jiuyu got a little serious, circled behind her, and knocked her unconscious with the hilt of his sword. Reaching out to catch Zhang Yunlu as she was about to fall, he said, "All right, Uncle Master, we're done fighting." As this shout was uttered, the white space began to shrink, and the distant scenery rapidly approached, returning everything to its initial state. Su Xing tapped his fingers lightly on the table. "Give me a review." Kaijiuyu first helped the unconscious Zhang Yunlu lie down on a chair. She is indeed very suitable for sword cultivation. They are ruthless not only to their enemies, but also to themselves. According to the old man from the sword-wielding hall, such people are born killers, but the world is too peaceful now, so many such talents have been buried. However, once she reaches the foundation establishment stage, sending her to the starry sky battlefield for training will allow her to become a decent sword cultivator. Kaijiuyu takes this kind of thing very seriously. After all, her goal is to become the next sect leader of the sword sect, so the more talented people under her command, the better. Uncle Master, you will let her join the sword sect, right? It depends on her own wishes. Then there's no problem. It's impossible for someone like that not to join the sword sect. However, it seems that a Tao-merging cultivator from the Supreme Tao sect also intends to take her under his wing. Bang! Kai Jiuyu slammed his palm on the table, and although he controlled the force, he still almost overturned the table. The Supreme Tao sect, which bastard dares to steal the person our sword sect has its eye on? She had just been blocked by 3 accounts, and now she gets angry whenever she hears the words Supreme Tao sect. What, are you planning to cause trouble for a Tao integration cultivator? Of course not. She wasn't that arrogant. Isn't there, you martial uncle? Are you just going to stand by and watch people from other sects bully our sect? The Supreme Tao sect and the Sword sect have been on good terms for generations. Do you think I would bully a junior? Of the former 6 great immortal sects, the Supreme Tao sect and the Sword sect had the best relationship. There may be some friction among some cultivators within the 2 sects, but the friendship between the 2 sects will never change. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 37 Chat Log Contents. They're supposed to be on good terms. They're all eyeing our sword sect's position, Kai Jiuyu thought to herself. Among the immortal sects, the sword sect is number one. This is a fact universally acknowledged in the Taixuan realm. Whether in terms of combat strength within the same realm or the number of cultivators at higher realms, the sword sect far surpasses other immortal sects. Secondly, there is the Hehuan Sect. Since its cleansing, the Hehuan Sect has continued to expand in size. Although it suffered a severe blow, it quickly recovered. Now it is the second largest immortal sect after the sword sect, which shows that the power of the LSB is truly unimaginable. However, due to the hierarchy of cultivators, immortal sects are always excluded when people evaluate their strength. Then there's the Supreme Tao Sect, once the eternal runner-up, a dreamland for magic cultivators. Its Dharma repository contains almost all the magic and supernatural powers of the Taixuan realm. There are countless talented and extraordinary people here. Even the spirit network that now covers the entire central continent was developed by the Supreme Tao Sect. This era is truly perfect for the development of the Supreme Taoist Sect, so it's no wonder that some practitioners of the Supreme Taoist Sect are tempted to pursue it. But actually, these things aren't that important. All right, help her to rest for a while, then go and do your work. Upon hearing Su Xing's words, Kaijiuyu almost thought that her act of secretly restoring the chat history had been discovered. She observed for a while, only to see that after her martial uncle finished speaking, he looked into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Kaijiuyu looked in the direction Su Xing was looking, but found nothing. He scratched his head. She hoisted Zhang Yunlu onto her shoulder and picked up the book, Ziyuan Guanqi Fa, from the table with her other hand before going inside. At the same time, she also felt her previously suppressed magical power and physical abilities rapidly recovering. He strode into the living room, placed Zhang Yunlu on the sofa, and casually tossed the book, Ziyuan Guanqi Fa, onto the coffee table next to her. After doing all this, Kaijiuyu quickly ran upstairs to the second floor and into her bedroom. Bang! Closed the door and locked it from the inside. Then he pounced on the bed, took out his phone, and found the picture of the little yellow duck with a sword in the chat interface and opened it. Sure enough, the deleted chat history had been restored, and it was right at the last message her master had sent her. Scroll down. Blood-dripping knife. Red and warm yellow duck. Master's emoji collection is truly impressive. The next ones will be from Uncle. It's me, senior sister. Junior brother. You could feel the master's joy even through the screen. Wait a minute, Jiu-Yu, are you impersonating your martial uncle? That's right. Kaijiuyu was filled with regret. Why hadn't she thought of doing this before? It really is me. Your apprentice is right next to me right now. She even asked me to tell you that it was just a joke and that you shouldn't take it to heart. A photograph showing her looking at the ring. I didn't even realize when it was taken. It really is my junior brother. When are you coming back? Slash little yellow duck clutching its heart. Kaijiuyu. Is this still my master? And what about that explanation my senior uncle gave me? Did you just ignore it all? It's not the right time yet, but it won't be long. Then let Jiu-Yu go with you. Although she's a bit unreliable usually, she's very quick-witted when it counts. Yes, could you please help me organize the information on Saint Emperor Abyss? I'm very interested in this person. Yes. However, our sect doesn't have much information about him. I'll go to Lingyan Pavilion later. Lingyan Pavilion. When Yuan first appeared before the world, a junior from Lingyan Pavilion followed him, and the two had a very close relationship. Then I'll go there myself when I get back. Okay. The two exchanged questions and answers, and apart from the very beginning, the content of their conversation was quite normal. The next sentence was also sent from Master's side. Was this retreat fruitful? The progress is very good. You should have noticed it too. You? Who are these them? Then came a voice message from my master. Indeed, from the moment you emerged from seclusion, we sensed the changes in the Taixuan realm. Huo couldn't sit still and went to you. The voice is cold and ethereal. It's hard to imagine that the owner of the voice actually prefers a set of cute little yellow duck emojis. Kai Jiuyu was used to it and didn't think much of it. She was more concerned about something else. Huo. Calamity Huo, gain. Who is this? That leaves only the last sentence. Master asked his junior uncle to delete the chat history. Good. In the evening, Zhang Yunlu woke up, exchanged a few words with Su Xing, and then prepared to go back. Kai Jiuyu was just about to go out to find something to eat, so he offered to take her home on his way. After reaching the foundation establishment stage, wouldn't one be able to abstain from grains? Zhang Yunlu asked, puzzled. Only idiots practice fasting. If you don't even eat while you're alive, are you even human? Bring one back for me too when you come back. Su Xing's voice came from behind. Look, even a powerful cultivator like my uncle needs to eat. As they were talking, Kai Jiuyu pulled Zhang Yunlu and walked out. You're a local. You should know what kind of local delicacies Xuanjian City has, right? I know a place that makes really good duck blood and vermicelli soup. Before she met Kai Jiuyu, she always thought that Kai Jiuyu was the kind of cultivator who was devoted to ascetic practice and never smiled. But after actually meeting them, I realized it wasn't quite like that at all. Let's go then. I'll ride my bike and you can point the way. Good. Zhang Yunlu was somewhat expectant. What kind of car would a legend like Kai Jiuyu drive? Good. More than 10 minutes later, Zhang Yunlu sat blankly in the back of the pedicab. To be honest, Kai Jiuyu was quite shocked when she took out the pedicab. But since she had already brought them out, she couldn't very well refuse. Throughout the journey, she kept convincing herself. He was riding in a tricycle personally, pedaled by a legend of the younger generation. Many people would love to ride in one, but couldn't. It's over there up ahead, right? With a cool braking drift, the tricycle came to a smooth stop in front of a crowded hole-in-the-wall restaurant. God knows how she managed to do that with a human-powered tricycle. There were so many people that rows of tables and chairs were set up at the entrance. Because of Kai Jiuyu's high-profile appearance, everyone's eyes were drawn to her. Zhang Yunlu, oh so. The little remaining worship and beautiful illusions shattered completely at this moment. Wow, there are quite a lot of people here. Kai Jiuyu looked around for an empty seat, while Zhang Yunlu numbly got out of the back of the car. Hey, why the long face? You're the third person to ride in my car after Master and Uncle. Should I be happier? But what Kai Jiuyu didn't say was that she was hung up and whipped by her master for this. In the corner, Li Fengping stared blankly at the two people who had suddenly appeared, so shocked that he dropped his spoon. Little Grandmaster Uncle. Please add this to your favorites and keep reading. End of this chapter.